becomes flexible, which it does according to general relativity. And you have quantum mechanics, which has fluctuations and virtual particles and things like that. The very idea of a location in space-time becomes a little bit fuzzy, right? Because it's flexible, and quantum mechanics says you can't even pin it down. So information can propagate in ways that you might not have expected. And that's easy to say, and it's true, but we haven't yet come up with the right way to talk about it that is perfectly right.
It's crazy how dense with information a black hole is, and then plus like quantum mechanics starts to come into play. So, you almost want to romanticize the kind of an interesting computation type things that are going on inside the black hole.
You do. But I'll point out one other thing. It's information dense, but it's also very, very high entropy. So a black hole is kind of like a very, very, very specific random number. Right? It takes a lot of digits to specify it, but the digits don't tell you anything. They don't give you anything useful to work on. So it takes a lot of information, but it's not of a form that we can learn a lot from.
But hypothetically, I guess as you mentioned, the information might be preserved. The information that goes into a black hole, it doesn't get destroyed. So what does that mean when the entropy is really high?
Well, the black hole, I said that the black hole is the highest density of information, but it's not the highest amount of information, because the black hole can evaporate. And when it evaporates, and people have done the equations for this, when it evaporates, the entropy that it turns into is actually higher than the entropy of the black hole was, which is good, because entropy is supposed to go up. But it's much more dilute, right? It's spread across a huge volume of space-time. So in principle, all that you made the black hole out of, the information that it took, is still there, we think, in that information, but it's scattered to the four winds.
We just talked about the event horizon of a black hole. What's on the inside? What's at the center of it?
No one's been there, so
Came back to tell.
this is a theoretical prediction. But I'll say one super crucial feature of the black holes that we know and love, the kind that Schwarzschild first invented. There's a singularity, but it's not at the middle of the black hole. Remember, space and time are parts of two different parts of one unified space-time. The location of the singularity in the black hole is not the middle of space, but our future. It is a moment of time. It is like a big crunch. The Big Bang was an expansion from singularity in the past. Big crunch probably doesn't exist, but if it did, it would be a collapse to a singularity in the future. That's what the interiors of black holes are like. You can be fine in the interior, but things are becoming more and more crowded. Space-time is becoming more and more warped, and eventually you hit a limit, and that's the singularity in your future.
I wonder what time is like on the inside of a black hole.
Time always ticks by 1 second per second. That's all it can ever do.
Yeah.
Time can tick by differently for different people, and so you have things like the twin paradox, where two people initially are the same age, one goes off at the speed of light and comes back. Now they're not. You can even work out that the one who goes out and comes back will be younger because they did not take the shortest distance path. But locally, as far as you and your wristwatch are concerned, time is not funny. Time, your neurological signals in your brain and your heartbeat and your wristwatch, whatever's happening to them, is happening to all of them at the same time. So time always seems to be ticking along at the same rate.
Well, if you fall into a black hole, and then I'm an observer just watching it, and then you come out once it evaporates a million years later, I guess you'd be exactly the same age? Have you aged at all?
You would be converted into photons. You would not be you anymore.
Right. So it's not at all possible that information is preserved exactly as the one is.
It depends on what you mean by preserved. It's there in the microscopic configuration of the universe. It's exactly as if I took a regular book, made of paper, and I burned it. The laws of physics say that all the information in the book is still there in the heat and light and ashes. You're never going to get it, it's a matter of practice, but in principle it's still there.
But what about the age of things from the observer perspective, from outside the black hole?
Outside the black hole doesn't matter because they're inside the black hole.
No, so but is there okay? There's no way to escape the black hole except
to let it evaporate. But also, by the way, just in relativity, special relativity, forget about general relativity, it's enormously tempting to say, okay, here's what's happening to me right now. I want to know what's happening far away right now. The whole point of relativity is to say there's no such thing as right now when you're far away. And that is doubly true for what's inside a black hole. So you're tempted to say, well, how fast is their clock ticking? Or how old are they now? Not allowed to say that, according to relativity.
Because space and time are treated the same, so it doesn't really make sense. What happens to time in the holographic principle?
As far as we know, nothing dramatic happened. We're not anywhere close to being confident that we know what's going on here yet. So there are good unanswered questions about whether time is fundamental, whether time is emergent, whether it has something to do with quantum entanglement, whether time really exists at all. Different theories, different proponents of different things. But there's nothing specifically about holography that would make us change our opinions on time, whatever they have to be.
But holography is fundamentally about, it's a question of space.
It really is, yeah.
Okay, so time is just like
time just goes along. As far as we know.
So all the questions about time is just almost like separate questions, whether it's emergent and all that.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a reflection of our ignorance right now, but yes.
If we figure out a lot, millions of years from now about black holes, how surprised would you be if they travel back in time and told you everything you want to know about black holes? How much do you think there is still to know? And how mind-blowing would it be?
It does depend on what they would say. I think that there are colleagues of mine who think that we're pretty close to figuring out how information gets out of black holes, how to quantize gravity, things like that. I'm more skeptical that we are pretty close. I think that there's room for a bunch of surprises to come. So in that sense, I suspect I would be surprised. The biggest and most interesting surprise to me would be if quantum mechanics itself were somehow superseded by something better. As far as I know, there's no empirical evidence-based reason to think that quantum mechanics is not 100% correct. But it might not be. That's always possible. So, and there are, again, respectable friends of mine who speculate about it. So that's something that's the first thing I'd want to know.
Oh, so like the black hole would be the most clear illustration.
Yeah, that's what it would show.
If there's something it would show up there.
I mean, maybe. The point is that black holes are mysterious for various reasons. So, yeah, if our best theory of the universe is wrong, that might help explain why.
Do you think it's possible we'll find something interesting like black holes sometimes create new universes, or black holes are a kind of portal through space-time to another place? And then our whole conception of what is the fabric of space-time changes completely because black holes is like Swiss cheese type of situation.
Yeah, that would be less surprising to me because I've already written papers about that. We don't have, again, strong reason to think that the interior of a black hole leads to another universe. But it is possible, and it's also very possible that that's true for some black holes and not others. This is stuff we don't know. It's easy to ask questions we don't know the answer to. The problem is the questions that are easy to ask that we don't know the answer to are super hard to answer.
Because these objects are very difficult to test and to explore.
The regimes are just very far. So either literally far away in space, but also in energy or mass or time.
You've published a paper on the holographic principle, or that involves the holographic principle. What can you explain the details of that?
Yeah, I'm always interested in, since my first published paper, taking these wild speculative ideas and trying to test them against data. And the problem is, when you're dealing with wild speculative ideas, they're usually not well defined enough to make a prediction, right? Like, it's kind of, I know what's going to happen in some cases, I don't know what's going to happen in other cases. So we did the following thing. As I've already mentioned, the holographic principle, which is meant to reflect the information contained in black holes, seems to be telling us that there's less information, less stuff that can go on than you might naively expect. So let's upgrade naively expect to predict using quantum field theory. Quantum field theory is our best theory of fundamental physics right now. unlike this holographic black hole stuff, quantum field theory is entirely local. In every point of space, something can go on, and then you add up all the different points in space. Okay, not holographic at all. So there's a mismatch between the expectation for what is happening, even in empty space, in quantum field theory, versus what the holographic principle would predict. How do you reconcile these two things? So there's one way of doing it that had been suggested previously, which is to say that in the quantum field theory way of talking, it implies there's a whole bunch more states, a whole bunch more ways the system could be than there really are. And the answer, and just I'll do a little bit of math, just because there might be some people in the audience who like the math. If I draw two axes on a two-dimensional geometry, like the surface of the table, right? You know that the whole point of it being two-dimensional is I can draw two vectors that are perpendicular to each other. I can't draw three vectors that are all perpendicular to each other, right? They need to overlap a little bit. That's true for any numbers of dimensions. But I can ask, okay, how much do they have to overlap? If I try to put more vectors into a vector space than the dimensionality of the vector space, then I make them almost perpendicular to each other. And the mathematical answer is, as the number of dimensions gets very, very large, you can fit a huge extra number of vectors in that are almost perfect. So, in this case, what we're suggesting is the number of things that can happen in a region of space is correctly just.
And saline, and he says I'm basically getting myself an oil change, and it's 3 hours free time. And therapeutic plasma exchange is done actually to treat diseases, but not to prophylactically use it to live longer. $120,000 every year for this. Yeah, you got to be pretty rich. And so what's going on? Well, you know, the quest to delay or even conquer death has now reached insane levels in the last few years. You got a growing number of research studying the aging process. We know that's going on. And there have been major investments in this. I mean, in the billions of dollars. Jeff Bezos, Larry Page, Sergey Brin of Google, Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, who created ChatGPT. And you got immortality biohackers, rich ones. You know, I guess, you know, living longer. But here's the story about this. We are living twice as long as we were 100 years ago on average. Even in the last 20, 30 years. Today, 60 is young. Someone dies in their 60s. You go, oh my God, he died so young. Even in their 70s. You know, that was too young to die. You start looking at people who are popping off in their
experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's happening, my friend? Great to see you.
Life is good in my world.
Yeah, life is good in your world. It's always good to see you, man. But it's you know, I know you're you, and I know you're just Horace Gracie. You're you're who you are. But for most human beings, you are one of the most unusual people that's ever lived. The original Ultimate Fighter, the number one, the guy, the reason why this whole thing is so big. You're the fucking man.
It's because of my father.
Yes.
I'm a product of his work.
For sure. But for most people, our introduction to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was you in UFC 1. You know, we didn't, I grew up in martial arts, but we didn't know about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu until UFC 1 in 1993.
That when the Hoyle had a vision, so back then we would just teach in the garage, private classes, one student at a time. And Hoyle had the vision, how can we spread out throughout the world? Once America find out, we gotta put on TV.
Yeah.
Once America find out, the whole world will find out.
The world found out so quick. I've never seen a martial art spread through the country like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu did in the 1990s.
A lot of people thought the Gracies are arrogant. They're trying to put
a lot
down
of
the other
doing,
martial arts.
exactly.
But it was
what,
not. It was
this
like
guy
a,
up here,
it was like
Diamantis,
a
is doing, or some
put up or
version
shut
of
up.
it.
Yeah.
That's not
Karate against kung fu.
And frankly, look how
Everybody
much time
claims
we
that their
spent
style is the
getting involved
best.
with this.
There's only one way to find out, and we're willing
There's just a
to
fear
try
of
to find out.
dying.
We're not saying that we're the best. We're just like, hey, you say you're the best, I'm saying I'm the best. There's only one way to find out.
Well, the thing is, you guys had already tried it in dojos. You'd already gone to gyms. You'd already had challenge matches. You know, Gracie in action videos were an eye-opening video for a lot of martial artists because they saw all these karate guys who were, the guys who thought they were these badass fighters, and they just got taken down as triangle, taken down as triangle, taken down an armbar.
But again, that was in Brazil. A lot of that was happening in Brazil. When we came to America, it was a different level. It was, okay, this guy's the world champion in karate, #1 boxer, #1 kickboxer. Well, let's see if our stuff work against them. And do it bigger, too.
When you grew up with this, you started jiu-jitsu when you were very, very young. So when you grew up with this, when was the first time you saw one of those challenge matches?
We got dinner reservations.
It was Rickson fighting Zulu.
Oh,
I was young. I couldn't get into the stadium, so I watched it through a crack on the door. It's like outside the stadium because there was an age to be in there. I think it was like 16. And I was like 15, I think, when he fought, or 14 when he fought. So Royder got in because he did a demonstration just before. But I had to stay outside and I was looking through the crack. You could barely see it.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Even before that, there's a black and white video of Orion, Hells, on Harley, and some of the students fighting against karate guys on the tile. And that's when I was there, I was present on that day. But I always heard stories of the family fighting, and we got fighting about this guy on the beach. The guy show up at the school and we had to fight, and I was grew up listening to them, the stories of my father fighting, my uncles and my cousins. So I was like, I want to be one of them. I want to do this.
So there was always rumors about why you were chosen to be the representative for the first UFC. What's the actual truth behind it? Like, why did they choose you?
It was going to be on national TV.
The Starliner is carrying astronauts.
Looks.
Imagine if they put an ugly brother with an ugly. They all could have done the same thing. My cousins, they all could have done the same thing. But come on, where's the looks? No. I think my father in the order knew I was going to obey my father's order. It was like, do not hurt your opponents. The other brothers and cousins, all of them, bigger, smaller, they could have done the same thing. It was very raw back then. It was one side versus another. But I think my father knew I was a more calm personality. I was going to obey his orders, and his order was like, do not hurt your opponents.
Now, why was that so important to him?
To show the true art of jiu-jitsu. If a cousin gets in there, you beat the guy up with a double cross to the opponent's face, it would have been impressive. Oh my God, you shock everybody, but when you show the technique. And my father and Hollywood were concerned about showing the technique of just what we can do by dominating somebody bigger, stronger, without having to hurt them.
That's so amazing that you guys had so much confidence in jiu-jitsu that they wanted you to not hurt someone.
That's the conversation I remember having with my father. It's like, Dad, the guys are bare knuckle. They're going to hit me. He's like, don't worry, they'll never hit you. They're not going to touch you. Don't worry. That's how much confidence he had. Wow. He's not going to. Don't take me wrong. My mother's order was totally different. My mother was like, your father doesn't know what he's talking about. I want to see some blood. Send him to the hospital. Mom was a mean one. Great. Dad was like, no, don't hurt your opponent. They're not gonna touch you. Don't worry. They're not gonna. Nothing's gonna happen. You're gonna dominate. Mom was like, I want to see some blood. Send him to the hospital.
It's so your family is it's so unusual because I have always said that your family, your father, your Carlos, everyone, that the whole family, it's the most important family in the history of martial arts. There's no family in the history of martial arts that's had the same impact that the Gracies have had.
I think that you just landed with them for a purpose. From the more persistence people
and America and our
than
allies must rise together to
the
meet
vision that they had.
Biden arrived in Paris this
having
morning
a lot
and
of
was welcomed
kids.
by French
Uncle Carl
officials
had
and an
21
honor guard.
kids.
Wow.
Tomorrow
11
he'll
boys,
visit the
10
ground
girls.
near the beaches of
Wow.
Normandy,
Father
where
had 9
rows of
kids.
headstones mark the
They had
graves of
7
U.S.
boys,
soldiers
2 girls.
who died to
They
bring
could
an
have
end
been
to World War
all
II.
girls.
Lake Forest is holding its first cultural
It just wouldn't
celebration
be
because of
what it
long
is today.
anticipated growth.
It is
that
kind
has
of crazy
changed the
because
city's
your father was
demographics.
so
Lake
unusual,
Forest
had such an
Jonathan
unusual
Wilson
mindset,
says
and the
26% of
fact
the
that
city
he
now
had
speaks
had
a
those
language
early
other than English.
matches, like the
We wanna
matches
make sure
with
that
Laura,
we're providing events where people
Aldous,
may not meet in the
Santana,
little
all those
creatures
different
or
early
church or
matches
anywhere else can
that
get
a
together.
lot of people don't even
And
know
really
about
enjoy the
that you can see
Lake
online.
Forest and all that
There was
it has to
there
offer.
was they want to
Volsky says there will
test
be
themselves.
mariachi bands, Bollywood
So
dancers,
Kimura
and the
haven't
Chinese
lost.
dragon, but also food and
Not
crafts
just
and
not
the
lost,
history
but
of each
nobody
culture.
lasts
The
more
free
than
event
3
is being
minutes
held
with them.
Saturday from 3 to 7 p.m.
My father's
We'll
like,
check the
okay,
91 with the KFI in
I
the
wanna
sky
try it.
next.
heavier, younger.
Handle on the law every
Oh, the
Saturday morning
Santana,
from 8 to
heavier,
11.
younger.
You've been listening.
We fought for
People
like
ask
3
me,
hours and
about
40
personal
minutes.
injury. I get asked a lot.
One round
Because where do
straight.
you go?
Wow.
You've been injured in a car accident or
Yeah.
a slip and fall.
They just-
now, how many
They want
lawyers
to
do you
put it
think
to
you
the
have to choose
test.
from?
That was
The
the
other day
main
I was on
thing.
the 5 freeway
They want to
heading into the city,
see
and in a
what
quarter
they can do.
mile
But my father always said
part of the freeway,
it
quarter
wasn't
mile, there were 7
on how
roadblocks
can he
for 7
beat
different
the
lawyers.
opponents.
So let me
He always
suggest
told me,
looking at
don't walk in
handleonthelaw.com.
to win.
And I started this
Walk
several
in
years ago
not
for
to
that
lose.
reason. Where do you go?
If you don't lose,
And
the
difference
Russians are
here,
going
the
to beat
lawyers
him.
are vetted,
And
and
he
if
makes a
there is
mistake.
a problem with
But the
those
mentality
lawyers,
was always
I make
not to
phone
lose.
you have a
So
problem,
always
your
be
representative,
defensively minded.
It's not working so well. I call. What
We're
the hell's
giving
going
the
on?
weight advantage
That's one of
to
the
the
big
opponents.
differences.
So
if you have been
if I
in a
don't
car
lose, we're gonna.
accident, if you've been
He always
injured
used
at
to
all,
explain that way.
call the folks
We're gonna
at
play a
handleonthelaw.com
ping-pong game.
just for either
So
a
every time
second
you put the
opinion
ball on
or
my
just
side
some
of the table,
advice. They're
doesn't
really
matter who
good
you
at
put
that.
that ball,
They'll tell you,
I'll put it back on the center of your catch that ball,
handle
put it back
or
on the center of
yes,
the table.
you got a case.
What am I doing? Playing the perfect defense game.
Handleonthelaw.com.
When am I going to lose?
Southland weather for
Never.
KFI.
So
Some
when
low
I'm
clouds
going to
hanging
win, I will have
around,
to change the
then
question.
mostly sunny for
When
this
you missed the
afternoon.
table,
Highs in the mid-70s
did I
at the
win?
beaches.
No, you the one who
Low
made a
80s
mistake.
for Metro
Right.
Weather
You
and
lost.
in
If you're
Orange
not, we're going to
County,
play
80s
forever
to
if you don't make a
Miami
mistake.
Valleys up to 100
So it's a
degrees
very
and higher.
it's a
Upper
defensive
90s to
part.
106
Yeah,
for
it's not a very
Valid.
aggressive.
Heat advisories up for the IE
I've
and
heard
high desert.
Helson
Until
describe
Friday night.
jujitsu in
Tomorrow
that way.
through Saturday,
He
look for
said
rain clouds, then sunny
jujitsu
highs in the
is
70s
I
to
do
low 80s.
this
The coast
and
and
then
metro
you do
areas,
that
the heat
and
is
I do
on
this and
in
then you do
as I
that
mentioned, the
forever.
IE and high deserts with highs in
Until
the
somebody
90s
make a
to low
mistake.
Until somebody
100s.
make a mistake.
It'll cool down just a bit
So
on
yeah, I
Sunday
could have
and
made a
Monday.
mistake too. But if I
64
don't make a
in Los
mistake, if you don't make a
Alamitos,
mistake, we're going to
64
play
in Santa
forever.
Clarita, 64 in San
You know how it is.
Yes, yes.
We're going to play.
Yeah.
Until somebody gets tired or make a
Yeah.
mistake or
It was also it was perfect for you to be in it because in the first UFC you were, what did you weigh, about 176 pounds?
178.
178. Crazy. And you were in there against gigantic guys. Like, what did Chemo weigh?
250.
250, roided to the gills.
There was no testing.
No testing, carrying a wooden cross into the octagon. That was crazy.
He was raw. He was raw. Probably one of the strongest guys I fought.
He was huge.
Kim was raw strength.
Yeah.
Not the most technical, but he was huge strength. And I messed up on that one because I tried to match strength with him. He got me tired. So I heard he was very strong, and I tried to match
Here's
strength
him.
with him.
Walking in with the cross. And everybody's like, what the hell is going on here? Taekwondo.
Yeah. I was like, go ahead, carry that cross. Yes. It was solid wood, by the way. That was
yeah.
heavy.
I'm sure. Probably a good warm-up. And there's you. How old were you then?
That was his third UFC. I was 27.
Wow.
I'm
Okay,
Maria
exactly.
Kadakova, and our new podcast, Risky
Yeah,
Business,
just
is a show about
jacked,
making better decisions.
full of juice,
We're both journalists
enormous.
who play as poker players.
Jesus tattoo on his stomach.
The
The early days, my man. What is it like when you watch
Yeah,
these?
knuckles and Sometimes I think what my father was thinking, or
And of course,
when putting the rockers. And I had a fight before.
That was your first fight. It was UFC 1.
UFC 1 was first
Wow.
fight. I had to say, how many fights you had? I said, 51 was tournament matches.
Right.
When I was a kid competing in tournaments.
Yeah.
Professional fights, never. On the street, never.
Wow. That's crazy.
I got jumped on the street once. I was like 14 years old because I wanted to be a fighter like my brothers. Never had a fight. I heard all of them fighting. So I was like 14, 15 years old. I went to a very bad neighborhood with my bike. Got my bike stolen, my nose broken. Got jumped by 5 guys. Daytime, took my bike. But I came home and I was like, okay, I had a fight. So I can be one of them. I want to be one of my cousins, one of my brothers, man. I want to be part of that, the grace. Never had a fight. It's like,
When you first fought, did you have striking training at all?
yes.
Yeah.
Very little. I had students showing me some stuff. So
That's crazy.
more for me to know what's coming at me than for me to use.
Right.
So it's more for me to know how they move.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like I'm going to learn the striking to learn boxing to fight against a boxer. It was more for me to know what's coming, how they're going to move, where they're getting ready to a kick, a punch, for me to understand their movements.
Yeah, Hickson's talked about that the same way. He said he didn't learn kickboxing to be a kickboxer. He just learned kickboxing to understand what they're doing, the distance, the timing.
Distance, that's management. Distance management, that's very important. Some guys you see plant their feet and just exchange firepower. You can go either way. So I like more of a European style. Hit, don't get hit. Get away.
When you look back on this now, and you when you watch these old matches from like 1993, what does it feel like to see that?
Crazy. I think my father was crazy. Yeah, man.
Well, no one had ever done it before on television. It's never been in America, at least. It's never been a thing. And then to all of a sudden have this.
No time limit,
No time limit.
vision, no
No
gloves,
rules.
no everything. No biting, no eye gouging.
Yeah, you can punch the nuts, everything.
But if you do a gouge or bite, like Jud would do, as soon as I took him down, he beat my ear. On the first year of the finals, on the first UFC, but there's no punishment. There's no, okay, you're going to get disqualified.
Right.
It's like, don't do it again, sir.
It's so crazy. But then from that moment, from UFC 1, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu exploded across the country. Exploded.
Grace Academy doubled size after the first UFC. Well, after the second UFC, we doubled again.
Wow. This is in Torrance. Yeah. I started at Hickson's place, and then I went to Carlson Gracie's place because I didn't know any better. It was closer. It was closer to me. It was on Hawthorne. That was when Vitor was making his debut in UFC, back when they were calling him Victor Gracie.
Yes.
It was UFC 12. And I remember the feeling of the first class, the feeling of how humiliated you are when you don't know jiu-jitsu and you spar with someone who knows jiu-jitsu. It's like you think you know how to fight, and then you get in there, and all of a sudden you're on your back, you don't know what to do, and all of a sudden you get choked, and you're like, oh no, this is crazy. Like it was.
You've been doing martial arts for a long time already. So
I had a completely distorted idea of my ability to fight. Completely distorted. And I remember my first class, I was like, oh boy, now I know.
it's like back in the garage days, there was always a student that did a friendly friend or family or member or coach from different styles of martial art, and they'll come in, then they'll come in to fight us. But we, organize, would be like, okay, we're gonna control and turn him into a student. So we'll take the guy down, mount, and pretty much talk to him, maybe choke, maybe arm bar, let it go, not hurt. Then the guy will go home and goes, oh man, Can I sign up? Can I learn?
Right, because the fact that you didn't hurt
about
them,
the gay party next door.
you could convert them into a student. If you beat the fuck out of them and just broke their face,
They would never come back.
yeah.
So we were more concerned about gaining a student than trying to beat them up. But they will come in to fight. We were converting them.
Wow. Was it your father that was the mastermind behind doing it that way?
And asked that question. And got
I think
800
that was Jorge,
responses.
because Jorge was like my second father. I came to live with him. I was 17, going 18. I came to America to live with Jorge.
So Hoyer was a lawyer, very smart, very calculated.
And we were teaching back in the garage days, teaching every day, private classes, half an hour private classes.
And there were
Place looked like a crack house. Half an hour, there's a person coming in and leaving, come. The neighbor's like, what are they doing over there?
It's amazing what started in that garage. If you really think about it. But it's also amazing, like his vision, that he had so much belief in jiu-jitsu, that he knew that it wasn't like it had to be developed. It was already there. You just have to show people. They just need to know.
And we try advertisements, and so we finally figured out we have to put on TV.
Let's do this.
And
Because I want to go.
once the American people find out,
the
the
crowd
whole
here
world
that question.
will
So
see
we're
it.
gonna have
So
800
then that's what happened. Put on
60
TV.
responses or 59
Second
responses.
UFC,
Yeah.
people coming from everywhere. Those applications coming from different part of the world.
It's crazy. There's never been, other than me, one thing that happened, like Bruce Lee movies, people saw Bruce Lee movies, they all wanted to learn martial arts. But other than that, but that was movies, right? So that was like, you wanted to do this thing that wasn't real. Like this guy was fighting 10 people, they were all coming at him one at a time, wah, wah, but it wasn't real. Watching you in UFC 1, it was like so many people had this light bulb
But
moment.
I thought a lot of people thought it was fixed. It was like, no, there's no way this thing's going. Even though they lost a tooth by Geraldo Bordeaux,
Yeah.
face right off the bat, first fight. It's like, but a lot of people thought, second UFC, still people like, I think the fourth one is when people said, okay, this thing's for real.
Martial artists knew right away.
Yes.
In the martial arts community, right away. I didn't see UFC 1 first. I saw UFC 2. That was the first one that I saw. Because UFC 1, for whatever reason, I think it was some licensing thing. It wasn't available as a VCR tape. So the VHS tape, when it was released and you could get it in a store, a friend of mine had told me about it, and I had just moved to California. It was 94, and I got a hold of UFC 2, and I watched it in my apartment. I remember going, oh my goodness. Like it just changed my mind about fighting. You know, fighting for me was always stand-up fighting. I mean, I wrestled a little bit in high school, but fighting for me was kickboxing. So when I saw that, I was like, wow. I remember everybody, like all my friends that were into martial arts, everybody was scrambling to try to find a jiu-jitsu school. Like there'd never been a moment like that where one martial art had emerged with such force.
Jiu-jitsu, judo, wrestling. I had a lot of wrestlers and judo guys that came up to me and said, thanks for putting us on the map. Going back to the old black belt magazines, inside karate, inside kung fu. Those all stand-up martial arts.
Yeah.
They wouldn't consider wrestling, judo, part of martial arts.
I know, isn't that crazy?
That's not. It's
Yeah.
all stand-up.
We used to share a gym back when I lived in Boston. There was a guy that I used to work out with, and he had a gym that he would share with the judo class. So on one side there's a judo guy, on the other side is the kickboxers. And I remember thinking, like, what are these guys doing? What a waste of time. Practicing throwing each other around. Like, what's the point? You know, and no one knew. It's so interesting that everyone, see, from the time I first got into martial arts when I was a little kid, there was always this thought, like, what would happen if a karate guy fought a judo guy? What would happen if a boxer fought a wrestler? And everybody had an opinion. But until UFC 1 came around, no one really knew. It was just theoretical. I always maintain that since 93 to today, martial arts have evolved more over the last 30 years than they have over the last 1,000 years.
It's everybody has that like what would happen.
Yeah.
But nobody was to challenge the other one. Nobody
Right.
wanted to step on anybody's toes.
Well, nobody was willing to take the chance. You know,
What if I lose?
Right.
I don't want to bother. I don't want to beat the other guy too, because if I beat him, he's gonna feel bad. There was a lot of that. Yeah, we're like, hey, we'll find out.
Yeah. Well, thank God you did that.
Dude, there he is. He's looking at me. There you are. I'm looking at you too, motherfucker. Hold on a second. Let's see if it shows up. That was you.
I'll touch
That was
you right
you.
here on the shoulder. And a week from now, you will almost paralyzed.
Hold on. It's coming.
Yeah,
there's a lot of that stupid shit. There's still that stupid shit out there. There's still a lot
It's
of
coming.
people
I'm
out there
pointing
that
at
do
you.
that stuff. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching you.
Yeah. But most people know now.
Orlando
Most
Jet.
people know now. I mean, now, if you want to fight, you have to know your basics. You have to.
That's you, Orlando Jet.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
That's you. Orlando Jet. It's you. Yes. You.
Yeah.
Orlando
There's
Jet.
still guys who only understand.
Say my name, bitch.
They understand.
Say my name, say my name. Why you acting shady? Ain't calling me baby. Better say my name. That's Orlando Jet, baby. Hey, what's going on, baby? I love you. Hell yeah, I'm watching the stream. I'm delayed. What do you want me to do, baby? Give you a kiss right back. Mwah. Hell yeah.
What is it like for you, having been there for UFC 1, to see what it is that they're to see, like, yes.
Right. You too, baby. You too. Thank you. I love you too, man.
There's only going to be one original Ultimate Fighter. Look at that way.
I was part of it.
He has a trillion pounds. Hell yeah, he does, baby.
Like, if you didn't
Dude,
if they
man,
had
you're amazing.
there's no representative of jiu-jitsu. Some big strong guy and he won. Maybe
Or if I lost, right? So I said to myself, how is this? I live with this.
you are the history. Yeah, you were the original representative of jiu-jitsu.
Hell yeah, I'll tell you.
So exciting.
Hell yeah, he's live in the Discord. Hell yeah, he's live in the Discord. You're gonna see this motherfucker in a second.
Bigger, stronger men, which is what
Hey,
martial arts
baby.
is always supposed to be. Jiu-jitsu, I always tell people, is the only martial art that delivers as advertised. Because if you're a kickboxer and you're a small guy and another guy that is boxing, you're fucked. Yeah,
Lightweight boxer against a heavyweight.
doesn't stand a chance. But jiu-jitsu, if you're really good and that guy doesn't know what he's doing, he's gonna fucking kill him. He doesn't have a chance.
Oh, you just know what he's doing.
Yeah.
The lightweight,
Yeah.
they have a chance
Oh, yeah.
to survive and play defense and end up choking or unbarred the bigger
Right.
opponent.
Which is why absolutes in jiu-jitsu matches are so interesting. When you watch a small guy beat a big guy.
Win the heavyweight
Yeah.
championship. It's like
Crazy.
it's a lightweight.
Yeah. No, it's the only martial art that really delivers as advertised. Where technique triumphs over everything.
And that's what my father and Uncle Carlos and their brothers always tried to show people that you don't have to be the biggest, the strongest, the fastest. You just gotta know what you're doing.
Yeah.
My father used to say, give me the right leverage and I'll lift the wall one-handed. Just gotta have the right setup.
Well, that was also the brilliant thing about jiu-jitsu and your father. So your father was a smaller guy. He weighed like 147 pounds or
About
something.
445 years.
Crazy. Crazy.
And challenge
There we go.
everybody.
Over at Jim Keeney, Bill Handel here
Wrestlers that came
on a Wednesday,
from
June
go
5th.
boxes and go to
And
vacation
the
in
question
Brazil.
is, and it's an
You
important
get
one.
the airport waiting for the guy.
It's-
Old Joe Louis
a woman
Really?
out
to
of
Brazil.
times, and that is the question is,
Excuse me. And
When
went to
is it
Brazil
okay
and
to take fruit
And,
from their neighbor's yard?
my father
Before I
challenged
ask
him.
you guys, I'm going to
wow,
a few minutes
Porno had a letter
or a couple minutes
that,
on the
that was
response,
given to my
and then I'm
father
going to ask you guys individually, you sitting here in
Joe
the
Louis
studio.
box
Okay.
against anybody.
So,
Boxing against
here
boxing.
are the answers.
Not in an
When is it
MMA match.
okay?
My father was like
50%
145 pounds.
It's
Joe
okay
Louis
when
was
the branches are full
220,
of fruit
200
and
pounds,
you
the
can get
heavyweight
at
champion at
them
the time.
from any public place.
Wow.
I guess it's,
That was crazy.
Imagine if he took that
your
on.
feet are
If he
on
was
the
willing to
sidewalk.
do that, that would have been exciting.
But back
Almost
then, there was
49% when
no
branches
the
full of
internet.
fruit are hanging
Yeah,
in my
So a lot of
yard,
people probably wouldn't
which
find
is kind
out.
of interesting.
Right.
It would be
How
very
do you
smart.
not?
It
Only
would be
50% of people said if there's
Didn't
a
happen.
branch hanging over
Yeah,
your
no one
yard,
would
there's
There's no
fruit. You can
tapes and
Right.
50% said
Yeah,
it's
you'd have to
okay.
set that up. You'd have to set that up, bring
34%
camera
when it's
crew and the
hanging
whole
in a
deal.
public alleyway and
Yeah.
easily accessible.
What was it about your
So it
father
goes,
that had this mentality, that had this desire
And
to challenge himself and
90%
prove jujitsu's
said
effectiveness?
never. I mean, that's
I think
crazy.
he was
The response
smaller,
that was the
big
biggest
on it.
percentage saying it's okay is
And
fallen fruit,
once he learned,
especially if
he
it's
had
in
that
your
power.
yard. Really?
he learned jiu-jitsu, he
So,
got that power with him.
Half
So you
of
wanna show
respondents were okay
others.
with picking up fruit lying in a public
It
street or
wasn't-
even a gutter.
I would say,
most
as a
of them back away
fighter,
from that.
he always
Went
says,
back away from someone else's
if I fell
property,
on top
and
of the
it was easy to
opponent,
reach from the street.
I would be nice.
Now, among the
I would've choked
respondents
him out or
that
subdue him.
never is it okay to pick
So
fallen
you should
fruit,
make it
even if
that
it falls in a
technique.
public street.
If he was on top of me, I would have
Very
beat him
few.
up.
Okay.
He used to say,
However, the best
hit him,
answer
get off
when
me,
asked
get off
why
me. He should have listened, he
is
should have got off
fallen
me in
fruit
the first
that
punch.
was peed on by local
He would
laws.
tie you up and beat you from the bottom.
That is a very
Well, that was what
good answer.
one of the more interesting things about jiu-jitsu, because of what your father did, was because your father was smaller, he developed much more technique off of his back.
I know,
Because
sure makes
in
sense
these
to
other
me.
styles of
Sure
judo
makes sense to
and
me.
in Japanese
So,
jiu-jitsu, it wasn't really emphasizing fighting off of your back.
Falling in
Yeah, it
your
was
yard,
Playing defense.
about half.
So he always said,
Over
tie your
50%
opponent up.
said the best course of action is to
If you
knock
have
on
to
the
beat
door
him up
next
from the
door
bottom, but if you get on
and
top,
ask
there's
the
no reason
owner
to
if
beat
you
him
would
up.
take that fruit.
You're under control. You control the fight.
Seriously?
You just subdue him.
Here's what happens when you knock on the
There was a lot of
asking
defense.
if it's okay
It's interesting
to
now.
take
A,
fruit
a
hanging
mean
over
defense,
the
I would say.
Very mean
The
defense,
owner-
yeah.
the owner
But it's
is
interesting now when you
scared
see
to
the
death.
rules.
They
The
don't know
rules
you're
are
coming
set
in
up
and they
much
shoot.
more for
I think
strikers
you
than
realize
for
that
wrestlers,
it's not
because
worth it.
I've been
Maybe I
talking
don't
about this
ask their
lately.
permission.
Like, say if you're a jiu-jitsu guy and you're fighting in the first round and it's rounds are 5 minutes
That
long,
actually
and you
is
take the
a
guy
percentage
down
of
to
people
4
that
minutes
said
and 30
that
seconds.
don't
You only have 30
knock
seconds to work.
under any
I feel like a
circumstances.
fight should be,
Okay,
even if you're going to make it rounds,
going
the fight is the
around
fight.
room,
I don't think
and
someone
when
should
they
be able to
ask the
get up.
survey, Neil,
I
start
don't
with
think you should
when is it
stand people up
okay
ever.
to pick
I
fruit
think once a guy
and
takes you
not
down,
okay?
that's the fight is on the ground. And if it's boring for the audience, tough shit. If you're on the bottom, get up. And if you can't get up, tough shit.
Yep.
And if the round ends and then the new round begins, I think they should start you right back in the same place.
I think because they're on the same weight division. Back then, there was no weight division.
Right.
But since then, it's so I would say the fight doesn't favor one person, one style or another.
It doesn't favor it, but it gives a distinct advantage if you let a person stand up that didn't stand up. So if you start the second round, say if you take me down with 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go and you're dominating me and you're closing in on me and you're about to tap me, but then the round ends. And then we start, but now we start standing up. But I didn't earn that stand up.
Very strong.
I just got to stand up because of the time. I feel like the fight should be a fight. So if a fight is 5 rounds, that's a 25-minute fight. And I think whatever position that you're in at the end of that first round, you should begin in the second round. That's what I think.
I'm in favor of doing one round straight through.
Well, that would be wild too. I think 1 round, and maybe even no time limit.
No time limit is not good for the TV.
No.
No, but good for the internet.
1 15-minute round.
That's it. It's the furthest
Yeah.
crossover. What if
That's
you can
it.
reach it
1:15
from,
straight
your
through.
yard
Go
or
straight.
from the
Yeah.
sidewalk?
No rounds. Start 15 minutes later. We stop.
Yeah, I have
They should try that.
And if, hey, if nobody wins, and another 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
Right, overtime now.
You see,
Yeah. Well, I think Pride had good rules. With a 10-minute first round is better. I think 10
Yes.
minutes is better.
From your neighbor.
Especially if someone like works really hard. Again, 4 minutes, 30 seconds, you finally take the guy down. Now you're on top. And now you're trying to set things up, but the bell rings. And then you start standing up again.
Yeah, you start standing up again. But then, yeah, I think put a 10-minute round, 15-minute, one round straight through. Man.
I think the problem is they've stopped changing the rules. The rules are the rules now. And they've kind of like solidified them and established them. But I don't think the rules are right. I think if a guy takes you down, you should have to earn a stand-up. You have to get back up to your feet. So if the fight ends
With one mounted on top of the
Yeah.
other or on the back.
yeah, if that's the end of the round, you start from the same position. I think they should show it up on the screen, what the position was, and then everybody agrees. Okay, so he had an overhook, he had half guard, go.
Or how about like they play football,
Castor bean plants are
American
beautiful,
football.
and those little castor beans,
if the fight
which I say
5-minute
they're
finish
delicious,
and the guy's on the mountain
completely
position,
poisonous and toxic.
you gotta let it go until they break away.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you're gonna go and tell somebody score.
Yeah,
So
I like that.
It's like if the position up on a, such an advantage position,
Yeah, but that's safe.
that was
That's
something
right.
to think
That's where
about.
they get castor
yeah,
oil.
it's something to think about. Like
If we
if you
finish
want to
the
make
round,
things more realistic. Like
If you
this
finish the round and I'm
Yeah.
on your back about to choke you,
All right,
or
we're
with the
done,
guillotine or the choke or arm bars
So,
caught,
you guys were right in line.
okay, the bell doesn't ring until you get away
Right.
and get up, then we take a break.
Yeah, that's not bad either. I just think that having a fight start, if you start standing up. But I think round to round, you should resume the position whatever you were in the previous round. I think that's the only thing that makes sense. Because otherwise you didn't earn a stand-up. But if a guy takes you down and mounts you and he's setting up a head and arm choke and he's sinking it in and then bam, the buzzer rings, you should go right back to that spot when round 2 starts because you didn't get out of that. So, and now if the guy's a kickboxer, now he goes, oh shit, I almost got caught. And now you start that next round standing up. He has an advantage because now he's standing up. But he didn't earn that stand-up. You earned the takedown. You got him down. You got in a superior position. You were about to finish him.
That's what I like it.
Yeah, I think it makes more sense.
I like it.
And no one's going to listen to me, though. Especially me. You're biased towards jiu-jitsu. I'm like, yeah, I am. But I'm not. Though I'm not though because I feel like if it was the other way, if you start a fight, if a guy stood up and got back to a standing position, you would never take them back down again and start.
But
With
if it was a kick, if it was a switch around, he's playing devil's advocate.
Okay.
Kickboxer, like a stand-up guy, hit, almost knock him out. Bell rings.
In the last 12 months, we've
Hit
been
by
able
the
to
bell.
increase
Right.
it to 84%.
I'll
And I
start
expect
that
that
one.
by adding these
Well,
two additional
you restart
inspectors,
standing.
we get to
It's
over
still standing.
100%
I mean, the round you have the minute rest, but you're still standing. The kickboxer
Hey,
still
let it go.
let it
As the
go.
clock goes until, hey, either he recover, getting a clinch, and
Well,
got
then
away.
The right way to do it then is one round. One 15-minute round or one 25-minute round in a championship fight. That's the right way to do it.
Well, 15, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, minute round, minute break,
Yeah.
and then 10 minutes.
That's not bad. Yeah.
First round, 15.
Yeah. That'd be crazy.
It'll be an early night.
Yeah. I mean, how many finishes would there be? There'd be a lot more finishes.
I think so.
I wonder how
People have to work on their endurance too.
Oh, yeah.
Because a lot of guys, I see they finish the fight. One is fresh, the other one is done for the night.
Right.
But then the one that's fresh lost because he doesn't have that quick twitch that fast twitch muscle, the one that explode everything on the first round, the second, third round. That's it.
Yeah.
This guy's ready to go for 5, 6, but his time's over.
Right. That's an interesting too, right? It's a matter of what people don't understand that just watch it and don't do martial arts is that it's really just about pacing yourself too, knowing when to hit the gas, when to back up, knowing that you have to fight for 5 rounds, and knowing like when to push. Like some fighters, they'll back off in the beginning because they know that a guy's going to come out fast and hard, and they're just going to wait. Okay, he's slowing down now. I start to press. Now I start to put on the gas.
And it becomes a mental too. Like Horton used to say, if I drop you off in the middle of the ocean and tell you, I'm coming back in an hour, all I gotta do is tread water for an hour. But if I drop you off and say, goodbye, find your way home, now you gotta pick a direction and start swimming.
Yeah.
Most people drown for an hour.
Yeah, true, right? Mental, yeah.
A lot of mental. There's no round to save you.
Yeah. That's the most interesting thing about the early UFCs is that it was just no time.
Making way to
Here we
sunny
go.
skies, and it's going to be warm. Highs in the mid
Like
70s
then
in the
7.
coast, low 80s for
Probably
Metro LA
for
and in the North
15
County,
minutes.
mid 80s to about 90 in the
Yeah,
valleys, near
the
100
final
in the Inland
16
Empire, up to
minutes.
106 for the
Yeah.
Antelope Valley.
But 15
The
minutes, if it was
It's warm, but it's still
today,
gonna be pretty warm. Highs in the
he would have
70s at
won.
the beaches,
Yeah,
It was
80s
about
to
to
low
took me
100s
down.
inland.
Stones
It's
got
64
on
in
top.
Fullerton, 63
won the
in Laguna
decision.
Beach.
I remember
Crashes
that
Santa
day.
Monica on the
I
10th.
remember when you caught him in that triangle. Most people didn't even know what was going on.
What is it doing?
What the hell's happening here? What is going on? Nowadays, everybody would go, "Oh, yeah." The audiences are so educated now.
That was a perfect example of playing defense. Right there. Couldn't play defense against him. Just frustrate the opponent until he made a mistake. I tried early on in the fight, but he goes in, he got out, and then I defend. He couldn't win. And I can see him getting frustrated. Like he didn't know how he was going to win. He's like, I can feel that. There's no way. I can't beat this guy.
Right, because you were so good defensively.
Just playing defense, he couldn't hit me, he tried, but I knew he didn't have any finishing holds. He didn't know any finishing holds. He was just trying to put pressure. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll take it, no problem.
It was also the gi. The gi was so smart too to fight with the gi on because guys would just grab that gi. When you would close the distance and get a hold of them, they would grab your gi instinctively.
I prefer them to grab. A lot of Brazilians were like, they grab to make it harder for you. No, I prefer them to put their hands on me.
Yeah.
Because I know where their hands are. At least if they're not punching me.
Yeah.
If they have nothing to grab, they're going to be swinging at me.
Right.
Go ahead, grab my gi all day long.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Well, guys who weren't even grapplers would grab your gi. I remember watching that.
That's humanistic.
Yeah. And also, you have all that friction. It's so good to hold on to guys when you have the gi.
And I dried them. I used to keep, my father used to keep to dry the guys because
Yeah.
they would be slippery.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they put oil on their body.
Oh yeah, they definitely do. Yeah, they definitely do.
Kickboxers put Vaseline all over. That's to warm up. Like a tiger bomb to warm up. That thing's slippery, man.
Oh yeah, guys take baths in baby oil. They would lie down in a bathtub and put water and put baby oil in the water and just soak themselves in baby oil. So even if they're dry, then the moment they start to sweat, they're just like whoop, like holding on to a salmon. Slip right out of your fingers.
Yeah. Good old days.
Good old days.
No rules.
And then they slowly started implementing rules. They slowly started implementing weight classes and then mandating gloves and then taking away shoes.
I understand. I understand. You have to be. It became a show.
Mhm.
That's it.
Yeah.
So in the beginning was a style against a style.
Yeah.
Today's more of a, I would look at more as an athlete against an athlete.
Yes. Now it's a sport. It's a real sport. And it's still a sport that there's still a lot of rules that I don't agree with. Like, I don't agree with no knees to the head on the ground. I think that's ridiculous. I think that doesn't make sense because they're very effective. Like, don't be in a position where you get kneed in the head. Like, don't be in that. Don't stay in a turtle. Like, when guys just stay in a turtle and a guy's got a hold of them, man, that's a terrible place to be. In the street, oh my God. If a guy's got a head and arm on you and he's holding you and you're in the turtle, and his knees are free, and you're not blocking your head, oh, this fight is over. But in the UFC, you can't even do anything. That seems to me to be crazy.
The free
Try to
iHeartRadio app is now
make it, I
for
think,
music,
for-
radio, and podcasts.
to last long, the fights.
Discover a new podcast
Well, I
from
think
a
it's less
library of over
brutal too, and the idea is that like you can't defend yourself against knees to the head of the ground, but you can obviously. Pride is sit him. Yeah,
Kid Noble, back of the head.
right. The back of the head from the back. If you have the back mount. Remember when Henzo, when your cousin fought Stryker, that guy in was it World Combat League? Oh my God,
Bam.
he got his back and just boom, boom, just fucked him up. Like you didn't even need to put the choke in. Like you couldn't do anything. You just flattened out with your face on the mat, and the guy's pounding the back of your head. He just taps.
So they're kind of trying to put a little bit of to protect the fighter. I
Yes,
understand.
I understand too.
I don't agree with it.
I don't agree with you. Also, it's weird that you can't hit the back of the head because the back of the head gets hit a lot accidentally, especially with head kicks. Like a lot of times, head kicks wrap around the back of your head, and it's totally legal. Like if two guys are standing and one guy feints and the guy throws a punch, and the guy throws a head kick, and the head kick hits him, bang! It wraps right around the back of the head.
It's
The
okay.
shin. That's okay. And that's a legal KO.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. But if you get a guy on the ground and you punch him in the back of the head, the referee take a point away, stand you up. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's, I would say
Yeah, let it go.
That would be good.
Yeah. You got to protect the back of your head. The back of your head's vulnerable. If you're in a situation where a guy can punch the back of your head, you should be blocking the back of your head. And if now he can punch the front of your head, now you got to block the front of your head.
Turn the face of your
Yeah,
opponent.
you have to. This is we're talking about the sport of effective fighting, and it's very effective to punch someone in the back of the head. And they say it's more dangerous, but I mean, we're talking about a very dangerous sport. It's effective to punch the temple. That's okay. That's fucking vulnerable. That's a thin little
How many
piece of
ounces
bone.
of the glove?
4. Yeah.
They're just to protect your fingers.
That's all it
Protect your
does.
knuckles.
It's just
They don't
it
break.
helps you hit harder.
Yep.
Yeah. It just protects you from cuts a little bit. You know. But still.
The cast that they put underneath,
Mhm.
all that taping and the gloves, just to protect your hands so you don't break your hands.
Exactly. Yeah. Do you think that they should be bare knuckle?
And of course, you would expect
I
this,
think
and
should
that
go back
is
the old ways. Just try out one time.
One time, right? One time would be
No
great.
time limit, no
Yeah.
weight division.
Why doesn't someone do that? Why doesn't someone do that? Someone should do. I mean, I don't know about the weight limit thing. Guys are too good now. The problem is guys are too good.
But if there's no weight division,
vaccine.
if there's no weight division, you cannot have time limit.
Right.
So if you take the weight, you gotta take the time.
Right.
Like I used my father used to
Yes.
say, I'll give you the weight division, you gotta give me time.
Right.
So
Right.
you
That
got
makes
some of the
sense.
lightweights over here, man.
The
170s, 180s. They'll fight the heavyweights
Also,
with no time limit.
most of these guys, well, if they're jiu-jitsu guys, but also a lot of these guys are not really. That's the other thing is the weight cutting. Like Kamaru Usman is a great example. He was the 170-pound champion, one of the greatest ever. Never weighed 170 pounds. He weighed 170 pounds for about 5 minutes.
Walk around 200.
Yeah, easy, jacked.
All of them.
All of
Everybody.
them. Everybody. You can't fight one. I mean, except for BJ Penn. BJ Penn was the last guy who fought at 170. He probably weighed like 165 when he beat Matt Hughes. You know, and he didn't cut any weight at all. He just weighed what he weighed and just went in and went after it. But again, jiu-jitsu guy. You know?
But everybody have to know jiu-jitsu today.
Yeah.
Some are more proficient than the others.
Yes.
But everybody have to know.
Yeah, you have to know what's going on. You have to.
So,
Yeah.
everybody have to know a little bit of
You have to
wrestling,
know
the
striking
judo,
too.
the
Yes.
kickboxing, the
Yeah.
boxing, the karate. Everybody have to know a little bit of everything.
Yeah. It's a different sport. It's totally different.
But would be fun to do once. See who can sign up for it.
Yeah. Yeah. No time limit, no weight class, no gloves. Yeah. Old school. I think they should take away the cage. I think the cage helps people too, because it helps people stand back up. It helps you if you get a guy down. You get a guy down in an open room, like say a basketball court. Like there's nothing to help him get back up.
Okay, hold on. Time out over here. Now you brought some memories over here.
Yeah.
First UFC. It was John Miller's producer for Conan the Destroyer. The father of Dirty Harry. This wood. He's in charge of creating the cage. But before the cage, they come up with some ideas they present to me. I was like, wait a minute, hold on. They're like, how about if we make a round ring with a pit underneath, with a pit around it, with sharks. I was like, hold on. Imagine if I fight a sumo wrestler and just bump me off and poof, fall off and sharks will eat you. Yeah, we'll shoot piranhas because you're from Brazil. What? The ideas they had. How about like a bowl? And people try to get off, but you can't because it's slippery. You can't climb off the walls, the side. But then they didn't have the angles for the camera. And how about putting they try the octagon with barbed wires?
Oh God!
I was like, dude, imagine if I got somebody big and just pushing against me, hanging me on top. Oh yeah, that's right. Let's make it electrical fence. I was like, really? The ideas they had, man. I was like, if I fight somebody, everybody I'm gonna fight is gonna be bigger than me. They got pushed against the fence, fried me against the fence. Come on, really? I keep feeling the ideas, man. They had all kind of crazy ideas.
God, imagine if
For
they
the
went
first
through with
UFC.
those. That's so ridiculous. I've been saying for a while that they should do, like, if you could watch a basketball game. Basketball games on this massive court. Why can't there be a fight on a basketball court? Just flat mats, no walls, so everyone can see everything that's going on.
There's even a basketball, the guys who go to the edge.
Yeah, but you have a warning track. So you have a warning track of like 15 feet on each side.
Let's make that bowl. Yeah,
Bowl's not a bad idea.
The bowl, so the guy can climb off.
Yeah.
It's like with the wall, the edges.
Have you seen Karate Combat? How Karate Combat's doing it?
No.
Karate Combat is doing it like that, where they have a flat surface and it's on the edges. There's mats that go to the edges, like at an angle.
In the angle, like
Yeah,
people
but
cannot climb out.
they kind of go up against it, but then they get pushed and then they fall down. They fall down because it's like, I think a wall is actually better than the angle because it's just too easy to fall. Like someone's pushing you up against that thing. It's a slope. It's hard to as someone's So if you see how they do it, see how they have that wall.
Yeah.
See the angle. So I don't necessarily think that that's the best idea because as soon as you go up against that, a lot of times guys wind up falling down and the guy just
You
falls
can't back
on
up.
top of them. Yeah,
You can't back up.
Yeah, you can't back up. I think it would be better if it was like a basketball court, just a flat mat and a basketball court, and there's a warning track. So if you know you're in the red zone, you have to get out of that red zone. And if you keep retreating to the red zone, maybe they take a point away from you. Like maybe you have to. It's a lot of room. Basketball court is a big space. There's plenty of room. You
Absolutely.
start in the center,
Lone Wolf, you're wonderful.
and then that's how you fight.
Absolutely. Shout out to Lone Wolf.
I'm just
He's
trying to
amazing.
eliminate all the.
He's got a
factors
really
that
good heart. He
another
hated
human-
me so
The
bad.
other human, if a guy
He
takes you
fucking
down, you
hated
switch up
me.
to the wall, and then you start using the wall.
Yo, dog, why is
because
it
that's
not
the
working?
wall. Now you're standing up again, but you use the wall. Like if that was just flat, no wall, you're not getting up.
Damn, girl.
Now you have to go under hooks. You have to deep half. You have to do something to try to reverse the position. You try to get back up on your feet. You have
get
to
that on
earn
camera,
a stand-up. Much more difficult than if you're
Get back
just
over here.
using the wall to help you stand back
Bitch,
up.
you fine.
One of the drivers ended up in the center median.
Get over here.
Piranhas, sharks, piranhas, electrical fence. I remember the first UFC I worked was UFC
Damn,
12.
bro, you are
And
fine.
this was when I was on a television show. I was on this television show called News Radio. It was a sitcom. And so I was hired to go do the post-fight interview. And I remember the people that I was working with on the sitcom, like, what are you doing? Why are you being involved in this? This is brutal. And I was telling them, I was like, no, this is going to be the biggest sport in the world. You're out of your fucking mind. Like, you're crazy. No one's going to like this. This is insanity. Like, you're going to watch people fight in a cage. And I'm like,
That was one of the challenges that Mortal had. A lot of people did not believe on him. It was like people were like, man, you cannot fight on the streets. How are
Good
you
shout out
going
to Jackie
to
Lee.
live TV?
right.
That was
Jackie
one
Lee's got to
of the
be.
challenges
Yeah.
that the hard to get out
Experience views on here.
He must be happy now watching it, right?
Oh yeah,
Like, look, I was
his
right.
baby.
Yeah, look at his baby now. His baby's on ESPN.
Yep.
Crazy, crazy.
That was on national TV.
When was the last time Julian went to a UFC? I don't know. Does he still watch that?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think he's there watching. I talk to him once in a while. Once a month we talk.
It must be crazy.
Rabbi is such a
This
nuisance.
thing was his idea. Just branch off and become this huge.
All over the world. It's like,
Is he mad that he didn't get a piece?
no,
No,
so he never told me. He never talked to me about that. But yeah,
You know, when you think about it, like if anybody deserves a piece, that guy deserves a piece.
for the vision.
Yes. If it wasn't for his vision and the way they decided to go about doing it, also your father's vision for it. Don't hurt him. Just use jiu-jitsu, show everybody. Because that's one of the things that made it so appealing. It wasn't that it was just so brutal, that the guy who won wasn't brutal. The guy who won was just better.
And that's why I think the first, second, third UFC, until I didn't finish on the third UFC, and first and second, people were like, there's no way. He's the smallest one,
Right.
beat everybody without hurting them. I don't know. Everybody thought it was like, yeah, a lot of people were like, the
Dude,
non-martial
this
artists.
bitch is so hot too.
Yes.
I feel like people knew, was like, uh-oh,
Yeah. Martial arts people.
we gotta learn this.
Well, everybody who took jiu-jitsu knew right away, like, because it was so eye-opening. Like I said before, my first classes, like the ideas that you had in your head of how confident you are versus the reality that you're confronted with, and you saw that in all the Gracie in action tapes too. Like these guys, they wanted to do it again. Like, how did you do that? Let's try it again. No way. And then, whoop, take down again. Whoop, arm bar.
Like Gerald was doing after the first UFC, he went back to Holland and prepared Remco to beat me. Remco to play and do some stand-up. When I beat Remco Padu, they went back to Holland. They're like, okay, we have to learn this. We have to learn this.
Remember when Remco Pardue fought Orlando Veet?
Yes.
And he got him in side control. He elbowed him unconscious, and everybody's like,
Everything we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals
Oh,
every single
that
day
was
about
crazy.
how specific
Orlando
audiences are
Veet was
performing.
scary.
So
That
Yes.
was scary.
Yes. Lightweight, very good kickboxer.
Yeah. Nasty Muay Thai. And Remco Pardue, whoop, took him down, elbows, boom, 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 and then stopped. He stopped.
He
He's
stopped,
like, yeah,
yeah. He's out.
That's it. That's a wrap. It's such an educational moment for martial arts. Again, martial arts has changed so much since 1993. People's understanding of martial arts, just the general public, what they know. If you see street fights today, guys go to the ground all the time. You see street fights today, guys get guys in heel hooks. It's crazy. Street fights.
Yep.
You know? Here it is. Here's Remco. Boom. Boom.
The first one, he was already out.
Yeah.
Remco is like 260 pounds.
Yeah. It was big, big. But it was just like no one understood what was going on. No one understood anything.
That's the same takedown that he tried to do to me, but I ended up on his back.
Yeah.
Like you knew he was going to do that takedown, trap the arm, roll over. And ended up on his back, and that's when I choke him.
Such a strange time for martial arts, really. If you really stop and think about it, such a strange time. Because all these years, thousands of years of people fighting, thousands of years of people having this idea of how to fight, and then all of it comes together in the UFC, and then we go, oh, okay, now we have new data. Now we have new understanding. Now we have, okay, now we get it. Now we get it. You know, and then you see it evolve to what it is now. You know, when you see these guys like Alex Maeda, the kickboxer who comes in. Now he's got his style.
I think today's more of a lot of strategy too, because both fighters are practicing the stand-up and the grappling.
Yeah.
They do jiu-jitsu, they do wrestling, everybody does kickboxing, karate, everybody practice all of them. So it's a question of who have the best strategy.
Yeah, who has the best strategy, and then there's people like Pereira who has a unique skill set, like scary kickboxer, dangerous. He just hits you once, you're unconscious. You know, like that guy presents a very unique challenge. Like if you don't grab him and you don't get him to the ground, you're fucked. Because if you're standing up with him, at any moment that guy's gonna set you up, move it, boom, like we did with Jamal Hill in that last
Yes.
All it
This
takes is
bitch.
one shot from that guy.
What did she say?
You know, so these
Suomi.
guys
What
now
the fuck is that?
Has their own
Bullshit.
unique skill set, and it's so interesting seeing how that skill set matches up
I
with
had a
another
dream
guy's skill
last
set.
night.
Like with Pereira, I want to see what happens if he fights against like an
How
elite
did you
wrestler,
make?
a
She's
really
like,
good
remember
wrestler,
some chick
really
who
good at
wasn't hot,
takedowns and no
like that,
jiu-jitsu.
really bad hot.
You know,
And they did this thing where they snapped together. It showed that, and it was all my
Oh
fucking
yeah, oh yeah.
friends. And I was like,
We just got a black belt from Glover. Yeah, just really,
yeah.
you know.
I just really like, damn, dog, you could have done so much better. You fucked up big time.
I don't know
Anyway.
who Glover is because Glover could not fight in the U.S. for 6 years because of visa issues. During his prime, Glover was stuck in Brazil. He couldn't come to America because of everybody knew about Glover was the boogeyman. Like everybody talked about Glover. Glover was the guy that, like, out of all the elite guys
Who
that
was
were
that?
in
Who
the
do you
UFC,
remember?
Glover was the number one guy that everybody talked about.
I don't know.
He was
I
so
don't
good
think
when he
it
was
was
younger. By the time he got to the UFC, he was already like 36 years old. He won the title. He was 41 or 42. He won the light heavyweight title.
Are you done?
And Alex trains with him, so
Oh yeah.
it's a good combination.
Oh, perfect combination. Yeah. I mean, it's an amazing, exciting time for the sport. You know, it really is.
It's good. There's still a lot of countries, a lot of places that are against. So we still can open up more doors.
What countries are against
A
MMA?
lot of European countries are
Really?
still like.
It's starting to make its way. Like this guy's from France.
Just
Yeah.
now, last year, I think started in France,
Mhm.
Spain.
Well, France has some great guys too now, though. You know, Cyril Gahn and Cedric Doumbé, who fights for PFL, was a elite kickboxer. It's and then you got, of course, you got those guys from Dagestan. That's an interesting element too. Those Russian wrestlers.
I don't think just because of their wrestling. I think it's because of their discipline. Like a lot of people got those guys don't think about anything else. Just train,
Yeah.
discipline.
Very religious, very disciplined, very focused. Yeah.
So the girlfriend or wife, they're not thinking about any of that.
No party.
There's no party. That's all they do. Get up,
Yep.
train, sleep,
Yep.
train. So, yeah, they don't think about anything else. They're just more, I think they're more disciplined. This side of the world.
Yeah, I was watching this interview with Khabib where he was talking. It was a conversation he was having with someone who was talking about young people, that it's so important that they maintain focus because a young guy who's really talented and is above and better than everybody else when he's 18, sometimes they'll slack off and then they come back to it when they're like 22. But then by then they're average and everybody else has gotten much better and they lost that advantage and they won't be special. But the guy who's 18 who's above and beyond everybody else in the gym, that guy, if he can maintain that discipline and maintain that focus, then he can go on to become a champion.
I totally believe on that. It's the discipline.
Yeah.
It's not because they're better wrestlers or because they're better strikers. You find very good wrestlers everywhere in America. Top wrestlers in the world over here. Olympics.
Yeah.
See, but I think the discipline is what's missing in a lot of people. They don't take Sunday off.
Right.
Oh, it's Sunday, we're gonna rest. No, not for them, not for those guys.
What was training like for you, like during UFC 1?
On the scale, and you may have other things you grab with your hands, or some don't. And then they can tell you your body composition based on that. You know your percentage of fat and
I
your
never
percentage
really partied.
of muscle.
So
And
I understand because I'm on that
for any
philosophy.
individual person,
I would say
you
good.
are, you can't compare
Before,
yourself to somebody
like a
else
month, 2
who has a
months
different
before
body
the
type.
fights,
And the
A
goal
month
is
before
to,
the fight, when I was
over
fighting in
time,
Japan,
if you know your body
when I was
composition,
fighting in Japan, a
would
month
be
before the
to
fight,
increase
I
your
would move
muscle
out of the
mass,
house.
decrease your fat
So don't have to
mass
deal
if
with
you are on the
the
higher
kids, with the
BMI
woman,
side.
nothing.
It doesn't necessarily mean you have
So,
to, but in the
month
end, you
before.
may end up having the same
And
BMI, but you are, because
the
you're
harder you
losing
come
fat
over
and you're gaining
have a
muscle,
talk
your
with me
BMI
and my
will
father,
change,
and
but
it's
your
like,
health
okay, there's no big seating, there's no hang down with the kids,
some incredibly fat
Yep.
ladies who
none of that.
came up
Just
with
Spartan training.
this group saying we're
Yeah.
fat but
Pretty
fit.
much. Yeah. And I understand. I was like, okay, I'm a soldier, man. You tell me to do it, I'll do it. There's not a doubt. They say do it, done. So you cannot hang around with the kids and babysit. The kids are little, don't grow now, bro. It's like, nope, okay,
right? But
cut it off, not a problem.
And
A lot of discipline on that. Say goodbye to the family. You gotta go train, you gotta go spend a month away.
And what was a day's training like? Did you do any strength and conditioning back then, or was it all just jiu-jitsu training and position training and drills?
It was a lot of in that order. You have to know what you're doing. That's how I learned from my first. You have to have endurance, then becomes power. Yes, I did a lot of strength and conditioning, but a lot of endurance. Endurance was before the strength. So even till today, it's like it's knowledge. If you don't know how to fight, right, you have no business in the cage.
Right.
But then you know how to fight and you have a lot of power, but you can't last more than 2 minutes. Uh-oh, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
So you have to know what you're doing. You have to have endurance to last at least the first round, 5 minutes. Then becomes power.
And what kind of endurance training did you do?
Oh, endurance, everything from running to swimming to strength coach. And I one time got up and it's like, okay, the guy who used to be the strength coach for yes, for the Rams, and the LA. James, man, went for a 41-mile run. 41 miles? One day, 7 hours later, I told him to stop. My calves are both cramped up now. I can't think I can stab.
That seems crazy.
Yeah. So,
I don't know why you do this.
just not too long ago, a couple years ago, a bunch of friends of mine from the Navy SEALs asked me, let's go swim at Tampa Bay. I was like, sure, let's do it. I figured out it was across Tampa Bay. It's like 3 hours later.
3 hours of swimming?
I made it, but my God, it's like I was having frostbite on my fingers. It was January, cold, very cold water. Brazilians are not made for cold weather. It was not the distance. It was not, I can make it. It was not carrying like extra 40, 50 pounds of weight dragging behind us. No, it was the cold water that got to me. I was like, but I did it. Got to the other side.
Did you train for that, or did you just do it?
I swim about maybe a dozen times. I thought we were just gonna go to the beach and just hang out, swim on the beach. Yeah, cold water. Okay, yeah, come in, come out. No. By the time they said it's across Tampa Bay, I was like, now I cannot back down, and I gotta do it. So I went to a pool, swim in a nice warm pool, dozen times, maybe a dozen times,
Just to get ready for that.
Yep. Oh, it was pretty much just on heart, man. We climb up Cactus to Clouds. That's in Palm Springs. Stress coach is like, yeah, let's go for a hike. It's like Cactus to Clouds. It's bad. We did it. We got up there.
How long did that take?
All day. All day. Left like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. We started. Finished by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Cactus to Clouds, 21 miles. Difficult to class 1, 2, highly strenuous. 10,400 feet change of elevation. Jesus Christ.
Yep. Yeah. I always did endurance and stuff.
KFI News.
So,
With fighting, if you don't have endurance, you don't have anything.
what happened, man? We fought for an hour and 45.
Yeah.
It was 6 rounds of 15 minutes, like 2-minute rest. I think it was 2-minute rest between rounds. 15 minutes, rest for 2, 15.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Is that the longest fight you had?
Yes. 9 and 45, that's the second longest fight in history.
What's the longest fight?
My father.
Wow.
340. Wow. 342 or something like this. Yeah.
Fighting.
The White House is
But he was
continuing
1
to
round.
push Hamas
Yeah,
to
I was
agree
6
to
rounds
the
of
ceasefire
15
proposal
minutes.
President Biden outlined.
What was the longest fight in the UFC that was
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says Hamas's stated opposition
think
to the
that's
deal
Saturday
has
night.
yet to be
Oh,
officially
wow.
No,
relayed.
Ken Shamrock tonight. 1 round was it was 30 minutes. UFC 5. We did it 1 round
Sullivan
of
says the
30
proposal
minutes.
laid out last
What
week
about other
adds to
organizations?
the
Remember when Murilo Bustamante fought Tom Erickson?
increasing the flow of
American,
aid.
yes.
That was another one that was crazy because
The UN
Murilo
That was
was
in Brazil.
185 and Tom
80%
Erickson was
chance that
300
average
pounds.
global temperatures
Very
will
good
surpass
wrestler.
the target
Powerful
in the
guy,
Paris
too.
Climate Accord
People
within
forgot
the
about
next
Tom
5
Erickson.
years.
He was a
The
very
World
good
He
wrestler.
was a scary
Meteorological
motherfucker.
Yes.
says the global
Big.
mean
They would call him
air
a big
surface
cat.
temperature for
That
humans
was like a cat. He was 300 pounds.
That was in the wrestlers of taking over Francis fight against him, showing the Brazilians that jiu-jitsu was nothing. So they had the heavyweights. It was Tom Erickson, Kerr, Coleman,
Royce Alger too. He enters UFC and anyway armbarred him. Remember?
Yep.
Broke his arm.
all those guys went to Brazil to fight in Brazil.
Yeah.
Kevin Randleman,
Randleman, Mark Kerr. Yep. Yep.
Max,
Chuck Liddell.
they fought Gurgel, and
Chuck Liddell fought Pele.
Yep.
Remember when they used to have the ring with the netting underneath the bottom rope so people can't slip out? Yeah. Crazy. It's crazy when you think about it, how much the sport has changed and how many just, I mean, and what's amazing is you could watch all those matches too. Like back then, trying to watch a match was very hard to do. You had to find a tape, you know?
yeah, I remember people saying,
He
yeah,
says,
no,
unfortunately, one in
fought in
16
America,
people
we
can
had
expect a
to
lung cancer
wait
diagnosis,
2
which
weeks for
translates
somebody
to 1 every
bring
2
the
minutes.
tape over.
But fortunately,
They
robots
just
can make
they had
diagnosis
to
and
bring it. I
treatment
even
a
said
little easier.
that somebody come over
For
here,
Ben Carson, KFI News.
record it, and then take it back to Brazil and make copies and pass around to people.
Yeah.
In the mid-70s at the beaches,
Well, it's
low
also like
80s for
people
Metro
had to
LA
understand where the
and
level
Orange
was at
County,
too. Because if you
80s to
didn't
about
watch
90
it, you
in the
didn't
Valley
understand where the
100
level was
for
at.
the Inland Empire.
I remember
Upper 90s
there was a
to
match
106
between
in the
Hickson
Valley.
and
Tomorrow through
Egan.
Saturday morning
There's
clouds
a
and
jiu-jitsu
sunshine.
match between Hickson and
70s to
Egan,
low
and
80s
at the
for
time
coastal
it was like
metro
the
areas,
highest
low to
level
mid-80s in the Valley.
jiu-jitsu black
90s
belt
to
match
low
we had ever
100s
seen.
for the IE
And we're
and
watching
deserts.
Hickson and
Philadelphia's
Egan
been
going after him like,
Carson
oh my
and
god,
They're both
It's
studs.
65 in
studs.
Egan
Grant,
was
64
not
in
easy,
Lake
man.
He
Forest,
was so
64
good.
in Marina Del Rey,
Oh my god, and
and
watching those
65
guys
in
go
Burbank.
at it in their
The KFI
prime.
Market
So
Report
you get to
sponsored
see
by
that
Revive
level.
Real
And
Estate,
you had to watch a
Valley,
tape
Illustrating
if you were going to see
Washington
that.
territory
Because,
of
you know, we weren't in
66.
Brazil.
Yes,
So we'd have to, someone had to film it, they would get it over to us.
The S&P 500
Yeah.
is a 38.
Crazy.
Revive Real Estate
How
is
come
real
Hickson
estate
never
control
fought in the
logistics
UFC?
into your home when you
Was there
go
ever a
after
moment where it almost
renovations.
came
It's
over?
free to use.
I
Just
think
go to
because I was fighting
KFIrevive.com.
there in the
That's
UFC. It's not,
KFIrevive.com.
it was tournament back then.
Here we go to the
So if
KFI
both
in the
of us
sky. We've
fought,
got to crash in
we end up
Inglewood
facing
on
each other.
405.
Right.
I think that's why he decided to go to Japan.
But when you stopped fighting in the UFC, was there ever a moment where they were trying to get Hickson to come over?
I don't know if they approached him, but he was already successful.
Japan.
He was successful in Japan.
Yeah.
And they kept him busy over there.
Damn, bitch.
Yeah.
He's enough. The heavyweights in Japan.
Yeah, he's beating everybody over there. That's the thing that unfortunately in America people weren't aware of, like Japan Valley Tudo and all the different, and then the original Pride. You know, when he fought Takada, and he fought all those guys over there, and
The original first fight was good.
Yes, yeah. Well, that's fortunately we have Choke, the documentary,
Yes.
so people get a chance to see it. And,
It was a beast, man.
oh my god, yeah. Well, that was the crazy thing when you were winning the UFC. You were telling everybody, "Hey, my brother's even better than me." And everybody was like,
100 times. Not by a little bit.
That's
By a
crazy.
lot.
That's crazy. Why was he so much better?
Hear the stories behind
I
the
don't think it
shows
was
with
just
commercial-free
physique.
Broadway hits
His
24/7.
big, the way he moved.
Plus, check out exclusive interviews with this year's Tony
Position
Awards
himself.
nominees. iHeartRadio Broadway, one of over
It was all
100
position. It
commercial-free
wasn't
stations
because
on
all
the
because
iHeart
he was
app.
strong. He was
Just
more
search
athletic.
iHearRadio
Nah,
Broadway and start listening.
it wasn't.
There are
Because
more
he-
identity threats than you realize.
I don't think he
When
ever
you monitor
used
your credit, only a
strength
full personal info
against
needs to leak out, like your
when
social
you
security
training.
number or
It
password.
was not like, okay, I'm stronger than you. I'm going to just rely on strength.
LifeLock alerts
He
you
was
to
just
threats you can
body
miss.
weight.
If your identity is stolen,
Just in knowing
dedicated
position,
US-based
knowing.
restoration
So he just had a
specialists will work
special
to fix
talent.
it.
Yeah,
No one can prevent all
It's a
identity
special
theft
talent,
or monitor
yes.
all
But
transactions.
that was so
But
confusing for
everyone can
us.
save up to
Because we would
25%
hear,
off their
what?
first year with promo
His
code
brother's better than him?
Go to
Like, how is this possible?
not by a little bit, by a lot. It's like,
It's crazy.
but Hoyler too.
Yeah.
Hoyler was lighter weight than me. But it's like you said, Hoyler, sparring with Hoyler, he's like a great salmon. He's all over the place. It's like, he's little, man. It's like,
Well, he was the most successful in tournaments, right?
yes. And he used to win the open weight divisions, fighting all the heavyweights. And
business faces
Hoyler was
challenges,
a
but
beast, man.
complicated
What a family you have.
and uncertain shipping
I mean,
shouldn't
what
be
a
one of them.
family.
All of them, bunch of studs.
All of them. Everyone. Enzo.
Including the girls.
Avoid all the
Sure.
Yeah, look at Kita.
Yeah.
No,
Sure. Sure.
Okay, look at even the ones that are not involved in teaching. Dude, they're vicious.
It's just so incredible that this one family can do so many champions. There's never been anything like it in all of combat sports. There's never been anything remotely close. There's no even second place that you could bring up. Well, yeah, there's a few times where two brothers are really good at fighting, you know, but there's never been anything like you
Bunch
guys.
of brothers, cousins,
Yeah, everybody.
uncles, and
Yeah, everybody.
yeah.
I mean, when you heard the name Gracie, everybody's like, oh, shit.
It's gonna be a problem. It's like I think it was Hansel that said once. Hansel is like the beast of the family.
Oh, yeah.
Says we're not a family, we're a factory of fighters.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. Enzo, he just so mad. It's just really incredible when you really stop and think about it.
We got a lot of people that will create and learn from us a lot of points.
Yeah. It's extraordinary. It really is. When you watch jiu-jitsu now, you know, do you watch jiu-jitsu like no jiu-jitsu? Do you watch these guys? Like when you see guys like Gordon Ryan.
I'm not big in tournament. Gordon Ryan's awesome.
That's his belt right there. That's his Abu Dhabi.
We met up with a friend of ours, Derek. We met up with him. We were teaching him in Chicago. And he's very respectful. Gordon Ryan came up and said, sure, let's roll. It wasn't too long ago, maybe a year ago, less than a year ago. And the guy's a beast, man. It's like, I was like, I know of him. So he's very respectful, going very light, and he's going easy on me. And I was like, okay, go ahead, catch him. And he wouldn't.
Really?
And he turned around, and I can feel him giving to me. It's like, no, you take me, without talking. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to take, because it was unbelievable. There's no way I can tap him. And I'm, okay, then I give it to him back something. And he's like, pretend he doesn't see it. Something back to me. That's the point that I started laughing. I was like, dude, really? I'm giving the arm, and he's giving me the neck, and I'm giving the triangle. He's giving me this. We're like both giving each other, but very respectful, man.
We want to talk about discipline. That guy works out 365 days a year. There's no Christmas. Christmas, fuck you. Your birthday, fuck you. Every day. They train every day.
I told him, people misunderstand what he's saying. He's challenging people. I said, that's good.
Yeah.
That's what my family did.
the way
You
Hunter
say you're
Biden
good.
was.
I'm saying I'm good.
This
There's only one we find out.
Yeah.
Makes Stormy
And I
Daniels'
told him,
testimony
keep
seem
doing it.
tepid.
Because they'll push people.
And here's the
Yeah, that's us straight. We're going so right. He's going so easy on me, and I'm giving to him. Go ahead and catch me. And he's like, put the hand and doesn't catch. I was like, really? And then he'll give me something. And I was like, okay, you take it. I'm like, you take it.
Nice and smooth and slow. But that's the thing that he's capable of rolling like that because he's so fucking strong, but he doesn't use it. It's just all technique,
his
movement,
lawyers are literally
and
discussing
understanding. And obviously, he came from Henzo school. John Donaher taught him. Donaher came from Henzo.
and
It's like it's all that same lineage.
so that it means
But there's a lot of
to the defense, are you
talent
as
people
you're
over
filling
there,
out this
out there right
form,
now.
Oh my God, it's incredible! Like the level of just jiu-jitsu now is so high. Mikey Musumeci and the Tolo brothers and all these different guys out there. It's just so high level.
I mean, that's the most damning thing is they're playing parts of his book where he read and talked about buying crack
But I
all
heard
day,
the
every day.
kid says, I'm going to catch you
The ability to fight crack
on
in
the
any
left
town
arm.
at any time,
and
no
he
matter
catch you
how
on the left
unfamiliar
arm.
the terrain.
It
It
was
was
easy.
easy.
I'm going
Okay,
to catch you
all right.
right
He
foot.
also, and I didn't know
And he
this,
catch you.
but got
And he
his
tells
dead
you
brother's
how long
wife hooked on crack
and
as well.
timing.
So after Bo Biden died,
It's like,
he
wow,
and Hallie
that's impressive.
started hooking
Yeah.
up.
to be able to pull
That's
such a
close
thing. It's
with
not
him,
easy.
and
No,
that
well,
part
that's
of it,
what guys do when they get past the level of everybody else, right?
Greece
They just start
doesn't have a
challenging
playbook.
themselves
There is-
by giving
you
themselves
don't know
one
what's
thing
gonna
they're going to
happen.
try to do.
It's
You're
not
gonna
the
ask
first time
people
it's
around,
happened.
But
people
I
say,
would
yep.
wager a guess that
Which
I
guy
won't
is
turn
this?
to crack.
So
Not that it's
partner,
her
it's a
fault,
training
because
partner
it sounds
for
like he was the
Giancarlo?
pusher here.
Who is it?
But,
Do you know which
okay,
guy
so
it is?
the reason that that's important is because there was a
It's one of the guys
text
that train
sent
to go out and run.
from Hunter
He's
to
on that
his dead
level.
brother's
Well,
wife
there's very high level
one
guys
day
now.
after the
I mean,
gun
it's just,
purchase.
it's so
He was
but it's
waiting
also
for a
iron
dealer
sharpens
named
iron,
Mookie.
you know? These guys are so good now and everybody's competing with guys that are so
I'm
good.
sorry. Thank
Like you
for
go to Abu
correcting me on
Dhabi and you
Hunter
watch the
Biden's
level,
crack
it's just
dealer's
so
name. I don't want to
amazing.
get
Little
that
kids
wrong.
too. So
Yeah.
The same
people in the
day
beginning
she
thought,
texts him back,
well, the
I
Greece is so
called you
good
500
because
times in the
they
past
keep it
24
secret.
hours. He
No,
responds
we just
less than a
stick
minute
to it.
later,
We just start as a
sleeping
young
on a
age
car,
and
smoking crack
we
on
grew
4th
up on
Street
this.
in Rodney. That
Well,
was
this is the
one
thing
day
that Gordon
after
always
the gun
says. He
purchase,
says,
which to me is just
my jiu-jitsu is
damning
10
evidence that
years
you knew
advanced
exactly what you were
of
doing.
everybody. So it does. I can show you everything I'm doing. It doesn't matter. You're not going to catch me because I'm in the gym 365 days
Discipline.
a year.
He
Discipline.
testified about
This
those
back-
text
well,
messages
it's
that they
not
found on the
discipline.
laptop.
Yeah.
Laptop obviously has been introduced as evidence.
It's
now. And
John
they
Donaher
were
talks
able
about
to- the
Kaizen.
FBI was able to
Kaizen is
establish
this
a very
Japanese
significant
phrase
pattern of
for
drug
doing
use,
something
admitted drug
over
use
and
through his own
over and
text
over
messages
again, just
in
constantly
the
focusing on
spring
this
and
one thing
summer
and
of
continuing to
2018.
perfect it over and over and over
They
and over
also
again.
talked
That's what
about
they do.
huge
Their thought
cash
is,
withdrawals. Like
if you work out 5 days a week, but I work out
cash
7 days a
every
week,
day
in
October
a
of
month,
2018,
I've worked
which
out
is when he bought the
4
gun.
times more than you.
So
In a
the-
year,
the question
you
about
add that times
he
52
doesn't
weeks.
they can't-
Keep going over and over and over
video
again.
evidence or something
After
like that of
10
him
years,
smoking
I
crack
have,
or
you know,
using other
extra
illegal
years
drugs
of training
at
on you.
the moment
And
that
when you
he
think about it
purchased
that way,
gun.
But
it's
being an addict
it's
isn't
really
in
the
the
way
moment.
to do
It's
it.
a
If you
way of
want to
life.
really be
And
the
he was
best of
leading
the
that
best.
life.
And you know, there's a guy like
At the
Gordon out there
time,
that is training
look at the
365 days a year.
What up, baby? How are you?
Kinda have to.
And we go back to Dagestan.
Yeah.
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Living like a pimp all day, every day, sideline to sideline. Are you streaming? If you're streaming, then you're consuming. Be a creator, baby. Dog. Okay, so I'm just freeballing, spitballing, perhaps even airballing here. But I think, look, this is just like you have basically a month, and that's basically what you need to be able to earn $16 an hour for live streaming on Kick. And I know it's like kind of a crapshoot to be able to do, but I read what the requirements were, and we could how do I want to say it? We could fudge some of them, and like 1,500 followers. We could get you 1,500 followers, and a couple of them. Anyway, you need like consistency on Kick, but if you do it, you can make $16 an hour. I know some people who are doing it now. Oh, dog, totally understand. The thing is, though, you can't multi-stream with it. But still, even if you were just able to stream on Kick, make $16 an hour, that's all you need. All right, well, you get your beauty rest, and when you're ready to stretch and take on the day, you come back to Daddy, okay? Sounds like a plan. I like that you're here. I'm glad you're here. I don't say that enough. So stay as long as you can. Excellent. Oh, dog. I'm kicking ass and I'm taking names. To be honest with you, I slept. I got a good sleep in. Have I told you how good the sleep was? It was a great sleep, and perhaps one of the best sleeps in the history of sleeping. And then I awoke to my robots. I mean, really all I do is manage robots, which is effective, and I'm just getting more and more well known. As you can tell, like with the guy Kiwi yesterday or Orlando, it's like, dude, people know about me, and if they're creating software to counter me, that's the fucking best compliment you can give me. And right, so I posted on Reddit, on a throwaway Reddit account, and I've done this before just to kind of get people's opinion on me. So I'll post and I'll be like, hey, does anyone have any solution for this fucking rabbi? He comes in and spams me every single day. And I just get a ton of people who are like, oh, same shit here. I don't know what to do. So today I put one out there that was like, hey, is anyone familiar with a piece of software from Botrix that will automatically ban the rabbi? I don't know what I can do to get around this, or I don't know what I can do to as a defense against him, because he comes and spams me every day. So we'll see what happens there. But the second somebody posts it, I'm going to figure it out. And then I'm sure all I have to do is change like a little thing in my message or the name. It's not like it can be that powerful where it's just blocking like every fucking user. Nobody would want it then. I'm sure what it does is it recognizes whenever it says, what up, baby? Whenever it says Rabbi Rothschild, like as one word, it then knows to ban it. So all I do is change the O and Rothschild to a 0 or any little shit like that, and then it's going to come right through. And then the second that they put the one with the R and the O in it, or the R and the 0 in it, I'll fucking, like the guy said yesterday, I'll make the I and Rabbi a 1. Hey, when you looked at Rumble Studio and that whatever program they had for, like, if you have like 2 people watching you, you make X amount, whatever. Were you able to sign up for it or like even do anything with it? I was getting an error at the top.
No, it wasn't letting me sign up. I think you have to probably already have like the viewership, right? Maybe have established like that you have those viewers. That's what I'm thinking.
That could be.
Took off the soft cap.
Well, when I look at my metrics in Rumble Studio, it's confusing to me because there aren't any. Like literally, I don't think anyone watches me on Rumble Studio or on Rumble. I guess it's not Rumble Studio. Rumble Studio is the software you use to multi-stream. Anyway, but I don't really worry about it. The software is so solid. I mean, it's not perfect. And yes, I will run into issues where like it's 11 hours of just the Rumble Studio thing because it crashed or something like that. But I will honestly take that every once in a while in exchange for being able to multi-stream on 33 different platforms for free. Especially considering it's just one of my streams and I have another 4 or 5 streams going at any given time. It doesn't bother me that much.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I also spoke to this one streamer. His name is Lone. A couple of them. Do you know who Orlando Jet is? We were in his stream. We were in his Discord yesterday. He's from Australia. Anyway, yeah, Orlando's Lounge, exactly. Anyway, I was watching his stream today and talking about him as he was watching my stream. and talking about me. And we just kind of started figuring out that we were both watching each other and then started talking to each other, which is kind of funny. I mean, you just never know who is watching you. I guess, I mean, you could, but in my opinion, Rumble Studio isn't that great. I guess it is pretty good, actually. I will say, for telling you some metrics on, like, if you have YouTube viewers or Twitch viewers or Rumble viewers or perhaps even locals and X, but it isn't very good for all of the others. So you can't find out what you're doing on other platforms. And I really haven't been in my YouTube studio recently at all, like in the last 3 months, to even see if I have more users than normal. And I probably should do that, but then again, those kind of metrics don't really fucking do anything for me. What is good for me is just having people chatting. That's the big thing. Like, that's how I... Sure. Absolutely.
Something that you brought home. You went and got with you went hunting.
Yes.
And hunting, I tell people all the time, it's not catching. I would say 70% of the time, I come back home with nothing. So it's not every time that I go out that I come back with something.
No, it's very difficult.
I would say for me, it's about 70% of the time, man, I come back home empty-handed.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, I was there for a whole day, peace of mind. There's no cell phones. There's nothing. There's nobody bothering me.
It's difficult.
So,
you're in the woods. You're hiking. Yeah. You need endurance. I mean, you need strong legs to get you around those mountains. I mean, the first time I ever went hunting, I got that mule deer with my friend Steve Ranella. He took me hunting in Montana, and I was in really good shape. And I was like, I do jiu-jitsu every day. I'll be fine walking up these hills. And I was like, whew, this is fucking hard. Like, I didn't think of it as a physical thing, but mountain hunting is very physical. Like, you have to be fit. You have to be in shape.
I just got back from bear hunting in Idaho, and it's up and down the mountains.
Yeah.
Hot sun. Yep.
Yeah, up and down the mountains. Idaho that is rugged terrain too. Very rugged. Beautiful terrain too.
Last year, my first elk that I got with a bow, shot the elk with the bow, 30-yard shot. Got the elk, loaded up, took it back to the house. We're taking the skin off and taking the skin and the hide and taking the meat. And I went to help the guys 11 o'clock at night. There's 3 of us. I went to help my friend to cut because there are knives everywhere. So as soon as I start to lift the hide, put my hand on the wrong spot, the guy cut my finger to the bone. So it's like, okay. He's like, did I cut you? I was like, yep. I felt the knife touching the bone. So the other friend was like, hey, do you have a hospital nearby? He's like, hospital is 2 hours away.
Got a veterinarian?
Veterinarian? So he's like, no, it's 11 o'clock at night. Everybody's asleep, man. So he's like, do you have super glue? He's like, no. He's like, you got a stapler?
Oh, so you stapled it? That is crazy.
My finger.
Oh my god.
With 4 staples on my fingers. I was like, okay.
Wow. That's crazy. But it worked.
It worked.
Wow.
Day and a half later, I get home and my son decided to take it off. I have to take the staples off. Look where he's using to take it off.
A pair of pliers.
from the garage, from the motorcycle, pick up the pliers. There was no, I can't believe I still have my finger, man. We didn't clean anything. he just picked up the pliers and started to pull the staples
And
out.
how long after the injury was this that he was doing this?
A day and a half later.
Oh, okay. So it kind of healed up a little bit.
That was when I got back to Florida,
Yeah.
It's like, I was in Montana, I got back to Florida. My son's like, no, you're not going to the doctors. I can take this off.
Are you living in Florida now?
Yes.
Where do you live? What part of Florida?
Sarasota.
No kidding. When did you move there?
Moved there about almost 2 years ago.
What made you decide to do that?
I can see myself getting arrested if I was in California.
Really?
Oh, California, people I love California, don't take me wrong. I think California is the best state in the world. And I travel 8 months of the year. I love California. But the people over there, man, they just get on your face. And it's like this. It's my right to be here, okay? What are you going to do about it? It's like, dude, it's my right to knock your teeth out. Oh my God, he's violent, call the cops, arrest him. It's like, people was like, disrespectful. Got to a point you got disrespectful.
It got weird, right?
It's hard, and I love. Don't think I can't say enough how much I love California.
It's the only place where you could be in the ocean and then in the mountains in an hour.
And on the desert.
Yeah, in the desert.
You can surf, ski, and spend the night in the desert on the same day.
The climate is beautiful, and a lot of great people there too. But they've lost their fucking minds.
But the people that they're there, man, it's like, and so. Just to me, it's just disrespectful.
Yeah, disrespectful, and they've sort of they've emboldened a lot of really stupid people to act like idiots. Yeah. You know, and just the way they're dealing with the homeless situation is fucking insane. You know, they've lost $24 billion that they can't account for. That was is that what the story is? There was some controversy about $24 billion missing that is allocated towards the homeless crisis.
So so I was on the trip, and I called my son, and I was like, dude, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out. So all the kids are grown, so everybody's in a different location.
So how did you pick Florida? So here it is. California spent $24 billion tackling homelessness over 5 years, but didn't track if the money was helping the state's growing number of unhoused people. So they spent $24 billion and they can't figure out what the fuck it did. God, it's ridiculous. And it's not getting better at all. It's getting worse. Every time I go back there, I'm like, oh God, it's worse. And I only go back like once a year now. I go back once a year. And
I love it. I hope it gets better. I would love to move back, but
it's not going to get better.
Yeah,
it's not going to get better for a long time. It's gonna take generations.
I used to joke with people and say I'm front line of resistance, but yeah, it got to a point. It's like, man, it's too out of control.
Well, it's also crazy things are happening. Like a guy got arrested because someone broke into his house and he shot the guy, and they arrested him. Like, okay, you can't even defend yourself in your own home. Like, what is the fucking point? What's the point of the Second Amendment? What's the point of having a firearm? Isn't it to protect your family? Are we supposed to assume that someone who's willing to break into your home violently, that person's not going to harm you? You got to call the police? How long is the police going to take to get there? What if you have a family? What if you have children? What if you have a wife? You're supposed to just let this person break into your house?
You can't do anything about it.
It's insane because they're hiring the most insane district attorneys, and they're making it easier and easier for people to get out of jail who've committed violent crimes. I mean, they've lost their fucking minds. And I don't know how it comes back, other than they have to get some hardcore Republican governor who starts cleaning things up and just cuts back on all the waste and cuts back on all the bullshit and just puts their foot down.
It's going to take a long time, but I have hope.
Well, that's beautiful.
I got time. I got plenty of time. I'm not going anywhere.
I hope that you're right, but I don't have that much hope. I just see they're indoctrinated into this liberal ideology, and they just believe that this is the only way to think and behave. And until it bites them in the ass, I've met a lot of people there that I knew that were really hardcore liberals who've now completely turned around. and now they're Republican, and now they've moved out. They moved to Tennessee, they moved to Florida, they moved to Texas, and they're like, no, I see where this is going.
But then it's like, sometimes I keep thinking, what's the end game? What's the goal for the people that are doing this?
Well, the real question is who's funding it.
More power?
It's not even necessarily more power. I mean, the
More
real
money? You see, it's like, what's the end? What's the goal?
It's very confusing. But I think generally there are people that are funding this that want to see Western society collapse.
Like my daughter was going to school in University of Vermont. Beautiful for there. But she already had it. She's moving to Tampa now.
Really?
She's like, be closer to us. It's like, so people doing all these protests against American Army.
Yeah.
Against, it's like, she's like, I have a son, one of my sons is in the Army. And she's like, no. So she put an Army sweatshirt, and walk right through the protest. And now the girls would come over and give her looks, and she would just look at them, and people would go, yeah, it's like, silence is violence. Flip them the finger. It's like, talk about that for violence.
Silence is violence is one of the dumbest fucking things. Silence is not violence. Violence is violence. If you say silence is violence, you've never seen violence.
Yeah.
Unless someone's being quiet while they're beating the fuck out of you. Silence is just silence. It's not violence. Violence is violence, you fucking idiots.
It's like, my God. So she had it over there. She spent 1 year. She's like, man, I can't put up with this anymore. The teacher was talking trash about, she's like, I didn't pay to hear the teacher.
And their political beliefs.
Yeah. So she would get up and leave class. It's like, she's like, I had it. I'm done. I'm moving. I was like, all right, let's go.
It happens everywhere. I mean, it even happens here. You know, there's certain teachers that just feel that they have this ability to enforce their political beliefs on kids, and they'll be very angry. One kid got kicked out of school here because he had a "Make America Great Again" hat on. Look, with just whether or not you support Donald Trump, the sentiment behind making America great, everybody should be on board with that. The idea that making America great in a hat is offensive to people. Like, what? How? Help me out. It's not, you're not saying anything bad. You're saying make America great. Wouldn't it be awesome if America was great? Who disagrees with that? How could you disagree with that? Great means everybody does well. Your family does well. The streets are clean. Everyone's safe. There's less crime, less violence, more jobs. That's great. Why would you be against that? How could you be against that? And how could you think that sentiment is offensive? That's what's so twisted about the world that we're living in today.
And that's why sometimes I keep thinking again,
what's the end game?
What is in for whoever's behind all this?
Right.
More money, more power, more than what they have already. It's like,
I don't know.
To destroy society for what? What's the purpose?
I don't know.
That's what I keep thinking.
No. It's like, I wish I knew. I wish it made sense. It doesn't make sense. I think a lot of it is influenced by foreign governments.
What did you say?
Foreign governments influence universities by support.
I can't say this guy's name. It's it's the first guy to win, Hilson Grayson or something like that. The first UFC winner. Just one moment. His name is first winner. Hold on, GB, if you're there. What is the name of that kick documentary you're saying?
I think the account it's from is called J Space Aubrey. AUBREY. And you contact kick after that and it'll come up. It's like the degeneracy of kick or something.
It's Royce Gracie and the degeneracy. The degeneracy of kick. Hold on a second. And what's the guy's name? Amber? GP. What was the guy's name? What up, Big Mac? Oh, Doug, is it The Endless Depravity of Kick? By Aubrey. J. Aubrey. Okay, cool. I'm going to watch that right now. Is it good? Sure, I understand.
Branched out, watched a couple of the things he was talking about, make sure he was, not being too biased or whatever, but yeah, it's entertaining and informative about the kick verse and all that. What's going on over there?
Well, I can tell you this. From what I know, they gave, I don't know why, but they gave Aiden Ross 30% of the entire platform. Like, that just seems like way too fucking much to give to one dude. Anyway, here we go. The Endless Depravity of Kick. Dun, dun,
What'd you
dun.
do, yes or no? I honestly meant that sincerely, bro, and I actually shed a tear when I got banned, bro. I swear to God. I swear I did. Y'all saw it? Nope.
Kick is a joke. It's like going to a zoo and just pointing at all of the exhibits and just being like, oh, that's interesting. And then walking by.
You may have seen this clip. A woman is dining at a restaurant minding her own business when some middle school live streamer comes out of nowhere and grabs the food off her plate in a sad attempt to impress his chat. And then he gets mad at her for calling him out, making it seem like she's the crazy one for having a normal human reaction.
Don't put your hand in my food again. Do not do that. You don't do that to people. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Stop filming me. Don't do that again.
I won't reveal the name of this toddler, mostly because it's not relevant, and also I'm just a spiteful guy. But I do think he serves as a good example of this new wave of streamers who try to make a name for themselves by being a public nuisance and not much else. Someone like you or me may look at this clip and see it as the embarrassing display of desperation that it is, but it's important to remember there's also an entire generation of younger viewers out there who may see it differently. Believe it or not, this kid does have an active fan base, one that festers over on the controversial Twitch alternative Kick.
Please roll us over. Please take more Viagra. You don't know how to... I got him to dox your entire family. What's your name?
Kick is popular for a few reasons. For one, it's a safe haven for degenerate gamblers to broadcast their addictions in real time. I mean, the crypto casino stake that serves as its lifeblood was started by Kick co-founder Ed Craven. They call him that because he's craving a jackpot every time he opens his fucking stream. But Kick is also known for its brazenly loose terms of service, being marketed by their co-owner and friend of this channel, Aiden Ross, as the ultimate beacon of free speech for this very reason. Unrelated, but in preparation for this video, I did sit down and watch an Aiden Ross stream, and I kid you not, this is what he was talking about when I first tuned in.
Don't call me we were about to say. Y'all make your bro pee by like putting his hand in the water.
What?
He peed his pants. It was a drunk night. He blacked out. Okay. I took my two fingers and rubbed it on his crotch area with the pee, so I got like pee in my fingers. and he opened his mouth. I put his own pee in his mouth.
Incredible stuff happening on Kick. There's nothing like it. Seems like every other day we see someone over there pulling a gun on their girlfriend or throwing an Uber driver's phone in the street or pissing out of their second-story window. Those last two are actually the same person, by the way. Shout out to Xena the Witch on Kick. 300 bookmarks. It's diabolical.
I'm gonna just pee in this bucket. Let me dump it out the window.
But the point is, you have to really try to get even as much as a 10-day ban on Kick. It takes a lot. I just want to add something else here before we continue. While I was editing this video, 2 other creators wound up in the news for streaming themselves on Kick drinking and driving. Just flying down the interstate at 110, throwing back a bottle of Smirnoff, being in active danger to everyone else on the road. Even hurling the bottle out the window into oncoming traffic at one point. Kick is barely a year old. How has it already had so much controversy? Take Riot Lol, for example, who was recently outed by YouTuber Something About Chickens as a groomer who would use the Omegle alternative, the Monkey, to collect explicit images and videos of young girls on stream to post in a Discord server without their consent or knowledge. Many of these girls were underage.
Wait, listen, how old are you? I'm 19.
Oh, I'm 16.
You said 18?
Yeah.
Riot's account has since been deleted, but not until this video began making the rounds, causing a bit of a PR problem for the folks over at Kick. Something About Chickens showed evidence of a literal Kick staff member in a Riot's chat at the same time Riot was speaking to underage girls. Not exactly the best look for the platform, I think most would agree. What could have been a promising competitor to the monopolies of YouTube and Twitch has so far been nothing but a breeding ground for the lowest, most obnoxious illegal activity you can think of. And that isn't much of an exaggeration to say.
Hey, I have a question. GB, do you know what Monkey is? Monkey app? GB?
Separate reasons. Not all of these people are nearly as criminal as Riot's, of course, which is why we'll be starting easy with some of the least egregious offenders first, before moving on to...
GB, so you watched this documentary, right? I mean, obviously, you're the one who told me about it. These people who do the Monkey app or Omegle or all that shit, any of it, I don't understand. Like, they're sharing their screen when they're randomly streaming with these people, and the people on the other end could be totally underage, and those people could be naked or something like that. These people risk like huge jail time if they fucking Yeah, so basically, to me, it's not a good idea at all to do the Monkey app or Omegle unless there's some kind of setting in it that says only chat with people who are 18, and I don't understand why that's not a feature. Anyway, I'm blown away at how dumb it is that they don't make it a feature. Yes, I'm 18. It's on every other fucking site. Oh, that's disgusting. Right. Okay. So I think, but I'm gonna tell you this. I have done it. I have streamed with people who are like I used to do it in here with Harry Potter. I don't know, GB, if you remember. It was before your time, Catsmincy, I think, but I could be wrong on that. Basically, it wasn't Omegle or Monkey, but it was some other app that I found on the App Store, and it would just randomly place you with people. And I actually got people to join Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking if I do it again, I will do it just on my phone so it's not showing all over the fucking room, and then just do what fucking you just have to say. Make sure that, you know, you have to ask, I guess, every single person to make sure that they're 18. But here's the thing that is a positive that happens to me is once I'm talking to this person, then I'm like, hey, you know, you're streaming live on YouTube, and they're like, huh? And I'm like, just go to YouTube, type in Rabbi Rothschild, and you'll see yourself. And I'll hold up my phone to the screen, and then they think that's wild.
Yeah, and that's also good to tell them they're on a stream. Like, these people on these kick streams don't tell the people that they're streaming. That's a lot of the cases in this documentary, right?
Yeah.
And it's like not good. You know, one of the guys invited like a girlfriend type, a girl he'd been seeing, and streamed them like getting frisky, and she had no idea, you know. And it's like, that's like so. That's so like that's beyond legal.
Right. What I end up finding from these people is, at least when they talk about Monkey App, and the Omegle one too, but I hear Omegle has a lot more penises on it than the Monkey App. Okay, so that's the thing. If you see one penis every 100 times, you're going to say that the app is filled with penises. Because that's what's going to stick out in your mind, perhaps. Wait a second. Hey, wait a second. When I sign up for this fucking website, I certify I'm at least 18 years old. So what the fuck? Honestly, that to me should allow like any like so it actually is doing what I want it to do. Anyone on here who is participating should be 18. It's just all these kids are fucking breaking the rules.
Pornography or whatever the fuck, and that could still be illegal, right? So it's like, it's never illegal to flash somebody. It's like never been legal to like walk around and flash people, not even on the internet. So I mean, really, when it comes to like that aspect of Omegle and stuff, yeah, kids should be on there in the first place. Yeah, they are breaking the rules if they are clicking that they're over an age that they are indeed under, but really the responsibility falls on all those fucking weirdos who can't keep their cock in their pants.
Yeah, no, totally agree with that.
Like, I don't know. You know, I think this might be too much information, but there was only one time ever. I was 31 or 32, and it was my fiance. She lives in another state. She was like, send me a picture not happening. I've never done that. I've never digitized image of myself naked. I'm not that guy. I don't send pics. Like I've never sent a pic to someone for any reason. She's like, we're getting married. I was just like, we'll do a FaceTime or a live stream, but now I don't want to because I think that you're gonna screenshot. And I was like, finally I gave in to her demand. So hopefully she deleted it, but it's like it took some coercing from my partner before I finally was like, fine. But man, that shit could end up anywhere. But that shit could end up anywhere still. And that's what I was thinking. It still pops my mind right now. But there are people right now who are fully nude and trying to find somewhere to flash someone on the internet. They're trying to, like, there's a whole other mindset at play in the world right now, you know? And it's not even, I don't consider myself like a prude or anything. It's just like, I think there's a time and a place for everything. You can't talk about it. Yeah, it's dangerous territory. Yeah, live streaming nonetheless. It's live streaming, especially. Yeah, I like when that documentary is, I think that's why my favorite. Yeah, just because I didn't know, but also how long he's been doing it and thinking about his psyche of like being online, streaming, not just live streaming, but making videos constantly for his whole adolescence call it. It's like that's weird guys. So you can get an internet validation from strangers. Jojo Siwa, honestly, like, I don't really know her story too much. I just saw like 2 weeks ago. Just got caught up recently, but she was like a Disney kid. She was on Disney Channel or something. Basically, no. She was on one of those reality shows.
Toddlers and Tiaras, I think.
Yeah, the dance.
Or that, yeah, Dance Moms or something.
Yeah, Dance Moms or something, where like the kids have to do a bunch of dancing for pageants and stuff. And so she started as a dancer, she kept being a dancer. She became the most popular kid from that show. So they gave her own TV shows, they gave her own Nickelodeon shows. She's basically grown up in the spotlight, and now she just turned 21. And I mean, like, there's a lot of crazy stuff.
Dude, that bitch is starting a trend of getting drunk at Disneyland when you're 21.
Exactly. Yeah, but I mean, it's what's really weird is like she's, and this is just weird for me because I've known a lot of musicians and stuff. Like she's been running around acting like this new song that she released is like some huge deal, or like maybe it's big for her. And despite all the other weird controversies, like it's someone else's song. It was released in like 06 or 08 or something like that. It's like she's just covering it.
Dog, I'm gonna rip that bitch apart. Here's the thing. I swear to fucking God, if you told that bitch to drink battery acid and said that all the kids were drinking battery acid, that bitch would be on the front of my TikTok tomorrow drinking a gallon of battery acid.
She was getting mad at people at Disneyland because they weren't singing along with her song. Like she got drunk and she started trying to get people to sing along to like her new single or something. And like I saw that video. Nobody knew the words. But then she's so drunk that she's like, well, what was my favorite part? And that was when she starts telling people, she's like, she starts trying to get people like quote the Bible and stuff. So people were just like, you're a fucking weird person. mention the fact that like her face is very fishy. Those eyes are too close together. That's a whole other story. But you know what I mean? Yeah, it's interesting. There's famous, becoming famous in America these days. Because Hollywood is like not in control. It used to be much more coming from one source. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm trying to say that we should only keep the prettiest people in media by any means. I'm not saying that, but man, what is up with her face? It's something weird. I don't know how else to put it. Yeah, true. But he looks like the Quaker Oats guy. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's like that really, like, I can't guess. That white face. Okay. Yeah. Dude, she totally looks like Shane Gillis. Yes. She totally looks like Shane. We start going around, like, England. I've never seen George Arcigo and Shane Gillis in the same place at the same time. Just because they did. I'm making a Twitter post. It's really a cool post. The Pilgrim type white face, the New Englanders, Pennsylvanians, guys with the hats. Those guys. East Coast. Shane Gillis, SHANEGILLIS. Yeah, right. I don't know if it's double O. Yeah, probably. Shane Gillis. So I'm like restarting my computer here. I got a new system here, so I'm trying to copy the old boot drive to the new SSD. Nice. You bring it to the solid state. Yeah. New motherboard, new CPU. Oh yeah, man. What you get home and all that shit, dude. It's just a mess here. And we got we get a Ryzen 5000. It's just Zen 3. And the motherboard's like Ryzen 5. Yeah. Because I have a Ryzen 7, but it's like 2700. So it's like the lowest 7 that there was a few years ago. So like if you have a 5, did you say 5,000? Zen 3 5. Yes, 5,000. 5000. Yeah. 6 core, 12 thread, 4x4. Yeah, that's the 5s that are more powerful than my 7. Yeah, 2020. Anybody that can give you shit, just like pretty much caught up to 2020. I was rocking with 2014 before. I got 2018. This is my 2018 build, and it's solid, dude. It works great. You know what I mean? I had to put a solid state drive in it to from the get-go. So, I mean, you know, it's only got a 500 gig, but it's not Twitter there's. There you go.
Hillbilly_rock_ said, Chelsea Lear just mentioned you on TikTok Live, Rabbi.
No way. Shout out to Chelsea De La Art, who mentioned me on TikTok Live. Shout out to TikTok. Shout out to Chelsea. Shout out to Rabbi. Woo! Dog, I'm famous. I don't think I could be any more famous. I'm like up there with the Beatles, baby. It's like, it goes Rabbi, Elvis, the Beatles, and then everybody else. I would like to thank the Academy. I'd like to thank all the little people. I'd like to thank all the big people. I'd like to thank GB and Slappy Samsonite and Caspian C. I want to thank everybody for this opportunity. Doug, it's one thing to be famous. It's another thing to be absolutely jack shit poor and famous. That is where you want to be. Everybody has rich and famous. Fuck that. How about poor as shit and famous? Oh, that's good. That's really good, dog. But you gotta tag. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong, dude. Somebody just chatted me. Oh, cool. YouTube. I could easily see that happening on Gmail. Does anyone here use a VPN? You use Brave? What's your hurdle, dog?
So it's a weird technical thing with the hard drives. Like, for some reason, one of my bootable drives, usually your boot drive and your system drive are the same hard disk, but for some reason, the person that formatted this, they put them on two separate ones, and I'm trying to combine them all.
Oh, dog, that's a pain in the ass. It can be. It can be. Is there any data on them? Okay, that makes it easier.
Yeah, like all my other stuff's on another drive.
Okay, just one moment. I gotta find my phone. BRB, dog. I think I'm one of the worst people on earth for like putting shit down, specifically my phone. It was fucking right here the whole time, and I'm just like jerking around. All right, so here's my plan. I'm gonna get on fucking, what is this thing called? CyberGhost? No, that's my VPN. I'm gonna get on fucking what do you call it? Monkey app on my phone, and hopefully not. I mean, like, hopefully it's cool. If it sucks, then whatever. All right, Monkey app, here we go. Start video. Or shit. You know, I'm of the mindset that, fuck, I don't even know. But basically, like, if you say that you're 18 on a fucking website, then it's like, right. I mean, I understand that's why these websites are like starting to make you put in your ID and shit. I get that. But then again, like, how do you trust anything that says you have to be 18 to be on this website? Okay, cool. You have to be 18 to be on the website. And then there's like, you know, under it, like he was saying 10-year-old people. It's like, dude, what the fuck? All right. Would like to access your microphone and camera. Yeah, dog. Hey, what's up in Delhi? Yo, dog. What's up in Delhi? How are you? Yo, what's going on? How you living? What's good? Peace, baby. I'd stream my life live on YouTube. I'm gonna tell everyone. I'm gonna get sick of saying that. Yo, what's going on? How are you, baby? Do you know what YouTube is? Yeah, you're live on YouTube, man. What's up, baby? How are you? Yo, dog. You know what YouTube is? Yo, dog, do you know what YouTube is? Do you know what YouTube is?
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah, you're live on YouTube right now on 6 different streams.
How many people are watching?
Hundreds of thousands.
Oh, come on, no.
Well, I got some of them talking. GB, what's going on, baby? Yo, dude, here's one of them. So that's at least one. I don't know. I mean, you're live on 33 different streams. So when I say hundreds of thousands, it could be correct. It could also be correct if I said 10.
More likely.
Oh, big time. Yo, what's going on? Yo, what's going on? Yo, what's going on? Yo, how are you? Do you know what YouTube is?
Yeah.
You're live on YouTube. You want to see yourself?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay. So type in like my name, Rabbi Rothschild, in YouTube and filter by live. You're live on 6 different streams. You're a big deal, man. Okay, like sure, absolutely. It's Rabbi Rabbi, and then sure, take your time. Take your time. I'm here for you.
Sorry, what?
It's Rabbi.
R-A?
Yes, Rabbi, like my name.
A-B-I?
Yep, and then space.
Space?
And then Rothschild is my last name. It's R-O-T-H-S-C-H-I-L-D. Exactly. Now filter by live, and you'll see yourself on 6 different streams. I'll hold up the camera so you can see. You're gonna be a famous person one day, Silesh.
Where?
Okay.
Where is it?
Are you? No, you have to filter by live. Filter by live.
How?
In the upper right corner, there's a filter button, and then filter. Yeah, so you want to pick the one that says live, and now you're gonna see you're live on a whole bunch of streams at once. You can choose. Yep, that's one of them. Here, I'll show you on that one. Here you go. Hit live, hit live, and you'll see yourself live. Can you see yourself?
Yeah.
Dude, you're gonna be a trillionaire. I have more data online than any person in global history, and I'm gonna make all your dreams come true someday. Absolutely, you're live on all of those. Click any of them, and I'll show you yourself on live on camera. Pick another one and I'll go to it. Okay, just for a moment. I'll go to that one. Here we go, baby. Here is my man, Thilesh. Thilesh, can you see yourself? You will in a second. Yeah. You're a beautiful person. Shout out to Thilesh. Hey, Thilesh, if I can ever do anything for you, I'm live on the internet 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. Okay, buddy?
Yeah, I subscribe.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. Hey, you have yourself a good day, my man. Beautiful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Take care, Thilesh.
Bye.
Bye. Dude, what a cool guy. So that's what my fucking interaction should be. I just got a subscriber. Which, frankly, is not that hard. I mean, I could just do this shit all fucking day. And people like to see themselves live on YouTube. Or they hate it. It's one of two reactions. I always get to that. One is they leave automatically. And two is like, yeah, I want to see myself. That'd be cool. What's up? How are you? Dude, this is Baller. Bowling Baller. How you doing, baby? Oh, dude, I saw it. That was a strike. Hell, oh, no, there's one pin. Fuck that pin, that little bitch. Dude, how you doing, Ben? Oh, fuck you. Yo, what's going on? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm the coolest MFer of all time. Dude, shout out to Claremont. I live on Claremont, baby. Dude, shout out to India. I hope India's doing well. Hell yeah. You know you're live on YouTube right now?
No.
Hell yeah, you're live on YouTube. I'm telling you. You are live on YouTube. I'll show you right now.
What's your name?
If you
What's your name?
Sure, it's Rabbi, R-A-B-B-I, space, Rothschild, R-O-T-H-S-C-H-I-L-D. I'm going to type it for you. I just typed it for you. Filter by live. Well, okay, that's cool. Dude, what's going on, Allie? How are you? Lima, Peru is amazing. Did you know that you're live on YouTube right now?
What?
You're live on YouTube.
I know you.
No, please. What up, dog?
What up?
Hey, you know you're live on YouTube right now?
Really?
Yeah, on 8 different streams. Here, I'll show you. I'll type my YouTube address in and you can see yourself live on YouTube. I'm going to make you guys rich. I have more data online than any person in global history.
Really?
Yes, I do. I've been live streaming 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years.
That's fine.
So if you type in Rabbi Rothschild and you filter by live, you have to filter by live. You'll see I'm live all day, every day, 24/7, and I'll show you guys live on the internet. You can see your faces live on YouTube.
No, YouTube.
Make sure you filter by live, and then you tell me what screen you see, and I will move my phone to that so you can see yourself.
How many views are on there?
Oh, I have tens of thousands of followers. As of right now, since I have 8 streams going right now, not exactly sure. But I do have some IRL people here as well who are live in Discord with me. So make sure you filter by live.
Where's that at?
In the upper right corner, you're going to see filters. And then you want to press the one that says live.
Yeah.
And
I think it's this one.
excellent. And then show me what camera. Oh, yeah. Here you are, girls. Hey, what up? You girls are going to be famous. We're going to make sure all your dreams come true. Anything that you want in this world, we're going to make come true. I have more data online than any person ever. I'm going to make you trillionaires. shout out to you girls, and shout out to all the good things you're going to do and the charities you're going to start once I give you money. Anything you want to say to the world? What do you want to say to YouTube?
Don't do drugs.
Hell
Don't
yeah.
do drugs.
Hell yeah. Just do them all. All right, friends. Well, I want you to know I appreciate being here. Anytime you want, anytime you need anything, I'm here. I'm live on the internet 24/7. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
Okay, thank you.
Take care. Dog, that was tight as fuck. Yo, what up, man? How are you? I'm kicking ass, taking names. You know you're live on YouTube right now? Yeah, you want you absolutely. I'll type it for you. It's my name, Rabbi Rothschild, and I've got 7 different streams going right now, and so you can watch yourself on any of them, and I will move my camera and your face to any of them so that you can see them in any angle that you want. All you have to do is type Rabbi Rothschild and then filter by live. You want to filter by live and tell me which one you're on, and I'll move my camera to it. Okay, that's cool. Dog. What up? How are you? You know you're live on YouTube? Okay. Can anybody hear me? GB and Caspian C? Dog, this is a moneymaker. Meaning I can make really good impressions with people really quickly, show them themselves. They know about my stream. It's good. Now, the things that I don't like about it are, I mean, I like a lot about it. The big thing that I don't like about it is you can't confirm any of these people are really 18. But the thing is, I mean, all I'm doing is like, hey, here you are on YouTube, and then, you know, going to the next person. So it's not that big a deal to me either. Like, it'd be one thing if I were on it and, like, trying to find a date. Like, some dudes do. Some dudes are on Kick, and all they do 24/7 is riz chicks. That's cool, but, you know, there's more to life. Yo, dog. We have to take a look. I have to see who this fucking Chelsea Deleer who mentioned me on TikTok Live. How many followers do you think this bitch has? All right, Chelsea Lee Art. Damn. This person has 367,000 followers. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. That's 376,000 people. I mean, obviously they weren't all watching, but hey, man, Caspian C sees every fucking day something new happens with these bots. Somebody new mentions me, or somebody sees me, or we start doing something. Am I wrong, Caspian C? Caspian C? Can you hear me? Every single day, someone new comes into my stream and is like, so-and-so mentioned you, or so-and-so is featuring you. Basically, like, these robots are doing all the heavy lifting for me, and I just have to sit here and ground and like field ground balls. Yeah, exactly. That's 100% right, Caspian C, and an excellent way to look at it. I am not having to make cold calls. I'm just taking warm calls. And, you know, if I didn't have these robots, I don't necessarily know what I would do without them, because it's a lot of work manually creating all these accounts and doing all that shit. Not to say that I wouldn't do it. I mean, you have to understand, I know that Kick can very easily put in some kind of system that fucks me. And then I have to either do this on another platform, which is cool. I'm not against it. It's, as you see, I think it's a very, very efficient way and a very effective way to garner new followers. Is it the nicest thing in the world? Fuck no. Well, exactly. Dog. With this, with the monkey app, it's kind of a crapshoot though, because you never know if the person's going to let you talk or if they even want to know that they're on YouTube or whatever. But those that do, those that care, they're typing in your name, they've been your thing, you get to do your spiel with them, and then, you know, move on. There's a funny thing. If you've ever seen The Office, Michael Scott on The Office, at one point, he is working a second job as in a call center. And like the guy who's his boss there tells him, you make the call, stick to the script, make the sale, move on, basically. That's what you do. You don't sit there and fucking, hey, let's be friends for the rest of our lives. I mean, you can if you really, you know, rock with someone, but if not, just keep moving on. And I know I should be doing that right now, but believe it or not, I'm on a little bit of a high because I found a new way to fucking meet people, and that's cool.
Keep the documentary going. I can hear it. It's energy. Let's see. I was actually trying to picture Shane Gillis and JoJo Siwa. I was going to do like one of those like hat base pictures. Trying to find a good picture of them both kind of looking directly at the screen so I can try to chop them. I'm joking. I actually don't even know anything about Shane Gillis. I can't even say I've ever heard his comedy or anything. Oh, okay. Really? Just want you to know that it's good. One on YouTube. There's not even on Netflix. So like, I don't know. The dogs on it's just missed. So yeah, it's on Netflix. Beautiful dogs. Nice. It's like a trunk. Dad, like a beautiful dog. SSD, right? Yeah. And it's not so straightforward because the system drive and the drive are on two different ones. And all these like little apps and stuff, most people have both the system drive on the same drive, but to transfer them to a single other one isn't so easy. You can't just clone it because they'll overwrite the other one, you know. It's going to cost you clone it. Yeah, so just transfer it, and if you just copy it, straight up copy it, it doesn't work. Get it? Anyway, how do I get this? I'm just trying to copy like my C drive to the new drive, and then copy my D drive as well onto the new drive. It's not so straightforward. Once it's done, it's done. The hard part is to see like you're going to grab the pretty ones and shut up. Tricky close. I'm playing last jazz on now, so it's extra hard to be steady. That's the plan. Alright. I use Photopia on the internet on a browser for like all my shit on. It's like free Photoshop. Photopia? I need that. It's just free on the browser and it does like everything. Nearly everything. I don't know what's going on with the newest Photoshops, but I can just do my memes here. And that's it. Don't say it's shit. Yeah, it'll be easier to move around and like select layers and stuff than one of those main ones. Honestly, I used to have it's called Photoshop. Oh, you can close that and then drag the Jane Gillis one into the box there. And then you can just drag the what's your face? JoJo into there too. And it'll yeah. If you drag across the top part, like where it shows the file, and it has like the X, whatever it is, the JoJo Siva, right, just right, the box right under there. The box right under there. That one, if you drag the Jane Gillis one, it'll open it like a new tab. You can have like multiple tabs. So like if you drag the Jane Gillis one, it would be sized to that. Into like a new tab. Drag it across.
What up? How are you, Abraham?
You can change it. It's just, yeah, nice. That's weird. That's really weird, right?
What up, Tiago? How you doing? Hey, man. You know what YouTube is? Do you not know English? Ah. Yo, what's going on? Yo, what's going on? How are you? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Yo, what's going on? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you? Yo, do you speak English? Yo, what's going on, my man? How are you, Corey? Fuck you. Hey, what's going on? Hey, you're my babysitter. How you doing? You just vibing? What up? You speak? Dog, do you speak? Yo, what's going on? Yo, what's going on? Dude, 2 people? Hey, you guys know that you're live on YouTube? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm a big deal.
Your mic cut out.
Hey, what up, dog? How are you?
Oh, why can't I hear anybody? Yo, I can't hear you, bro.
Yo, can you hear me
I
now?
heard other people, so no. I heard other people, so it's not me. It's definitely them. Yeah, I can't hear you, bro. You might need to reset your app or something.
Okay, baby.
Get the fuck off my screen, bro. Why you so close to your phone?
Dog, good point. I didn't know. Yo, what's going on, Israel? What up? Oh, dude, that's a fucking ad. Dude, Kelvin, how are you? Renique. Hey, Renique. This is the biggest deal in your entire life. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm the most famous person on earth. I have more content than anyone. More than Regis Philbin, more than Ryan Seacrest, anyone. Yo, what's up, Junior? Hey. Hi. Hey, what's going on? Demo, how you doing, baby? Hey, Stuart, what's up, baby? How you doing? You know you're live on YouTube? You want to see your... No, you don't want to see yourself live on YouTube. What up, user? What up, dog? Why don't you have a name? Fuck. Yo, hey, what up? Can you hear me? Hey. No. Next. That's the first person I moved on. Yo, what up? Hey, you know you're live on YouTube right now?
Okay, great.
What do you want to say to the world?
I say peace to the world.
Peace to the world. Word, man. Well, I hope you're doing well. Do you have the ability to see something on YouTube? Do you know what YouTube is? Oh, you cut out. Belgrade. Going once. Going twice. Dog. What up? Dude, it is getting hot in here. Medellin. What up? How? Dude, Kanya. From Detroit. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well. Hey, you're too young to be on here. At least, yeah, sorry. Yo, what's going on? How are you?
Good.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm the biggest fucking deal in global history. I have more content on YouTube than any person ever. You want to see yourself on YouTube on 6 different streams simultaneously?
Yes.
Hell yeah. Okay. Well, you're live on YouTube there, and you're live on YouTube there.
I'm live on YouTube right now. I'm on YouTube.
Oh, hell yeah, you're on live on YouTube. What do you want to say to the world, baby?
It's like, the entire world is controlled by the Illuminati.
You heard it here first. Excellent. And who's that? Who are those people?
guys. I'm Gabe. You're on YouTube right now, Ryan, on 6 different live streams.
Hell yeah, you are.
This is Ryan.
Hey, I'm taking over this app, and I'm taking over the internet. I am live on 6 different YouTubes right now. You can see yourself live there. You can see yourself live there, there, and there. And there. I even have a ceiling cam, dog. Who else has a ceiling cam? A sky cam, dog.
So how many viewers you got right now?
Maybe 655,000 right now. It's around there. It's been between 655,000, 666,000, and then 0. It's like all in that area. But these are real viewers. These are real people I pissed off all over the world. What'd you say, baby?
What's your YouTube, Rabbi?
All you do is type in my name, Rabbi Rothschild, and filter by live. I'll type it for you.
All right, bro.
You're amazing. I'll show you on any one of my live streams. Rabbi Rothschild, and then filter by live.
All right.
And I just got on this app, and I'm going to take it over, and I'm going to make sure it goes viral in like 72 hours. Seriously, I'm surprised that we're all not famous already. But that's okay.
Include me on that.
Absolutely,
Put me in
babe.
the live stream. I'll join you.
Dog,
Anytime.
absolutely, you're live right now. I'm live 24/7 and have been for more than 3 years. I have more content on the internet than any person in global history.
What's your Snapchat? I'll get on the live stream with you.
I'm Viral Rabbi. I'm like Viral Rabbi 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way to 99. So it'll take me a second to log into Snapchat. Can I just? Do you have Discord? Gabe, do you have Discord?
Yes, I have Discord.
Okay, excellent. Do you happen to have Telegram?
No, I don't.
That's
but
okay.
I'll give you my Discord.
Okay. I'm live in a bunch of Discords right now. If you come to the main Kick, do you know what Kick is? It's a platform. It's like YouTube or Twitch. Do you know what Kick is?
Yes.
Okay, I'm in the main Kick Discord if you want to just come there right now. And I'm live streaming right now.
I sent you my Discord, and I added you on Rabbi1 on Snapchat.
Oh, tight. Well, that's not mine, probably. If it's just Rabbi1, it would be Viral Rabbi 1.
Yeah, it is Viral Rabbi.
Oh, cool. Okay, then that probably is mine. Now, the odds that I'm going to be able to get in that bad boy, we'll see, because I haven't used Snapchat in a while, and I have like 100 accounts, so it can be a pain. All right, so we'll connect that way. Hold on, let me see if I have. No, I don't have it fucking downloaded on there. Okay, so do you have YouTube? You have the ability to look at YouTube right now?
Yes.
Okay, well, get on YouTube, and I'm going to show you yourself. It's a big deal.
All right, where's that remote at, man?
We have Gabe. Gabe has taught the world some important knowledge. Gabe is a very nice individual.
It's Rabbi.
Yes, it is Rabbi.
Rabbi Rothschild.
The biggest deal on earth.
R-A-B-B-I Rothschild. The biggest deal on the internet. I promise you this guy will be absolutely viral in a couple days.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, now that I know about Monkey App, it's game over. This is like my
Rothschild. Yeah, it's right there. Okay.
my microphone to the world.
Are you related to Rothschilds?
We're all related. There are 5,000 of us in the United States alone.
Search it. Comes up as this.
Now you want to filter by live. That's the key thing.
Oh. Okay. Where's the...
And you're going to say, holy shit, I've never seen so many streams of one person.
Features. Live.
I believe you're going to probably, the first one you'll see is this one.
Now, how do I get on your live stream from YouTube? I'm looking at it.
Okay, so you type in Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live in YouTube, and you can see yourself.
I believe you're going to probably be the first one. All right, we found you.
Excellent. Do you see yourself?
Here, click on one. No. Type in by Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live. You're seeing it in the back. Yeah, we're seeing us in the back. You see yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, we see you.
Hell yeah. Well, you're going to see yourself in a second. It's a very surreal moment, what we're doing right now. This is big. We're bringing world peace. Dog. One person at a time. I'll do this for the rest of my life until a bunch of motherfuckers know about it. Dude, do you see what this says right here in the chat? It says, Chelsea Lee 1 just mentioned you in a TikTok live, Rabbi. And did you know that Chelsea Lee 1 not only kicks ass and takes names, but has like over 300,000 TikTok followers, which, you know, makes her a big deal.
That's awesome, bro.
I agree.
Yeah, don't forget when you go viral, bro.
Dog, you're on this forever. This is like the new Bible. You have to understand, this is a time capsule of human society, and now you're on it, and we're starting to meet people and be able to tell them about it. Not only that, but take a look at this. I have 8 different, well, let's see here. I have 8 streams, but I have 4 different bots going 24/7, and it's quite a big deal.
We need to get on live together so we can preach to the world. I have some things I want to say.
Okay, well, just one moment.
Do you believe in the Illuminati?
Dog, I think I'm the head of it.
That's bad. The Illuminati controls the world secretly.
Well, not anymore. It's pretty fucking public.
38.
That's correct.
All right, I have all your information saved, and I saved my Discord in the chat. The bottom one is correct.
Excellent. And I want you to see one more thing. Hey, dude, I want you guys to see one more thing. It's really important. Just one moment. I'm going to make sure it's live streaming. I have this one kind of wild stream that I just am streaming a whole bunch of stuff at once. And it has a bunch of really good ideas. Okay, it's this bottom one here. Now, when you see the bottom one, you're going to be like, whoa, what is that? I mean, it looks like there's a lot of shit going on, right? So what I want you to do is find that one. It's the lowest one. And in the bottom right corner, I want you to look at what is being like scrolled. And it's all kinds of future technology, like force fields and invisible cloaks, things that are really being developed in the real world. Things like telekinesis, telepathy, things like life extension technology. And it also has on there all of the biggest questions that exist in humankind. This is according to Wikipedia. And I just put them all together in a video, and I have it scrolling 24/7. And you can learn a lot of really cool stuff from it.
Understandably, I know. How do I search Rabbi? Probably go to search now.
So you just type in my name, Rabbi Rothschild, and then filter by life.
Yeah, we're on my TV right now, so he's trying to figure it out.
Oh, wow. Fancy on a television.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, this one is worth it. Okay, so that's just the bottom corner. And then the bottom center is an animation that I took and edited, and it's really cool. It's like from the Big Bang all the way to Earth, and it's like a 10-minute zoom in. It's really cool. The next thing you can find is a robot that I created, one of 4 robots that are currently running and are just absolutely terrorizing the Kick platform. And they're just spam botting everyone. Then in the center is where I am. I have a blank spot there just because, you know, I can always be completed. But I don't know, I can put anything in there. Then I've got ABC News, just because it's good to be informed. Then I have my chat, which no one ever speaks in, barely ever. But that's cool if anybody ever did. Then at the top, I have this hypnotizing thing. And when you see it, you're going to be like, whoa, this is the biggest fucking deal in global history. And I got to get in on this. So you need to check it out. It's a big fucking deal. And tell all your friends about it. And like within like 72 hours, we'll make Monkey App and world peace happen. And people will be dancing in the streets like Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. Just a huge fucking deal, man.
Right.
Excellent. All right. Well, then you guys take care, and I appreciate the opportunity to meet new friends.
Of course.
And I will follow your Discord. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Do you lift?
No, but I'd love to.
Oh.
I spend my life 24 hours a day going viral. But once even like 5 people start watching me, I'll start with the kettlebells, and you'll start to see a transformation of a human being live on the internet.
Okay.
Take care, my man. Enjoy.
All right, take care, bro.
Bye. Dog. That was cool. I have to tell you something though. When I do them, it's hard for me to just doom. I need a break after a few seconds because it's like pretty high energy. Well, I'll go back. Don't worry. Within a few moments, I just need a few seconds after the longer ones. After getting rejected many, many times. All right. I am ready to go back. I just need like a second to talk to you guys too, just to be like, hey, that one went well, or no, they just fucking were like, go fuck yourself. All right. So just like what? There are 8 billion people on the earth or something like that. So now we just have to work that down to like, I don't know, we met like 3 people, and I know you guys, so that's like 5. All right. Next up on the Monkey app, I have to re-log in and everything because for some reason this fucking thing, like, even when I close my phone, it's still running in the background, which is like kind of concerning. And the thing is, you don't know it's running unless you like can hear someone on the other end if your screen is off. I don't know if it's showing anything. Oh shit. Fuck. God damn it. Major god damn it. Oh man, I have to do a 2-factor authentication on a fucking device. I'll be right back.
Hey, Rabbi, you there? Nah, I think you got hit with the 2-factor authentication. Probably gonna start streaming myself just because I feel like playing some video games. Because I'm not great or anything.
This 2-factor authentication shit is an absolute goddamn nightmare for someone who does what I do. I can't tell you how many fucking accounts out of which I've been locked just because I fucking lost an account or lost a phone number or don't have access to a fucking thing. It's just a huge, huge fucking pain in the ass. An absolute clusterfuck. It's just unfucking believable. And I'm going to continue to just be pissed off until it works. And if it doesn't work, then we'll explore other options, but it sucks. I know it's for the safety of your accounts and everything, but it sucks. WTF. Oh yeah, baby. Well, your rabbi is trying to figure out this fucking monkey app, and I'm gonna take this fucker over if I can log into my goddamn account. Okay, I think I got it. Dog, that sucks. Everything about it sucks. Oh, fuck. Alright. Now what? Monkey app time. Yes. Right. If you want to take part in their program where you get paid like $16 an hour to stream, you can only stream to their platform. But dog, I would push that fucking limit so badly. I'd be like, okay, I won't stream, but my friend will restream everything that I fucking do, and I'm the friend. Like, how do you enforce it is really my thing. I can get you that. Yo, what up? Yo, what up, Michael? How are you? Check this out, baby. You're live on YouTube, son. What do you want to say to YouTube? Hell yeah.
Yo, what's up, YouTube?
Hell yeah. You want to see yourself live on YouTube? You want to see yourself live on YouTube with all your money?
Oh, hell no.
Oh, hell no to you, too. Hey, what up, Tristan? Oh, I didn't know you could send friend requests. What up? How are you? Yo, dog. What up, Juju? Dog, you're live on YouTube. How are you, baby? What do you want to say to YouTube? What do you want to say to YouTube?
I'm a 16-year-old kid, and he just called me baby.
Dude, that what up? How are you? Hey, you want to see yourself live on YouTube? I call everybody baby. What up, Chris? How are you? Oh, God, get that out of here. What up, Chrome? How are you? What up, HG? How are you? Yo, dog. How are you? What up? How are you? You are too young to be on here, dog. Max, how are you?
I'm good, bro. How about you?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. Did you know that you're live on YouTube right now on 6 different streams?
Oh, that's hard.
What?
How many viewers?
Dude, maybe 150,000 at this point. Somewhere between 150,000 and like 8. somewhere. Hell yeah, dog, right here. Hey, can you guys say hi to my man over here? His name is Max.
What's up? I can't see anything though.
Okay, well, Caspian C, he's showing his screen right now, and GB's doing something. But here, you're live on YouTube here. You're live on YouTube there, and there, and there, and then I've got 4 bots here, and then you're live on YouTube here. What do you want to say to YouTube? Dude, I just had somebody mention me on TikTok who has over 300,000 followers. It's a big fucking deal. I'm the biggest fucking deal ever, dog. I have more content online than any person ever. I have 3 years, 24/7, 365 content.
What's the point?
World peace. I want a platform to be able to discuss world peace. So we can discuss world peace right now. Do you want world peace?
If I want peace.
Yeah, I want peace everywhere.
Yeah, who doesn't want peace?
Some people, and I want to convince them otherwise.
I have a question. Who will you vote on in this election?
To be honest with you, I don't think voting really makes a difference. It's really who controls the politicians. And I think it's more strategic to control the politicians than it is to vote.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense. Wait, are you really a Rothschild?
I am. It's on my passport. It's on my driver's license. It's in my DNA.
So you from the Rothschild family?
We're all related. There are like 5,000 of us in the United States alone.
That's hard.
Oh, yeah.
I'm from the Anderson ancestry.
Very cool. What do you want to say to your Anderson friends and relatives?
I don't really have anything to say to my, my Danish ancestry family tree is not very big.
Well, you're going to be a very rich person someday. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
I'm going to make you very rich. Dude, I have more content than any person in global history, and content is king. I have been live streaming 24/7, 365 on YouTube from 6 different streams, and that's more content that's ever been archived ever. You can go back and watch my life on multiple streams. It's a time capsule for the world. Robert, how are you, dog? Kian, how are you, dog?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. Did you know that you're live on YouTube right now? Do you want to see yourself live on YouTube?
No.
All right, well, take care. Yo. You know what? I'm going to have a rule. Anyone who shows up on here who's not 20, I'm just going to move on. Meaning, yo, what's going on? How are you? What up, Tiago? Oh, dude, I remember you from earlier. You were like, couldn't hear me. Can you hear me now? Damn it. But I remember him. Yo, what up? Oh, you're not 20 yet. Yo, what's going on, Michael? How are you? Hey, I'm kicking ass, taking names. Did you know that you're live on YouTube right now?
I am.
Yeah, you want to see yourself? Excellent. All right, do you have the ability to check out YouTube? It's okay if you it's okay if you don't. I've got a device and I'm going to show you. All right, check this out. You're live on 6 different YouTubes right now. So just one moment and I'll show you yourself. And you'll be like, oh, holy shit, that's crazy. Just one moment. Dog, I have more data online than any person in global history. I've been going 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. Here we go. Dog, who else is delivering this kind of fucking service to you? Watch yourself. You're going to watch yourself. Just for a moment. This is fucking amazing. Oh, dude, I'm moving on. They moved on. They didn't want to see themselves. I get you. What up? Yo, what up, Trayvon? Hey, you're live on YouTube. You want to see yourself live on YouTube? Do you want to see yourself live on YouTube? Yo, this guy's on YouTube. Hell yeah. What up, Derry? How are you, baby? What up, weedhead? Yo, dog, you're live on YouTube. Do you know what YouTube is? Yo, let's feature your music. Yeah, dog. All right. Very, very cool. Tight. Yo, Vic. Cool, dude. Did you know that you're live on? Yo, you're oh, you're not 20. Yo, what's up, Osama? How are you? Hey, did you know that you're live on YouTube right now? Do you want to see yourself live on YouTube? Okay. Well, I want the best for you, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Take care. Take care, Osama. That was Osama, everybody. I'm going to become really good friends with him. What up, Jeremiah? How are you, dog? Hey, you know you're live on YouTube? You're live on YouTube. Do you want to see yourself?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, just one moment. This is the biggest deal in global history. This person just mentioned me on YouTube. Okay, or on TikTok. Here we go. She has 300,000 followers. Okay, just one moment. We got. What do you want to say to YouTube? There's like a 30-second delay. I'll type it for you. If you search Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live, you'll see that you're live on 6 different streams. Filter by live. You can see yourself. Oh yeah, you're live right now. There's like a 30-second delay. What do you want to say to the world, Jeremiah?
Just guys, stay positive and don't let nobody ruin your guys' day.
There you go. We're going to make you rich someday. I have more content on the internet than any person in global history. And we're going to monetize it, and we're going to make sure that you and your family and your friends are taken care of for the rest of the time. You're live on the biggest timeline in global history, and I'm going to do my best to make sure that all your dreams come true. Excellent. All right, dog. Well, you have a wonderful day, okay? Bye, Jeremiah. That's Jeremiah, everybody. He kicks ass and takes names. Yo, what up, dog? How are you? Wilson. I can see that motherfucker trying to move forward. Anderson Travis, how are you, dog? Dog. Yo, what up, Jabri? How are you? What up, Micaiah? What up, Aaliyah? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. I'm live streaming on more than 8 different. Oh, get out of here. Yo, what? Oh, you're not 20. No, I'm gonna have a bar rule. If you can't get into a bar, you can't talk to me. 21 and up. Yo, what up?
Good, dude.
Hey, are you 21?
Yes.
All right. Nah, I don't believe you. No 21-year-old is wearing a fucking Mickey Mouse mask. And maybe they are, but I don't want to. That you're cool, but that's not my thing. Yo, dog, not 21, man. I have a 21 rule. You got to be able to get in a bar to speak to me. What up, Bebo? How are you, baby? Hey, I hope you're doing well. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You speak out of it.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. Peace, man. Yo, you don't look 21. Yo, you guys don't look 21. Yo, Larry, how are you? I'm Rabbi Rothschild, and you're live on YouTube. Did you know that?
What?
You are live on YouTube on 6 different streams. Did you know that? Yeah, it's a big deal. Yo, what up, Namal? How are you? Yo, Cheeks. You can't get into my bar. Yo, dog, I don't like people use that language. I mean, under those kind of circumstances. Use it if you're allowed to, but dog, come on. Sam McGee, you're not 21. Nope, not 21. I'm passing up a lot of motherfuckers, but it's all for the best. Man, I wanted to talk to Gia from Azerbaijan. S, what up? S, you know you're live on YouTube? Dog, did you know that you are live on YouTube? Yo, dog. Blaine, did you know that you're live on YouTube? Blaine. Oh, shit. I didn't know that motherfucker was there. Dog, how are you? Yo. Who is this? How are you? Dog, is that Lar? Oh, look at you at the beach looking all hot. Good for you, girl. You go get it. Dog, do you know... Dogette, do you know what Monkey App is? Oh, it's a big fucking deal. Let me introduce it to you. You can meet random ass people and just chat with them. And I am pushing them all towards my stream. I built 4 different robots that are flooding the Kick app that are making a bunch of people come to my stream. And then on top of that, I am using the Monkey app so that everybody knows about me, like the Moses. Check this out. Say hi. Yo, it's a girl, like a real chick, dog. What do you want to say to her? What do you want to say to her?
Hello.
Hey, he says hi. Lord, what do you want to say to this guy?
What the fuck? You can't even say. This is funny as hell. What the fuck is this?
Doug, you're live on YouTube. You're on 6 different YouTube. You're on the Rabbi Rothschild show. How are you, baby?
Yo, I'm so tired.
Okay. Well, get some sleep then. But before you do that, hold on. You're live on YouTube. Don't you want to see yourself? Come on. All right. Well, you take care, man. Peace. Yes, ma'am. Oh, phenomenal. I'll have my binoculars on. I will have my binoculars on, my friend. No, it would not. It would be against the culture. Yo, dog. Yo, how are you? Dog, you're not 71 years old. This kid. Fucking. That is something that I absolutely would have done as a kid. I would have gotten banned like 15 times on here, and then I would have gotten another account, and I would have been like, I'm 100 years old. Yo, what up? How are you, Christian? Christian isn't 21. He's not coming into the bar. Jerry. Jerry's from France. So, Laura, do you want to talk to people or no? You want to just listen? Okay, well then you can listen. It's a big deal. Hey, Laura, do you know Caspian Sea? Hey, he's my friend from Las Vegas. He actually, believe it or not, was a viewer of mine on YouTube, and I convinced him to come to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram, and now here he is. What up, Sal? How are you?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. Did you know you're live on 6 different YouTube channels right now?
Oh, I didn't know that.
What do you want to say to the world?
What's up?
Saul says, what's up? Let me tell you what I've got going down here. I am live streaming on 6 different YouTube channels, and I have been 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. It's the most amount of content anyone has on YouTube, and I'm taking over the Monkey app. Do you want to see yourself live on YouTube?
Sure.
All right, here we go. Sure. This is Saul. Hey, Laura, say hi to Saul. Caspian C, say hi to Saul. GB, say hi to Saul. We have a bunch of people in the Telegram here, and I've got you live on YouTube. Just one moment. Here we go. All right. This is Saul. Hey, Laura, say hi to Saul. Caspian C, say hi to Saul. GB, say hi to Saul. We have a bunch of people in the Telegram here, and I've got you live on YouTube. Just for a moment. Here we go. This is Saul. Anything you want to say to the world, Saul? Okay, well, that's cool. I'm going to make you rich someday. It's like, okay, Rabbi, how are you going to make me rich? This is the largest timeline in global history that's been recorded. You can go back 3 years and see the news that has happened in the world and events that have occurred. You've also had the opportunity, perhaps in the future, to be able to study the human body because no one has as much data as I have uploaded to the internet. So for your information, it's a big deal, and I'm going to be able to monetize it. I'm going to make you and your family very rich. So I want you to know that I pass along good vibes to you, and I hope this isn't our last meeting. You take care, okay?
I appreciate it, man. Take care, man.
Peace, man. Take care.
Yes, maybe you kind of beach ball with the red, yellow, blue. That'd be awesome.
Yo, what's going on? Hey, you know you're live on YouTube? Dog. Hey, you know you're live on YouTube? Hey, dog, you couldn't get into my bar. You're 20. Yo, what up? Hey, shalom. What up, baby? Yo, what up, Munchie? How you? Munchie, I'm talking to you. What is this bullshit? Yo. Hey, how are you, Michael? Hey, we meet again. What's new, dog? Dog, I'm gonna become that motherfucker's best friend. Yo, Brad. Yo, dog, how are you? Hey, do you know that I am live streaming on YouTube? You want to see yourself live on YouTube? Okay, well, take care, guys. Yeah, you do. Yo, you're not 44, dude. Dex. Yo, you're not 21. You're not 21. Yo, what's going on? Yo, did you know that you're live on YouTube right now on 6 different streams? What do you want to say to the world? Cool, dog. Hey, man, to each his own. Yo, you know that you're live on YouTube right now? On 6 different streams? Yeah, dog. Did you know it's the biggest event in global history? Dog, no one has more data online than I do. Anything you want to say to the world?
Not really.
All right. Well, I want you to know that I'm Rabbi Rothschild, and I'm going to own this app. And so I hope that you have a wonderful day. Peace, man. Yo, Felipe, how are you, dog? Yo, Sosa. Is it Marcus Wentz? Marcus Wentz, how you doing, you little bitch? I'm kicking ass, taking names. Hey, how are you? You can't go to my bar. Yanni, how are you? Dog, you're not 30. Hey, Patan. What up, Matthew? How are you? Yo, you know you're live on YouTube right now? Do you know what YouTube is? 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 Dog. 3, 2, 1. Yo, do you know what YouTube is? Do you know what you're not 21. Do you know what? Yo, do you know what YouTube is? Yo. Do you know what YouTube is? Ava, what's going on, girl? Hey, do you know what YouTube is? Ava, do you know what YouTube is? Ava. 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 Yo, Derry. Do you know what YouTube is? Yo, Topsky, you know what YouTube is? You know what YouTube is? Hey, you know you're live on 6 different YouTubes right now? You're live on 6 different YouTubes right now.
Bro, is you really a Rothschild?
Hell yeah.
Can you initiate me into the Illuminati?
Absolutely. That's what this is, dog.
Alright, come get me.
We're sending a plane for you shortly. Dog, you're live on YouTube. What do you want to say to the world?
Man, free all the guys for all the rest, man.
Word.
Keep it free.
Word. Yo, Danny, how are you, dog? I'm kicking ass taking names. How are you, Aisa?
I'm good.
Dog, you are live on 6 different YouTube streams. What do you want to say to the world? You're live. You're live. All right, dog. Hey, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Anything else you want to say to the world? No, I know. I heard that. Anything else? Like, hey, I like macaroni and cheese. Puppies are great.
This is man from India.
Yo, dog. Hey, anything you want to say to the world, dog? Cool, dog. Yo, Dom, how are you? I'm kicking ass, taking names. Did you know that you're live on YouTube right now? Yeah. Yeah, you want to see yourself? You can speak French on it. Hell yeah. No, English, dude. English.
And I speak Thai, Samai Dimai.
Dog. English.
No, I speak Thai.
All right, well, that sucks. Hi? How the fuck is that? Yo, dog, how are you? Yo, dog, how are you? Dog. Yo, Shing. Dog, you're 104 years old? You're 104 years old? Yo, dog, yo, how are you? Hey, do you know what YouTube is? Do you know what YouTube is? Do you know what YouTube is? Yo. G-Bon. G-Bon. What up, Jason? What up, Michael? Dude, I meet you again. How are you, dog? What up, MXO? How are you? Yo, do you speak? Hey, did you know that you're live on YouTube right now? On 6 different streams.
Why is your name Rabbi Rothschild?
Because I'm a rabbi and my last name is Rothschild.
Well, who the fuck named you that, bro?
God?
God did.
How are you? What do you want to say to the world, dog?
Peace and positivity. I need to strive on.
Hell yeah, I'm going to make you rich. What do you want to say about your films?
I'm a photographer and videographer, bro. Yo.
Doug, then you're going to love to hear this. I have more content than any person in global history, and you know content is king, right?
Yeah, I'm liking on the content, dog.
Well, you're generating it right now. I'm telling you what, you got a really good spot. You should just live stream this on YouTube and Kick and all kinds of platforms. You're live on 33 different platforms right now, and you can do it all for free. And you can make money. So they say. What up? Dre. 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 Yo, Ajit, how are you, baby?
I'm good. What about you?
Yo. What up, Anki? Yo, how are you, Barian? Barland. Yo, dog. Yeah, 21. Not 21. What up? You know you're live on YouTube? Do you know what YouTube is? You're not 63. Yo, Eric. No, you're not 21.
Yeah, Nadia, you do.
You don't sound 21. What up, baby Space? You're live on YouTube. What do you want to say to the world? I'll type it to you. It's Rabbi Rothschild. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm the biggest fucking deal in global history. I have more content on YouTube than any person. Hell yeah. So here's what you want to do is filter by live, and I'm going to show yourself live on YouTube. And you're live on 6 different YouTube streams right now. You're live in 6 different Discords right now. You're live on Telegram. You're live on 33 different platforms right now. Yeah, Doug, I think somewhere around 100,000 at this point. You can see the stream. Dude, you're going to be the biggest deal in global history. This is Baby Space. He's kicking ass. He's taking names. And so type in Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live, and I'm going to show you yourself live on YouTube. It's the biggest fucking deal in global history, baby.
Damn, bro. 100K people. Oh my god.
Yo, did you know that you're live on YouTube? On 6 different YouTube streams. What do you want to say to the world?
I'm gay.
My man, Iraq is gay. Good for you, dog. Hey, Pride Month. Is this like you coming out of the closet, or do other people know this?
First time.
No way. I appreciate that you trusted me enough to be able to share this. Do you want to, and I want you to know that that is live on YouTube. So now it is archived for global history. But you can always come back, you know. But if you don't, if you want to, you know, stay over there, good, enjoy it. The water's fine, I hear.
Hey, hold on, bro. I'm gay.
That's cool.
But I'm a beaner. I'm Mexican.
That's cool too.
No, that's even worse.
No.
Gay Mexican.
Both are really positive, and you should know in the future, especially, you'll be seen as a trailblazer for both cultures. You're live on YouTube. Do you want to see yourself live on YouTube? This is a big deal.
Yeah. Show me.
Okay. Here we go. Just one moment. Dun, 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 dun.
What?
Hell yeah, dog.
Are you a streamer? Are you PewDiePie? Mr. Beast?
I'm bigger than both of them. I have 30 times more content than PewDiePie and Mr. Beast combined. That's crazy that you mentioned them because I have more than 30 times both of them. I've calculated it. I've been live streaming now on more than 6 different devices 24/7 for more than 3 years for world peace. I don't want any war anymore.
I mean, you're doing a good thing, so I appreciate that, man. I mean, like, where's my fucking go?
You got it, baby.
What do you do? Like, you just ask people questions? You get a lot of gay people here on telling, I mean, like,
well, yeah, I am a transgender, and transhuman icon. I have been both non-binary and I'm currently a woman, according to the state of California. And I want you to know that as a woman, I do my best to fight for women's equality, particularly on the internet. Since the internet doesn't necessarily think that I'm a woman, am I really a woman? I like fucking chicks, dog. That's what I do. But I am a transgender icon and a transhuman icon because I don't think we die. If you can get the right amount of influence and be able to provide for the right amount of scientific procedures like life extension technology and mind uploading technology, where you download your mind into you upload your mind into a machine and download it into an avatar, a cybernetic being, a robot, and perhaps a clone of yourself, older or younger, anything that you want. And so because of that, I may one day want to be a woman. And so I also don't want people out there to think it's that hard to do that. Like, that you can do it. You can have courage to do it. Anybody can do it. Anybody can do it, especially because he's been both non-binary and a woman. And I also think that as well, it's really important for people to know that it's an option. A lot of people don't know it's an option. Yo, Naze, how are you, dog? What's up? How are you? You're live on YouTube. Do you know what YouTube is? Yo, what's going on? I gotta put this down for a second.
What are the fucking cute people?
Yo. 106-year-old person has spoken. This person's 120. Dude, hey, welcome to the fucking club. So I was really gonna celebrate that fact, and then very quickly we get met 120-year-olds. Hey, FSG. Yo, how are you? Yo. Yo, how are you? I don't think you're 26. What up, Taj? How are you? What up, Patrick? What up? Hey, to my man Caspian C, that's the kind of bullshit tweet that will go viral. Caspian C, did you hear me? I'm not saying it's not a good tweet. I think it's a very good tweet. Holy shit, that's a view. I said, holy shit, that is a view. Good for you. Look at you. Yo, dog. Calm, James, calm. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. That job, mother, experience. And by day. Joe Rogan podcast, okay.
It's a good example of this new wave of streamers who try to make a name for themselves by being a public nuisance and not much else. Someone like you or me may look at this clip and see it as the embarrassing display of desperation that it is, but it's important to remember there's also an entire generation of younger viewers out there who may see it differently. Believe it or not, this kid does have an active fan base, one that festers over on the controversial Twitch alternative, Kick.
I got to dodge the entire family. What's your name?
Kick is popular for a few reasons. For one, it's a safe haven for degenerate gamblers to broadcast their addictions in real time. I mean, the crypto casino stake that serves as its lifeblood was started by Kick co-founder Ed Craven. They call him that because he's craving a jackpot every time he opens his fucking stream. But Kick is also known for its brazenly loose terms of service, being marketed by their co-owner and friend of this channel, Aiden Ross, as the ultimate beacon of free speech for this very reason. Unrelated, but in preparation for this video, I did sit down and watch an Aiden Ross stream, and I kid you not, this is what he was talking about when I first tuned in.
Don't call me when we were about to say, y'all make your bro pee by like putting his hand in water. What? He peed his pants, it was a drunk night, he blacked out. I took my 2 fingers and rubbed it on his crotch area, so I got like pee in my fingers, and he opened his mouth, I put his own pee in his mouth.
Incredible stuff happening on Kick. There's nothing like it. It seems like every other day we see someone over there pulling a gun on their girlfriend or throwing an Uber driver's phone in the street or pissing out of their second-story window. Those last two were actually the same person, by the way. Shout out to Xena the Witch on Kick. 300 bookmarks. It's diabolical. But the point is, you have to really try to get even as much as a 10-day ban on Kick. It takes a lot. Just want to add something else here before we continue. While I was editing this video, 2 other creators wound up in the news for streaming themselves on Kick, drinking and driving. Just flying down the interstate at 110, throwing back a bottle of Smirnoff, being an active danger to everyone else on the road. Even hurling the bottle out the window into oncoming traffic at one point. Kick is barely a year old. How has it already had so much controversy? Take Riot Lol, for example, who was recently outed by YouTube for something about chickens as a groomer who would use the Omegle alternative, the monkey, to collect explicit images and videos of young girls on stream to post in a Discord server without their consent or knowledge. Many of these girls were underage.
Wait, listen, how old are you? I'm 19.
Oh, I'm 16.
You said 18?
Yeah.
Riot's account has since been deleted, but not until this video began making the rounds, causing a bit of a PR problem for the folks over at Kick. Something About Chickens showed evidence of a literal Kick staff member in a Riot's chat at the same time Riot was speaking to underage girls. Not exactly the best look for the platform, I think most would agree. What could have been a promising competitor to the monopolies of YouTube and Twitch has so far been nothing but a breeding ground for the lowest, most obnoxious, illegal activity you can think of. And that isn't much of an exaggeration to say. Today, we'll be documenting a total of 5 Kick streamers who have all become infamous for their own separate reasons. Not all of these people are nearly as criminal as Riot, of course, which is why we'll be starting easy, with some of the least egregious offenders first, before moving on to the more depraved scumbags later on. This is going to be a long one, and it probably won't be the easiest to sit through at certain points. But I am personally fascinated in shining a light on the more unique personalities Kick has been known to harbor. And by unique, I mean downright villainous.
The good thing is that we get real names. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. I get real names of individuals. Like, their actual names and shit, where they live, the family photos. It hits differently on a different platform.
But we obviously have a lot to cover today, so before we get too deep here, I want to go ahead and thank today's sponsor, Delete Me. If you're at least a little bit scared of data brokers, you should be. For all we know, they're scouring the internet right now in search of your publicly available information to sell against your will, opening the door for all kinds of stalking, cyber attacks, and even identity theft, all of which I'm not a fan of, which is why Delete Me works to keep your information nice and private. I'd recommend Delete Me just for how fast they managed to identify where exactly my data has been posted and how seamlessly they were able to remove it. Just submit the information you want to be removed from search engines and receive a detailed Delete Me report in as little as 7 days, showing how much data was found, where it was found, and how it was removed. Another thing I appreciate is that as the data broker industry expands, so does the list of sites Delete Me scans for, making them as effective in removing as much PII as possible, or personally identifiable information if you're stupid like me. PII can be easily found through public government records, self-reported information, and social media, just to give you an idea of how pervasive this stuff is. Trust me, it's something you don't want to mess around with. So don't wait. Visit joindeleteme.com/Jobry right now and get 20% off your U.S. consumer plan when you use promo code Jobry at checkout. Again, that's joindeleteme.com/Jobry, promo code Jobry when you check out. Huge thanks again to the wonderful people over at Delete Me for sponsoring this behemoth of a video. I can't think of anyone who captures the aura of Kick.com better than Neon. Neon has garnered a reputation as this kind of sniveling hype beast dork who's constantly staring at his phone for validation from his chat. And I mean constantly. He's never not looking at what other people are saying about him. Alright, what? But then he'll also just let other big streamers bully him to his face.
Why would you say? Why not? Because my ass flush. Why do that? Why am I right now? I don't know any. Don't do harder. Apologize to EDG, Dub, Woo. Why keep doing it? I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean it, bro. Say, I'm gonna buy your album tomorrow. I'm definitely not doing that. I'm buying his album.
I guess in order to be famous, Neon had to give up any semblance of a spine he may have had. The kid has a negative self-respect at this point. Watch any clip to see what I mean.
Kick documentary.
He also gets jumped a lot. That's sort of his thing too.
This is a public announcement. Anyone who sees me IRL, I will give you $1,000 if you beat my bro. No one's fucking touching me. I'm untouchable, bitch. I'm untouchable. Look whose shoes we got. Got his ass lacking. Come on, bro.
Though he's faked getting jumped so many times that the one time it ended up being real, people in his chat still said he scripted it.
I even say else for any of no soul. There's only fucking choppers on top of us. Outside.
Yeah, people don't really like Neon very much, if you couldn't already tell. And that includes his own bodyguard.
You got 80,000 people watching you disrespect me.
Wait,
That's how we're doing it?
I always do that.
Guess what? It's always fucking disrespect.
I don't mean it like that, though.
But that's what it reads like. You're doing too much.
If you happen to be religious, I urge you to please pray for this man's sanity.
If I was a girl and I came in a room, I could be tripping to see me, bro. I swear to God, bro.
But before leveling up to the sneako wannabe he is today,
let's break. Stop driving my car. I think I'm gassed.
Get out.
Neon was once just a little kid from Texas trying to make it big on YouTube. In fact, he and I actually both started making videos at roughly the same age, I found out, with the bulk of his early content being him playing NBA 2K, not unlike the beginning of another popular Kick streamer's illustrious career. These didn't generate the most views, but you could tell he was having fun with it, uploading multiple times a week from 2016 to 2020. Despite what Neon eventually turned into, I have to admit, some of this early stuff is actually kind of endearing.
I'll tell you soon if Neon 2K here, but this year I'm at 178 subs. But at 1K subs, I will be doing a face reveal, so tell all your friends.
If we're looking at it in a vacuum, it's actually kind of sweet watching someone so young work to make his dreams come true. He'd answer questions from his viewers and open up about his struggles with motivation. You really get a sense that he cared about his public image. He was heavily invested in the content he made and the community he was a part of, even beefing with other creators from an early age.
People want to get their views and start acting bait. And then he has the nerve to lie on stream. He doesn't want smoke. He doesn't want me to pull up again.
I'm sorry. He doesn't want the smoke. Bro, you're 12. Go do your homework. He began to seek out his audience's approval more and more, and chastising them when they said something he didn't like, and to seeking out reassurance that they still supported him whenever he'd take breaks.
I just want to let y'all know that I'll be taking a break from streaming, but let me know if you still support me in the comments. Let me know if you still support me.
Worrying about approval from an audience of complete strangers is not usually something a normal child has to think about. And honestly, it's easy to imagine that would mess with you.
Bro, like, y'all would really be motivating me right now, y'all. All these comments say my channel is dead, y'all. I understand my channel is dead, okay? Let me grind. And let me go crazy. I'm trying. I know I've been doing this YouTube stuff for over years, kind of demotivating that, like, people stop supporting me.
He was definitely becoming more and more desperate to please his fans. The pressure to always perform is what I imagine led him to continue raising the stakes with every new upload. He had this whole arc where he pretended to get arrested for breaking into his neighbor's house and needed to get bailed out from jail by a friend. The description for this one is so wild to me. This is Maddie Mags. I had to upload this video for Neon due to the fact that he got detained earlier than expected. Please keep him in your prayers. Please pray he comes back home soon. Well, thankfully he did. Only a couple days later, where he tells us all about the tough time he had in the slammer.
It was kind of scary, bro. Because, like, you know, there's a bunch of old people over there, like, mustaches and beards, and it got me scared. I just kept on doing my wild Indian dance, and they were just making fun of me, bro. I had a red dot on my forehead when I went in there. I had a big red dot, and they said my red dot looked like the Target logo.
Okay. I think Neon is also the first streamer in history to ever be swatted by a U.S. president.
What exactly? What do you look like and where do you live?
These were the videos that started to get him some heat. I don't think I need to sit here and tell you why this stuff wasn't well received.
Yo, Ringo, what's good, bro? Hey, man, hello. Please give me my anger.
Hear that? It's the sound of peace and quiet. It's kind of nice after hearing this kid yell for so long. But you have to understand that Neon's content hinged on pure clickbait and sensationalism. Whether it be pretending to interview a COVID patient at the height of the pandemic.
I found this dude, bro, and he says he has the coronavirus, bro. If this dude really has the coronavirus, bro, this is gonna be a banger video, bro. Let's go. Yo, sick, bro.
Yo. What's good, bro?
Yo, you already coughing, bro? Are you serious, bro?
Or straight up faking his own death for clout and attention, which is honestly pretty creative for someone that young. I'm not gonna lie. On December 21st, 2019, Neon's brother made an announcement that Neon was in critical condition in the hospital and needed immediate brain surgery to remove a tumor from his head, and that if the surgery didn't work out, he would, quote, bleed to death. Now, I'm not a doctor, of course, but I am pretty sure that's not how that works. I admire the commitment, though. I mean, they even go so far as to say Neon's been acting weird lately and has been having 3 to 5 seizures a day, ending with the call to action, hashtag pray for Neon. I'd rather pray for whoever's body that is in the thumbnail. Who is that? Now, this might all look pretty dire, but if you were to visit Neon's second channel at the time, you discover this video was posted on the same exact day.
His brother said he's in critical condition in hospital right now, on the verge of death. But take a look at this video he uploaded on his second channel.
We're going to be having some bangers on this channel. Drop a sub, drop a like, turn on the post notifications. But we're going to be doing giveaways. We're going to be playing so many different games. Everyone drop a sub if you haven't already, man.
But in case you weren't convinced, Neon did go on to state his final words 2 days later.
For everyone who thinks this is a joke, bro, this stuff that's happening is not something to joke around about. You know, what's happening with me is not something that should be joking around about. You guys should not be playing around about this, bro. This is actually serious stuff that people go through, bro.
I didn't know they had gaming chairs in the hospital. I also love the way he emphasizes how this is not a joke, but we all know what he's doing. Or actually, maybe not all of us, since his very next video, the one announcing his death, garnered a pretty favorable like to dislike ratio from Neon's audience. The videos are now gone, so it's hard for me to find any of the comments from this era, but it is pretty hilarious to think there was anyone out there who actually fell for this. I mean, his death video is just a compilation of his best NBA 2K moments. What an epic eulogy. Fast forward a few days later, though, and wouldn't you know it, the tomb is empty and Neon is risen. He triumphed in the gulag and went back to making quality content that didn't offend anyone. The end is what I would be telling you if he didn't go on to become a fucking kick streamer. That's right. After a 2-year hiatus, Neon made his grand return to YouTube with a vlog of himself walking around Jacksonville, Florida, hanging out just by himself. I mean, was no one else available that day? This video just feels lonely. But he balances that out by being a pushy, overly aggressive asshole to random people who don't even really seem to get mad at him. They're just confused.
I know you people smoke and sell drugs and shit the fuck out, bro. I'm gonna say it nicely before I actually sue you, and you. You know exactly why you fuckers are gonna lose in court. Get the fuck out of my store. Goodbye. Thank you, man.
I'm not really sure who exactly this fake tough guy persona appeals to, and I'd be willing to bet neither does Neon. What he lacks in talent, he makes up for in desperation.
Tell me back to the fucking strap. I'm gonna shoot you in the head. I'm gonna shoot you in the head.
Neon strikes me as one of those guys that normal people only hear about every couple months when he inevitably does something supremely stupid to land himself on the front page of Dexerto or whatever. His regular day-to-day content is so bland and it's so geared towards the youngest demographic imaginable that there's no reason to really talk about him unless he's doing something uniquely unhinged, which still happens more than you'd think. I can personally attest to having to rewrite this particular segment multiple times during the making of this video because he would not stop trending for things like putting himself into others in a life or death situation in hopes of going viral. Maybe you saw the little joyride he recently took with Instagram personality Squeeze Bins a few weeks back. Squeeze Bins is someone whose hobby has made him a literal wanted criminal. He belongs to a community of anonymous drivers who derive thrill from renting supercars and cutting recklessly through traffic, going 100 over the speed limit on freeways which are occupied by regular people. Families, new drivers, people who didn't sign up to be around someone like Squeeze.
But there's also other people at risk when you do this. Innocent civilians. So what do you think about the element of danger for that?
I've been doing this since since I was 9. I got into professional, like, you know.
I'll admit, I don't really understand the appeal of putting the lives of so many innocent civilians at risk for what is essentially just a dumb gimmick at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how skilled of a driver you think you are. All it takes is one person to accidentally change lanes when you don't expect it for multiple people to wind up dead in an instant. But try telling that to Squeeze and his 670,000 followers. There is a market for this kind of negligence, and Neon figured that by doing a collab with Squeeze, he would successfully create some epic viral
Yo, what up, baby?
which he absolutely did, just maybe not for the reasons he had hoped.
And I get really scared. I can't afford that. You have my word. You will only go at 7 above the speed or 10 above. What's the legal?
Let's say 20 above the speed.
No. 10.
Squeeze's crew, I'm sure, can read the anxiety in Neon's voice, and instead of being straight up with him, they continuously reassure Neon that this is going to be an easy drive. You know, we're not going to do anything crazy. If you feel uncomfortable, I will grab this stuff. He's not going to wild out. We'll stop whenever you get uncomfortable, bro. You can trust us. When in fact, bro could not trust them. I'm also not sure what it being a 2023 Lambo would have anything to do with safety here. Going 120, man, you really think an airbag's going to bail you out of this one? The conversation goes on for a few minutes until finally Neon is psyched up and ready for what he probably knows deep down is going to be a pretty dangerous situation. These guys may be lying scumbags, but Neon is also an adult capable of making his own decisions. He's aware of who Squeeze is and has presumably seen enough of his content to know what this little cruise might very well entail. Not to mention his entire demeanor shifts once he realizes how much his chat is loving this.
Bro, the chat's going crazy for you, Squeeze. W Squeeze in the chat, bro. Could you Squeeze? You do like the unthinkable, bro. Chat, how did that look to y'all, bro?
Once Neon believes the scariest part to be behind him, he can't stop singing Squeeze's praises, dick riding the dude who could have just killed him a few minutes prior. He literally says, "I can't say I had a good time or I'll get banned."
I mean, I can't like say I was having fun until we get banned, so I had a bad time.
That's how you know he has zero regret for any of this. And despite the whole song and dance he tried to put on to drum up sympathy after Squeeze's driving resulted in a shocker, not crash.
All I know, I'm gonna leave it with this chat. I was there to do a Q&A, sit in his car, we agreed and handshake, only 10 over the speed limit, unless we're so crazy, and I can't do shit. I'm sitting in the car. What am I supposed to do, bro? Can't just jump out when it's going 100 miles per hour, bro.
It's just so pathetic and disingenuous to see this slime ball turn around and pretend like he wasn't enjoying it the second it becomes convenient. Because if you didn't know, Neon actually did get banned shortly after this clip made the rounds. The thing he was so worried about happening, it actually ended up happening. Wow, who would have thought? Play stupid games and win stupid prizes. And I'm talking about really stupid prizes because Neon ended up getting his account back less than 24 hours later. Remember, this is Kick. Illegal activity might as well be a requirement. The amount of people who get arrested on the street. Yes, I'm still talking about Neon. I hope him going to jail all those years ago prepared him for being detained for real this time in a foreign country. Because during his trip to Dubai last month, Neon and his girlfriend Sam Frank were taken into custody for accidentally and illegally filming where they shouldn't have. According to the Sun, you needed the permit to film where Neon and his entourage were walking, but their biggest mistake came when their cameraman pointed the camera directly at the police. Not only did Neon initially try to get out of this by lying and saying he was a Make-A-Wish kid.
I'm fulfilling for an organization. Make-A-Wish.
But he also told the cops he wasn't filming when he clearly was.
It's off. It's off. There's nothing going on. All cameras are off. I just want to let you know we're trying to work with you guys.
This resulted in Neon and Sam spending 38 hours in a Dubai jail. With little to no live updates during this time, the only source on the matter was Aiden Ross, who told the press that it was a, quote, very sticky situation. This actually led some people to run with the narrative that Neon had died. Which, if I had a nickel for every time people online thought Neon was dead, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's really twice. The Neon eventually took to Kick to announce his safe return from the slam, reminiscing on how much they loved him in jail, and thanking Aiden for looking out for him and trying to get him home safe.
Aiden, yeah, he's one of the people who actually did look out, bro. I really appreciate that, bro. He really tried his hardest to get me out of the situation. His chat, it was a really crazy situation.
Now, I'm assuming that if you make enough loud, grating, and insufferable videos that nobody under the age of 10 can enjoy, Aiden Ross visits you in the middle of the night and invites you on stream. In fact, Neon made his first major debut on Aiden's stream with Andrew Tate back in 2023, when the latter was on house arrest for, well, I don't think I need to say. Only he had no idea what he was doing, and the entire stream came off pretty awkward, largely because of Neon. No wonder Aiden's chat wanted him gone only 15 minutes in.
My whole chat is filming to kill you.
I got one period. It's here. You know what's a period?
I mean, don't these jokes get old at a certain point? It's just the same thing over and over. And Neon is trying way too hard to impress his idols and prove to the world that, hey, he can be edgy too.
You're gonna burn in fucking hell, you Jewish. You.
Like, we get it, man. You can stop being so predictable for once in your life. Neon is so provocative for the sake of being provocative that there really is no thought process beyond, what's the most annoying thing I could say to make people mad right now? I'm not surprised the only people entertained by it are riding in the back of their mom's cars to school.
Did you say the woman? What? We love women.
But by getting so much exposure from Aiden, Neon quickly grew a sizable following on Kick. As a dude who cares about nothing and will say anything to anyone if he thinks it'll get a reaction. I mean, him laughing at a random kid's dad working at Walmart really exposes him as the out-of-touch asshole he is.
What did your dad do for you?
No, I'm such a bad guy. Like, that is someone who has never struggled for anything in his life. I'm sorry. If he can't set his dog shit persona to the side for 10 seconds to not mock a minimum wage worker unprompted, and it's no wonder he gets his ass beat everywhere he goes. He's happy to dish out absurd amounts of money to flex on people around him, but when it comes to helping those same people out monetarily, he suddenly no longer shits money. If that is someone who's
that's the vibe I want to get. That's the vibe you want to put out there, right? I shit money. I don't shit the money.
No wonder he gets his ass beat everywhere he goes. He's
He's happy to dish out absurd amounts
He has no perspective, so he's incapable of showing any kind of respect, and he's found a profession where that can be incredibly lucrative. He can harass women, be openly racist and transphobic, start fights with people 3 times his size, all without any incentive to grow and change as a person, because this is what continuously rewards him with 80,000 live viewers, which even that is... how do I put this? Highly debatable. For over a year now, Neon has been unable to beat the view-botting allegations. In fact, they've only gotten worse, with the YouTuber Cameron posting a video last month where he questions how Neon, as someone with a significantly smaller following across all platforms than XQC or Aiden Ross, is managing to pull up more live viewers than them. Cameron argues that if these views were legit, we would see that reflected across other platforms. And in the case of Neon, we just don't.
Aiden Ross goes crazy on Kick. He's the top Kick streamer. And if you look at his other social medias, you can tell that he gets some pretty good engagement. Kai Cenat, on the other hand, is one of the top Twitch streamers. You can tell that his viewers rock with them on all platforms. Somehow Neon averages more viewers than both of them. And Neon literally only has a fraction of what they have on all of his other socials.
That in itself is hard to explain, but there definitely is no way to explain how Neon managed to jump from 10K live viewers to 70K in under 30 minutes. And that's just one instance that Cameron was able to catch himself. Other reports seeing Neon, the view count randomly spiked from 2 all the way to 40,000 live viewers in a span of 30 seconds. That's just unheard of for a guy like Neon, who simply does not have the same influence as XQC and Aiden Ross. Even Trainwrecks TV, another co-founder of the site, has accused Neon of botting, with Ed Craven going out of his way to ban Neon's name from his chat.
Could someone ban the word Neon? We don't give a fuck about Neon right now. Listen, big shout out to all people who give talk, do streaming on Kick, but come on.
So it's really no exaggeration to say that whenever Neon finds himself in some shit, his genuine supporters are few and far between. Neon caught his first ban in March 2024. And without even double checking, I can confidently tell you this was his first ban because Kick hardly bans anyone. I mean, Kick is the place where you can own equity in the company and still stream the Super Bowl and earn to hundreds of thousands of children and face zero consequence. So if you're getting even temporarily banned from Kick, you've fucked up bad. But what could Neon have done that was so bad that the platform that doesn't usually care about anything, you had to step in?
Neon has now been banned for, and I got to read this on the screen just to actually process that it's real. He threatened to dox and sexually assault a young fan.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty bad, I guess. I haven't the slightest idea why Neon was in a Zoom with what looks to be a kindergartner in the first place, but when this kid started talking shit, you'd expect Neon, the dude who has built his career on doing exactly that to other people, to be able to take the heat. But instead, he immediately blew up and threatened to do things to this kid that I can't even repeat out loud without risking an age restriction.
I don't believe you're 10 years old. I swear to God, shut the up.
I just realized that's the kid from earlier. Wow, I love recurring characters. The puzzling abyss that is Neon's terminally contaminated mind is something that should probably be studied by Harvard. I mean, how do you even begin to make sense of a dude like this? It didn't take long for news of Neon's, quote, sudden ban to get picked up by all of the usual suspects, and before long, the clip had been seen by millions upon millions of people who were quick to weigh in on the discourse. Yes, Neon did threaten to dox a 12-year-old on stream. But did he know he was 12? If so, there's a line you don't cross when trash talking. Apparently, he was 14. So don't imagine everything. It doesn't really matter to me that Neon was trash talking. You're still an insane person for saying this to anyone for any reason, much less a minor. I mean, does that even need clarifying? I feel like I'm just stating the obvious here. I think it's safe to say he still doesn't understand the gravity of his little outburst, though, judging by the 2 piss-poor apologies he released next.
And I wanted to say this was an eye-opener for me in my eyes, and I'm not going to make anything bad like that happen ever again.
So there are a lot of issues with this video, but the standout moment to me is when Neon hilariously says this.
That was not something that comes out of a person like me's mouth ever. I'm not that type of guy. I'm not that type of person.
I'm sorry, but for anyone not aware, I'll just come out and say it. Neon is not a good person. This isn't controversial to say. I don't think even his fans who like him would consider Neon a good and decent person. I'm sorry, man. You are famous because people hate you. You can play a terrible person online if you own it. You're fine with that. But the moral posturing that becomes convenient for your career is the definition of disingenuous. People see right through it. If you actually want others to think of you as a good person, maybe let your actions speak for themselves and don't do stuff like this. Otherwise, you're just going to get written off and end up having to apologize again, which is exactly what happened.
Let me clear that up too, bro. Let me clear that up. I want to start off by saying I do not. Why am I smiling? I want to start off by saying, yo, we got hella people in here. God damn, man. I don't fuck with that shit. The fact that someone let me get to such a bad point in my the fact that someone let me get to such a bad point in my words and shit.
I mean, at least here he isn't hiding how he feels. He's annoyed that he's even having to do any of this in the first place, and I guarantee if he hadn't been banned, he wouldn't have addressed this at all.
The fact that someone let me get that down bad and say those things is really fucked up, and I want to take full accountability.
What do you mean you threatened to dox and assault a child because you were, quote, down bad, and then it's not your fault you said any of it because someone should have burst into the room and physically restrained you or something? Of course. I get that you're young, Neon, but you're way too old to be pulling this kind of shit. These aren't the NBA 2K Fortnite days, all right? You're now one of the leading streamers on Kick, and you need to set a better example if you want the site to not have the reputation it already does. But why would he do that? He can't even contain his emotions long enough to listen to basic criticism without immediately bursting to a weird, transphobic fit of rage.
Oh, here goes this guy, bro. Chat. I swear to God, bro. Hey, listen, whatever your name is, listen, bro, you want to fight? Let me know, bro. I swear to God, I will beat your ass. You're an annoying asshole. You blue hair. You are so damn annoying, bro. I hate this guy. I really hate him, bro. I want to. Not gonna say that.
I can't tell if this is a joke or if he's really that delusional, but if these two ever set foot in the ring, Charlie is shutting down this guy's entire bloodline. Okay, I'll just say that. Even the people trying to defend Neon can't get through to him. That's how far gone he is. I mean, he literally calls Keemstar a pedo for trying to defend him.
First of all, I defended you during this sort of situation.
Yeah, because you're a pedo yourself. That's why you defended me, you weird.
Dude, go fuck yourself.
There's just no value in trying to save this kid. It's over. He just can't help but be hated by virtually everyone who has to deal with him. But that doesn't make Neon unique by any means. In fact, being the internet's favorite punching bag is a trait especially consistent in our next specimen. Before becoming famous for harassing strangers in public and hiding behind his belligerent bodyguards when confronted for his own annoying behavior,
What? Well, pal, what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Jack Doherty was too, a young kid flipping markers at school and unboxing Call of Duty bundles in his living room floor, trying to build a legacy. While their career paths may have been similar, I have to say Jack Doherty has always been a little more trend savvy than Neon. 7 years and 14 million subscribers ago, Jack was already learning how to clickbait like his idols, the Pauls, trying his hand at innocent prank calls and hopping on the epic Killer Clown bandwagon of 2016.
Remember my Killer Clown? Yeah, he's back. He just texted me something like really creepy, and here it is. He's doing it again. Look, guys, he said, "I'm back," and then he put a knife. A knife. Look at that.
A simpler time. I guess Jack never got the memo, though, that in order to be a functional member of society, at some point, you kind of have to grow up. It's one thing to get kicked out of Walmart as an immature 13-year-old. It's another to do it as a millionaire adult.
All right, guys, so we're in Walmart. We're going to see how long it takes to get kicked out of the back.
Get out of my back room now.
My back room. My daddy owns this back room. You're assaulting the camera.
Daddy, chill.
Wait. It's not that deep.
Dude, you set out to make her mad. Now you're going to pretend like it wasn't that deep when she gives you the reaction you were looking for all along. But I guess that wasn't enough for a whole video. So he moved on to harassing and lying to another worker instead.
Hey, sir, would you be interested in a rim job? Really? You look like you can use a rim job. I'm asking you politely. It's not recording.
You really shouldn't feel so comfortable hassling someone who's just trying to do their job in peace, man. That's not normal. If you see someone working hard to get through the day and your first thought is, I should film this person and humiliate them online for clout, you need therapy. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I think we can actually learn a thing or two about modern day Jack by looking back at his early work. If you're wondering how he ended up doing stuff like this for clout and attention, it might possibly have something to do with him never being disciplined as a kid, and in fact, having his behavior enabled by his parents from a young age. Take this 7-year-old video, for example, where his mother willingly drives him to the actual FaZe house on the off chance he gets to meet his favorite YouTubers in the flesh, filming their home and neighborhood without permission. I mean, talk about a breach of privacy. This is about as parasocial as it gets.
We're at the FaZe house right now. Holy crap, guys, we're going in.
And it wouldn't have happened if his mom hadn't allowed it. It really gives you a sense of who calls the shots in the Doherty family, huh?
Thank you, Mommy.
What in
If
the
my
fuck
kid
is
ever
running?
asked me to drive them to a YouTuber's house, he's getting disowned. That's a joke. I don't have a kid, obviously. If I did, I'd be exploiting him in vlogs by now. Jack stands there a while, knocking repeatedly on the door, hoping, praying that he can maybe catch a single glimpse of one of the elusive FaZe members. But it's taking a while, and even his mother is getting impatient.
Biggest finish. Streamer global history. I fucking hate now.
I want them to come out so freaking badly.
But after loitering long enough, Jack finally gets his wish.
Oh my god! FaZe rain! FaZe rain! Guys, it's freaking FaZe rain! Get out of here! Holy crap! No, FaZe rain! You're leaving us!
And then it's over. Oh, that was worth it, huh? Shocked FaZe Rain would feel uncomfortable coming home to a random child filming him on his front porch. It's a real mystery why he sped away so fast.
Guys, so we're leaving the FaZe house. They didn't open the door. We saw his car and everything, but it didn't come out. Why?
Which goes back to the original point that if Jack had someone in his life to tell him that this was wrong and inappropriate and invasive, he may not have continued on down this path. And although it may sound cliche to say at this point, it seems Jack was never really taught that actions come with consequences. He reminds us of his entitlement all the time.
I can hear you. If he keeps recording, I'm gonna just wait for the camera. I don't care.
One thing I've noticed about Jack is that he is a serial vibe killer.
What is he doing, bro? Now we all get in!
For example, here he is at a beach party with a bunch of college kids he doesn't go to school with, or as he calls them, NPCs.
That's why she doesn't belong in college with all these NPCs.
He is very obviously the outcast in this situation, yet somehow he still sees himself as above all these other students. Investing in your future by getting an education? Not cool, according to Jack.
You're not cool. You guys are in school. Hey, school is not cool.
I'm sure it's easy to feel all high and mighty when you've got 2 security guards at your side to intimidate any drunk frat dude that may get fed up with your nonstop filming, but the irony of telling them to cry about it as he walks away with his tail tucked between his legs is just perfect. Jack has never been able to take even a fraction of the shit he dishes out. If you waste an entire day digging through Jack's bloated backlog of content like I have, you'll discover his Karen saga from 2020, where he would ride his dirt bike past his neighbor's house in the morning to intentionally piss her off like the asshole he is, label her a Karen, and milk her reaction for all the content he can, filming and provoking her instead of trying to resolve things maturely behind the scenes. Because why do that? Being reasonable and normal isn't an option when we've got merch to sell.
I want to say, guys, I dropped brand new merch. It's on the screen right there. It's super dope, guys. I know you'll love it.
They went back and forth for a while, culminating when renowned psychological mastermind Dr. Phil decided to get involved. Now, you'd think Jack would maybe revel in all this new exposure he'd be getting from going on Dr. Phil, and he definitely did, especially in this vlog leading up to his national television debut.
Basically, Dr. Phil has seen my videos about the Karen, and he wants me to come on Dr. Phil because he thinks I have a problem or something like that. And my manager's like, Jack, you gotta do this. Like, this could be great publicity for you. I'm like, yo, I'm down. Like, Dr. Phil, my mom's a huge fan.
But once he's in the studio and has to answer for being a dick to his neighbor, we see a slightly different side of Jack. His confidence is rattled, and he keeps trying to defend himself as a good person who is more than happy to apologize if need be.
I'm 100% willing to apologize to her right now. Rachel, I'm sorry for riding my dirt bike by your house.
Only those words ring hollow once he shifts into victim mode. What he did could have been worse, he says, even stating outright that he's being unfairly targeted for no reason.
But I was trying my best, and everyone was picking on me for, like, everything I do, you know? But, like, alright, I'm used to it, whatever. I'm getting attacked for everything I feel like. I could have put her face out on the internet, but I chose not to do that because I don't want it to have an effect on her life either. So, I'm just saying.
It's like he's genuinely a bit anxious about this new audience he's in front of, maybe not liking him.
She just exaggerates, like, everything. Like, the first time she started talking, she started, like, screaming at me. If she was respectful, I would have
Like, right, like I was like, sorry, I'll never ride
You
here.
kidding me? I watched the video.
Yo, dog.
You said 50,000 likes, and
That
I'll go
was
down there
literally
and do it
after
again.
she came to my house 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, I wonder why she kept doing that. He has no problem going after random people as long as he can talk shit from a safe distance where he benefits financially. But once it's time to be held somewhat accountable, that's where he falls apart. It's why he has to hide behind others for all the problems he creates.
What did I say? What did I say? I don't know. She said you was talking.
Yo, dog.
I don't know. I don't know. Did you say so?
Okay, no.
I didn't know who Jack was
Excellent.
until
I'm
I
here
saw
for
this
you.
video a few months ago. He had already established himself as one of the biggest personalities on Kick for reasons that we will unfortunately be getting into more later. But to many outside of the IRL streaming ecosystem, this was their first introduction to the Doughboy. We see him arguing with a dude by the name of Chase at David Dobrik's Halloween party. We know it's a Halloween party because of Chase's costume, which ironically and tragically has the phrase "get physicals" thrown across the front. Apparently Jack called Corinna Compton OnlyFans whore. And after pretending like he didn't say anything,
You think I said something? That's what I heard. That's all I heard. All right. And follow me. Jack, did you say something?
Yeah.
You think I said something?
He tries to walk it back by claiming he calls everyone an OnlyFans. Right? We're all OnlyFans whores here. Corinna is awesome, but only because he's being confronted.
You know Corinna lit. She is lit. Yeah, so don't talk. You can't talk.
It's not like a joke, but like,
Wait, yeah.
I call everyone an OnlyFans. We're all an OnlyFans.
Well, you can tell he's nervous with the way he anxiously sways back and forth and keeps eyeing his bodyguard, a man who calls himself Kane Kong, to help bail him out of the conflict that he instigated by badmouthing Corinna. It's only after Kane gets involved that Jack suddenly regains his energy and picks up a little more confidence. Now he's the big tough guy he wants us all to think he is.
So now, what's the next step?
Yeah, you want to say, like, you know what? Like, what are we getting? Oh,
You're bro. Damn.
you told me, bro. No, I'm gonna try myself to sleep tonight. Appreciate you. Don't care.
All right, then what?
Corinna explains why she doesn't want to talk to Jack. Completely valid, by the way. There are an infinite number of reasons not to be associated with this guy.
Just because I'm at a party and I don't want to talk to you, you say that.
No. That's not what.
That's literally what it was.
Okay, wait.
I literally just sent a clip in the middle of a party.
All right.
I just I'm at a party. No, I'm at a party. I don't want to be on the street.
But in the midst of this chaos is when Kane finally, and for no reason, with no warning whatsoever, decks Chase in the face and lays him out flat on the concrete. I can't show you the uncensored clip, of course, but all you need to know is that the dude did nothing to provoke anyone.
You're back,
He did
baby.
nothing. Plus, Kane is about 3 times the size of Chase anyway. There would be no reason to use all of his force to knock this guy to the ground, even if he had initiated. But he didn't, and if you didn't know, that is assault. But Kane should be well aware of that. This isn't the first time he's beaten someone up for no reason. Once knocking a woman unconscious when he was working as security for a DeBaby in 2019. Though if you ask him, he was only doing his job. After all, he thought she was a man, so I guess that would have made it totally fine. I mean, just earlier that year, a 22-year-old fan was reportedly only trying to get a picture with DeBaby when he was beaten senseless by Kane and other members of security to the point where he ended up in a coma and almost died, according to the family. It resulted in DeBaby getting sued. So with all of that in mind, I have no idea why Jack would hire Kane to work with him when he's proved himself to be such a massive liability. Unsurprisingly, Jack was met with a lawsuit of his own, and as far as I'm aware, it's still ongoing. But I don't think it helps Jack's case that this isn't the only time he's had a security step in for him. After all, the only reason they're there is to help Jack get away with what he does best, annoying the fuck out of everyone he meets.
What's your problem?
You can pretty much close your eyes and click on any random Jack Doherty video to find him making an ass out of himself in public. It's like he just can't help himself. I mean, this guy spends like 5 straight minutes making loud moaning sounds while getting a massage at a mall.
Oh, yeah, I like that. Harder. Oh, harder. I like it. Oh, yeah. In there, Shotty. Just like that.
No one laughs. It's just everyone being super uncomfortable, hoping it ends.
Give me that neck. Is it bad that it's turning me on? I'm gonna blow. That's coming. I'm gonna blow. I think I'm good here. I nutted.
Then he calls the masseuse disrespectful for not taking his money.
Here's $50. You have to take it. We're running. She just ripped up to 50 away. Give me that money back. Take this. Do it. Do it. You won't do it. Do it.
Please, just walk out.
Wait, do it. You won't. She just ripped up a $50 bill, bro. The disrespect.
He makes a big deal out of it and starts handing out bids of the $50 bill to random people who don't even know what the hell is going on. And of course, he has to remind us he isn't a mean person. He's not a bad guy. He just wants to put the masseuse's face on a shirt. Not to mess with her at all, of course. I mean, he's not doing anything wrong, remember?
It's like, I'm not being like mean or anything. I'm already putting on a shirt. It's not that deep. It's funny.
By the time it's printed, though, the lady, lucky for her, has already clocked out for the day. Still, that doesn't stop him from messing with any of the other workers.
Does he need help? Don't worry, I'm a professional.
It's as if he's on a mission to make everyone else's day so much worse. There is negative value in provoking a random teacher only to turn around and pretend like it was him in the wrong the entire time.
Why are you acting so stupid? Why are you acting stupid?
Dude, you shouldn't chew with your...
Why are you acting stupid?
You shouldn't talk with your mouth.
What's especially weird is that he at one point tells this guy he's 16, which is just straight up not true. He was 18 by the time he made this.
Get out of here.
I'm 16.
Get out of here.
Dude, chill. I'm 16.
An idiot.
Bro, chill. Just sit down and eat your food. Just sit down and eat your food.
But then again, he probably does see himself in a perpetual state of adolescence anyway. Why bother growing up when this is the behavior that's gotten in his dream house at 20 years old?
I feel complete, you know, and I'm only 20 years old, but this is a direct result of hard work, guys. Obviously, I wouldn't have anything I have if I don't work all day, every day. A lot of people hate on me because I have money, and I show that I have money.
Yeah, man, that's why people hate you, because you have money. It's totally not the other stuff. It's because you're too successful.
One thing people don't understand is I'm not just going to buy 2 Lambos and a McLaren and not show them online. I'm not flexing. I'm just getting my money's worth.
I hate to say this, Jack, but that is literally the definition of flexing, which is fine, and you just own it. Enough of the bullshit grandstanding. We're not all idiots.
A lot of people like to use my wealth against me and say I'm a brat, blah, blah, blah. If you talk to anyone around me, if you really got to know me, you would know I'm not like that. I wouldn't have what I have in life, but that's how I treat people around me.
Actually, Jack, it seems like the people around you want to beat you up. I don't know if you've noticed that. Would love to know who out there doesn't consider Jack Doherty an entitled, spoiled brat. This is why I like Jack. I know you work hard, Jack. Well said. You're a G. On God, bro. Respect. Bro, I don't get why people hate him. He works so hard to get everything he has. Yeah, working hard for Jack Doherty means trying to get kicked out of places, being involved in physical altercations, and flipping a golf cart over on his girlfriend just to go viral. A lot of hard work. I don't know how he does it. Jack's fans will commend him for grinding for his success and applaud how hard he must have worked to reach such a status. While meanwhile, the hard work in question is just getting in the way of a college tour.
It's not too late to turn around, guys. This guy's a capper, and UCLA pays him to lie.
Thank you so much for joining us.
It's not worth $60,000 a year. It's 2021. Do we really need college anymore, though? I might have to join you, though, on the tour. Is it cool if I join you?
Like I said, we can allow you to get on a tour. I need to continue.
Okay, I'm just going to keep walking. Like,
all right, so another thing about study abroad.
Speaking of broads, the broads here are gutsy as fuck.
There's nothing hard about what he does. It takes no skill to be Jack. It takes a flagrant disregard for the people around you, but that's not exactly something to commend now, is it? In fact, it's honestly a little terrifying what all Jack is willing to do for the dopamine. Like I mentioned earlier, I do, unfortunately, subject myself to these people's streams every now and then, and I just so happened to catch Jack Doherty at a time when he was lounged out in his Sprinter, bored out of his mind, trying to think of some way to occupy his time for the rest of the evening. The stream had already been going on 8 hours and was kind of hitting a lull. He needed something to get the chat raving again. I walked away from my computer for about 15 minutes and came back to Jack speeding down a residential neighborhood in a $50,000 Can-Am ATV that he's already crashed once, by the way, swerving on and off the road, veering dangerously close to all sorts of nearby trees, lampposts, fire hydrants, and power lines, with like 3 other people with him. To make it worse, I actually went back in the VOD and found him doing the exact same thing earlier in the day where there were more cars on the road.
I think, is this legal?
This?
Yeah.
No.
Hey, but you're the mom.
Absolutely not.
You should be telling us to stop.
You're having fun.
He keeps looking down at this chat and taking his hands off the wheel. I mean, the safety of himself and others isn't exactly a priority for Jack here, clearly. Like this cyclist he passes while staring down at his phone. Lovely. Jack has seemingly unlimited access to all the cars and money someone his age could ever dream of, without any of the responsibilities such wealth should require. But believe it or not, streaming isn't even his main income source. The overwhelming majority of Jack's YouTube views come from shorts, meaning he's hardly merely making enough money over there to fund the lavish lifestyle he flaunts in front of our faces, making the real, specific source of his wealth a bit trickier to pin down. I'm sure he made a lot from his cake deal, but Jack has to have something else going on to afford 21 homes in cash, at least $800,000 worth of cars, and an abundant watch collection. And it may just have a little something to do with his side hustle.
So many other people get trolled for their girlfriend doing OnlyFans, but I feel like me, Steve will do it. Like, we both don't get trolled for our girlfriends having OnlyFans.
But like you do, so it's okay.
Jack Doherty has an OnlyFans, but I don't think he uses it that much. I don't really want to know, to be honest with you, how often he uses it. I learned that he apparently kissed the Island Boys on there, you know, the incest twins who make out with each other. Those guys, sorry. It's not really an important detail to include. I just want you to know these twins do kiss each other on the lips for content, okay? That's where we are as a society. But Jack's millions don't necessarily come from his account, mind you. No, the bulk of his fortune comes from the girls he signs. Let me explain. If you recall, Andrew Tate discovered a long time ago that he could get very rich by hiring models to work for what became he and his brother's online webcam business. The Tates have openly bragged about using dozens of girls to scam desperate men out of thousands of dollars over the internet, explaining in one interview how the girls would sit on a webcam and an old dude would sit there. I was training these girls, and it got to the point where it was easier if I typed myself. We had the two girls on camera with a keyboard that wasn't plugged in, but I was behind the screen talking to the dude, saying the right things to start dragging money out of the internet, with Tristan even admitting it was all a massive scam. Yet at the height of it, the Tates were raking in about $600,000 a month, all thanks to the likeness of these models. And it seems Jack may have taken a similar route.
Is OnlyFans probably your biggest source of income? Is that split up between like your own page and like helping other people with their pages?
Yeah, basically. But yeah, it's like my main source, I'd say.
By recruiting OnlyFans girls to his network, Jack is able to take an unknown cut of their earnings, and in return, the girls get promoted on Jack's social media, get to live in a big mansion with him and risk their lives riding around in his awesome go-karts. It's actually a very carefully crafted business model. Whenever he features these girls in his often sexual TikToks and YouTube shorts,
I had to get an OF girl that was really good at blowing to blow it all the way up to
100.
She got so tired that I had to swap OF girls, and she took it all the way up to
200 blows. It's so hard now.
he always makes sure to leave a pinned comment directing his exceedingly young fan base to the girl's OnlyFans profile. And these are some of the most watched shorts on his entire channel, so it's not hard to see why he's been criticized for it. Not only is he directly promoting porn to what he knows is a child audience, even the OF deals themselves have come under scrutiny.
Alright, so this is the last thing I want to address, but I think it's the last thing I have to address, but basically there's this rumor.
By November of last year, another Kick streamer by the name of Natalie Reynolds began making some pretty serious claims against Jack, beginning by expressing outrage at the contract he had her sign, which she says included no end date, before announcing days later that she would be terminating her OF contract with the scammer Jack Doherty. This kid has done nothing but take advantage of everyone around him. Disgusting. Adding a stick to grooming minors, which is an insane thing to just tack on there at the end. She did follow up with, oh, by the way, that grooming thing ain't a joke, LOL. This girl was 17 and Jack waited months for her birthday to get her drunk and sign a contract on a yacht. This claim was echoed by another ex-member of Jack's circle, a dude by the name of Matthew JGL, who once worked as an editor for Jack and likes to credit himself as the guy who revived Jack Doherty's career when he was stuck at just 3 million subscribers. In an interview with The Asher Show, Matt goes so far as to name the alleged 17-year-old and insists that Jack intentionally hires younger candidates.
They obviously go for like the youngest ones. Crazy one that they have, Claire. She was 17 and we met her at Sway. Not even just Claire. He obviously just goes for the young girls. And Claire actually signed when she was drunk on a boat. And she's not allowed to drink. But
she signed to him when she was drunk on a boat.
He waits to get these drunk and make them sign their life away.
Jack initially responded to Natalie's tweets with utter denial across the board, calling it the dumbest accusation ever and asking to stop giving this clout-chasing attention. Her whole account is a fan page for me, Sam, and Neon. Neon, it should be noted, also repeated these claims on a stream of his own, but apparently apologized for it behind the scenes, at least according to Jack. While Jack chalks most of Matt's behavior up to Matt being jealous of his success or whatever, Jack and his current girlfriend McKinley have both accused Matt of SA. In fact, they claim he's abused a number of the girls who live with Jack, McKinley being one of them. The latter posting a lengthy thread to Twitter in which she explained how Matt had initially been wanting her to come to Florida for a while, and although she had no intention of pursuing anything romantic with him, she finally agreed to come down when Jack and another OnlyFans model invited her. That's when she says Matt became increasingly aggressive, accusing him of cornering and forcibly kissing her right when she got to the house, making her feel super uncomfortable to the point that when she outwardly told him how she felt, he became so irate that Jack and several others had to physically break down a bedroom door to save McKinley, stating that there's so much more she can say and many more girls wanting to come forward about him. She says Matt is jealous and the only thing he cares about is seeing Jack's downfall. Matt responded by appearing on a podcast and showing a series of text messages between him and McKinley around the time of the alleged incident, insisting that she was actually into him. Matt doubles down on his assertion that their interactions were consensual, essentially claiming that McKinley would act super interested in him to his face, so turn around and tell Jack that he was scaring her.
Yeah, and she literally made it where it was like, oh no, you're fine, keep doing what you're doing, like you're good, like I like you, whatever. And then she'll go to Jack and be like, please help me, he's scaring me, like But I'm so understanding. Eventually she like homie hopped to Jack, and it just started getting weird at a point, like she was making things weird.
For the sake of time, we unfortunately can't get into all of the tiny details here, but I have linked the full podcast down below, along with McKinley's statements and another testimony from a girl named Sammy, who claims that she too was assaulted by Matt.
In the room, in the guest room that you guys had, and he came to the room and he just like was, feeling me, and I told him do not do that, like I didn't want any of that. And then he was trying to like force himself on me, and I told him like stop, And I pushed him off, and then from there I was like, get out of the room, or like I'm gonna wake up everyone and tell them what you did. He was like, no. He's like, you wanted this, and I was like crying. I was like, I did not want this. He basically like tried to molest me, like he was harassing me, and like I told him not to do that, and he was still doing that anyways.
Jack tweeted this video out, along with alleging the first girl Matt sexually assaulted was a girl named Sammy at my first house in LA. And nobody wanted to believe her because we all thought Matt, our friend at the time, would never do something like that. But after I hired him a year later and he lived with me, the same thing and worse has happened over and over again, and I have multiple other girls ready to come forward about it. Which led to a lot of people in the replies saying, you let an alleged sexual predator live in your house because he was your friend? Jack, if that's true, you know how that makes you look, right? You're saying this happened over and over, and one of the girls was underage? I mean, this isn't just some light Twitter drama, Jack. This is really serious and true. Though Matt has always maintained it never happened, that Jack is only now making it all up because Matt is exposing Jack's cheeks. A really weird phrasing there. Jack actually tried defending himself here by saying it. Some people are mad I didn't talk about these allegations a year ago, but not everything is meant to be handled on the internet. He spent the last year of his life trying to make me look bad, and I've ignored it. And it's time people realize the person he is. But I mean, why would that time not have been a year ago? Are you not just admitting here that you only went after him when he came after you? There is no way your lawyer would approve of you saying this stuff, Jack. This looks awful. Matt also showed that Jack's ex-girlfriend Grace was on his side, though McKinley was quick to write her off as, quote, the dumb bitch that's still in love with her boyfriend who just wants to break them up. Unsurprisingly, Keemstar threw himself in the mix, as it was only a matter of time, and slammed Matt for lying that he was being paid by Jack, which is obviously a wild claim for Matt to just make up, though at this point, Matt began going after Jack for things like spilling alcohol on him in the club, so it just kind of feels like we've lost the plot here. I mean, what does it have to do with anything? At one point, Matt even ended up admitting to sharing underwear with Jack when they used to be friends.
But I kind of got the gist that she wanted to move on to Jack, so that's why I literally asked her, like, I can give you up to Jack if you really want that. And she doubled down and she said that she liked me, she didn't like Jack. Jack's not even the type. In my stance, it's super confusing. This girl's telling me one thing, and then I have Jack and Logan telling me that she's scared of me. At the end of the day, how the f am I supposed to know that this girl's not liking me when she's literally telling me to my face that I'm fine and I'm doing everything fine and everything? I was asking McKinley, like,
what's good with her? Like, do you want to get with Jack? Because if so, we share underwear, we share girls.
No, we shared underwear back in the day. Of course we shared girls. Just what? I hate everyone involved with this. Some of Jack's other claims against Matt include him abusing his own dog, being so disruptive and scary that they had to call the cops on him one time, with someone named the Kick Joker posting what looks to be the official police report from March of last year. Matt's only response to this was, what happens when your own friend calls the police on you? He was complaining to the cop, trying to get me arrested for nothing. I'm not exactly sure what nothing means in this scenario. I wish he would delve a little further into that.
We had to call the cops on him once because he threatened to kill 2 of the girls and threatened to kill himself, and he beat the out of his dog that day. Body slamming his dog, punching the fuck out of him. Me and my friend Logan literally were about to beat the shit out of him for it, but the cops were there. The cops got there. It was an insane night. So much shit went down, and if this guy really wants to start, I have so much dirt against him, bro. We have all the girls ready to come forward about you, bro. You're a piece of shit. No girl ever wants you.
Jack also provided this insane clip of Matt going absolutely ballistic, screaming slurs left and right, and supposedly being abusive to the girls who were there.
I'm a winner. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to this shit, bro. I'm going to do it. I'm winning. I'm getting to the hot. When I'm there, I'm going to take everything. So, I'm a winner. I'm a winner. I'm a loser. I'm a winner. All I do is all I do. All that is.
But Matt has only doubled down on this clip, stating there were no girls being abused or threatened, and that he was only venting about someone asking him to do OF, which doesn't align with his Christian values. But I guess screaming the N-word over and over does?
So I'm going to explain the video of the black screen. It was recorded by this girl that was in the other room, and I was just got off the call with someone that was trying to get me to do like OF stuff and whatnot, and like they were like telling me stuff about my morals, and I just feel like the OF stuff's wrong, and it's not like something that God would want. Listen to it again, listen to that video again, and really listen to my words. I only win, so understand it, listen to it however many times you need to, and just understand that I always win. So, yeah.
It's also worth noting that Claire, the girl who Matt says was drunk when she signed with Jack, liked McKinley's original thread and has gone back and forth with Matt herself, claiming he forcibly kissed her as well, though Matt replied by stating this was consensual and that Claire had the timeline wrong, posting additional screenshots that seem to show Claire being friendly with him after the alleged assault would have taken place. Claire's explanation for this is that she was only trying to be nice to Matt in spite of what happened and wanted to give him a second chance. Now, I know I just threw a lot at you there. These are some very serious allegations being made on both sides, with an unfortunate lack of proof to go along with most of it. It's kind of hard for me to trust Matt. Not only are there so many girls who have now stepped forward about him, but he definitely seems unhinged from the audio we've heard. And we already know he lied about Keemstar being on Jack's payroll, so his credibility isn't the best in my eyes right now. But that wouldn't mean Jack isn't signing these girls to unfavorable deals. I mean, here he is saying he's only going to pay McKinley $3,000 of her OnlyFans earnings in these leaked messages with Matt, but it sort of just reads as a crude joke, and I have no real idea as to what percentage he's actually taking. Neither side has offered any evidence to definitively prove what these splits are. So show me what it says in the contract. Is somebody, anybody? In the meantime, we're just not going to know for sure. Maybe these deals are actually fair and there's nothing there to be seen. Or maybe it's a matter of time before more girls begin to speak out like Natalie. And of course, there are still circumstances where you can sign a terrible contract without it being against the law per se. The illegal part would be if Jack were getting these girls to sign while under the influence. I know I'm not exactly the most well-educated legal mind in the world, but I am pretty sure that would be contract fraud, which would be even worse if it turned out to be true that he waited until the day these girls turned 18 to sign them. Again, I've seen no actual evidence for that at this moment, but it's not like he hasn't risked massive liabilities in the past with who he chooses as his bodyguards. You don't need me to tell you at this point, Jack isn't the most responsible, considerate person out there. But at the same time, Natalie and Matt haven't given me much reason to take their word at face value either. Natalie is a cloud-addicted freak who has done entire prank videos pretending to be a pedophile and kidnapping kids to film against their parents' will.
Hey, you want some free candy? I
I said if he wants free candy. I just asked if he wants free candy. It's a social experiment. It's a social experiment. It's a social experiment. It's just a social experiment.
Hey, Natalie, what is it again?
It's a social experiment.
Oh, okay, wasn't sure. And Matt does come across a little bitter when he isn't reposting flat Earth conspiracies or getting mad at gay Doritos on Twitter. So it's up to you what you want to make of this horrific, vomit-inducing mess. Maybe at some point we'll get more information and make things clearer, but in the meantime, I'm content with saying I do not feel good about any of the people involved here. Based on what we know, I only have sympathy for the girls Jack signs to his OF empire. If not for the alleged details in their contracts, then just for the simple fact that they have to live in the same house as Jack Doherty. A fate so harrowing I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. Okay. I know that was kind of a lot, but I promise we're done with Jack, okay? Yeah, I won't subject you to any more of his broccoli hairstyle any longer. We're done, okay? This might be a good place for you to pause, use the restroom, get some water, give some money to Palestinian relief if you're able to. Me and over 100 other creators have teamed up to raise $1 million of humanitarian aid for civilians displaced in Gaza through organizations like MAP, Heal Palestine, and the PCRF, so please, I would encourage you to donate if you can. It's a great cause, and the link for it will be in the description below. In the meantime, I have to warn you, the rest of this video is only going to get more mentally taxing from here. Our next subject doesn't quite have the name recognition as Neon or Jack, but he does have a similarly unsavory reputation with those who have heard of him. It's time we meet Just Snags began his career alone in his room, streaming NBA 2K and Madden to a modest following on Twitch. Little did he know, however, that in just a few short years, he found himself issuing an apology video to the Mexican cartel for dissing El Chapo and Kid. I'm not joking, this is something this man has done.
El Chapo, how about that one? Fuck the whole cartel, suck my dick. And I'm going to Mexico next week. Never scared of no Mexican. I'm going to Cabo, all that. Come do something to me, pussy.
Going after the entire country of Mexico just for the meme of it, I guess. I'm not even really sure what you can do to make sense of this.
I said El Chapo. That's somebody in my chat name. You know what I'm saying? I think he's Spanish or something. El Chapo. That's still El Chapo. Not El Chapo. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I just want to apologize to all the Mexican people. I love Mexican. I would love to get on the phone with El Chapo and him tell me that me and him is good, you know? El Chapo, I would love to be part of the cartel and work for you, big dog.
So how did we get to this point where Snags is quite literally afraid to walk around in public in fear of the cartel turning him into Tortuga from Breaking Bad? Well, Snags doesn't call himself Mr. Do Anything to Go Viral, Mr. See Red, and Mr. Promote the Violence for nothing. Snags is serious when he says he will do anything for the content. And that could be anything from trying to give himself a hemothorax by beating his chest for hours on end until it turns red and purple. I'm not exactly sure why he does this, but it does seem to leave an impression on his fans.
I love the baby.
Those same fans who don't seem to be over the age of 9, but also like to hear him say stuff like this, I guess.
I want them to put a boot on my neck like George Floyd, or I want to cop the today. I want to cop the stand on my neck today. That's my goal, man.
I mean, most of his content consists of what I just showed you, along with dissing members of the New York drill scene, something that I don't even think his elementary school viewers could comprehend, but maybe that's beside the point. Snags is pretty indiscriminate when it comes to choosing his enemies. Those enemies include, but are not limited to, other streamers.
I'll beat you out the beast in that thick ass clothing. I don't care how many skills you got with you.
Members of the LGBTQ community.
I'm gonna beat this fucking ass. I'm every shot on kid. I'm going. I'll hit up your name. Stop!
And of course, anyone unlucky enough to encounter him in public. As evident by the way he threatens random mall goers and tells his chat he's looking for someone to beat up.
I hate that beard. I hate that beard. You clap that hand. You clap that hand. What is he slapping at? Get her, bro. This little ass girl. I'm gonna punch her sister, bro. I don't care. I will beat both of them, bro. I want to punch on niggas who got mad time left on this earth, bro.
Well, but remember, guys, God moves him. Just trust in the Lord with all your heart. Before long, you'll be outwardly wishing death on all your acquaintances and being blatantly racist to complete strangers over the internet.
That baby. Two anime characters. I don't care.
Dad, I don't think that's in the Bible. But if this format looks familiar to you, it's because Snags is using the same Omegle alternative site Monkey that Riot Law used to obtain CP for his Discord server. Over the past year or so, Monkey has been kind of the default place to go for quick and easy content, especially if you're an up-and-coming creator looking to make some viral, epic moments. But you gotta keep in mind the moral compasses of these new age streamers are pretty much non-existent, meaning their interactions can devolve into pure debauchery in a moment's notice.
Invite you.
What?
Yeah. How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
As far as Snags goes, there are literally countless instances of him going way overboard and just straight up harassing whoever he's talking to. I mean, my man is so criminally horny, he doesn't even hesitate to openly flirt with random women in front of an audience of, as we've seen, kids. I mean, they're young.
Can I be right there? Can I be right there? Between your legs? Let me see some. Yeah, let me see some. I will punish that little. That's for me. That's for me right there. That's for me. That's for me. That's for me. You got an Instagram?
But then again, it's not like Snags has ever stopped himself from including literal children in his quest to go viral, resorting to sexually harassing a 14-year-old girl in this disgusting and infamous clip.
Can I play with that little 8th grade puppy?
Imagine a 24-year-old man saying something like this to your younger sister or niece or daughter. It immediately made the rounds on Twitter, reaching an audience outside the insular bubble he was used to dealing with, leading him to publish the most sincere and heartfelt apology ChatGPT could offer to everyone who it concerns. I would like to apologize to those who have been affected by a recent video clip that has come out. I would first like to say that video clip is completely out of my character, for I have a mother, sisters, and other family members who are females. Therefore, I respect females. I would never want to endanger anyone. I will do my part as an influencer by never indulging in such behaviors no matter what. Lastly, I want to apologize to my family, fans, and supporters. Oh wow, really hitting them all, yes. Again, I apologize and plan to do a lot of damage control / reflecting around the situation. May all be well and everyone be safe. You know, after reading through this entire thing, I think he may have actually written this himself. The ChatGPT is asked, but it would never be this incomprehensible. Though if this doesn't feel sincere enough, Snags would then take to his stream to read out the statement verbatim in a genuine demonstration of how truly sorry he is.
To everyone who is concerned, I would like to apologize to those who have been affected by a recent video clip as came out.
Even if he is sorry, it's just impossible to take seriously when it feels like something Roderick Heffley would be forced to say.
I'm sorry, women.
But then again, I guess the apology didn't matter at all in the end because he later tried to argue the clip was AI.
People hating, still watching. That's what I'm saying. Snags, you're the people who said that. Oh my God. This was an AI clip. With Locke would never do that, bro.
Yep, that wasn't him harassing an 8th grade girl. That was an elaborate deepfake that someone made of this extremely niche streamer in an attempt to cancel him for doing something completely in line with his character. I mean, are you kidding me? This is what you do, dude. How are people going to believe this is AI when that's your character? That's your brand. I don't care what his excuse is or how many times he tries to apologize. That kind of comment directed at a child is inexcusable in any context and should result in an immediate ban, no questions asked. But then again, this is Kick, and Snags wasn't quite done with his reign of terror just yet. He had things to do, events to promote, like boxing.
It's MMA, it's live and all types of
Shockingly enough, Snags' career didn't change much after this clip. In fact, he found himself able to continue hanging out with the biggest streamer on the site, a man that, I'm sorry to keep bringing up, is Aiden Ross. Aiden had met Snags a little while back, and they had streamed together a few times in person, and although he was never an official member of SSB, he was certainly adjacent to that community for a while. Just some context here for any normal people out there. SSB refers to Aiden's now defunct streaming group, which included the likes of Cheezer, Convy, Cuff'em, and a person named Snaggy Hose. Now, I know it may sound like I'm pranking you, but I promise these are all real people. I could probably do an entire video on Cheezer. I don't have the mental capacity for it at the moment, but I will go ahead and let these clips speak for themselves.
Is that a naked baby girl?
No, he's not naked.
Get him naked. I want to see him naked. GT, I'll suck a baby. I want to fuck him naked right now. Yeah, get out of here before I stick my dick in you. Hurry up. Bro, what? 16. How old are y'all? How old are y'all? We're 16.
Yeah, as you can tell, he's also a big frequenter of Monkey and has zero restraint when it comes to blurting out the most grotesque sequence of words that pops into his disease-ridden head. Sexualizing real babies and pulling out a dildo to trick girls into thinking he's exposing himself to them. My question is, why do you own that thing in the first place? Doesn't really make a ton of sense for someone so ardently homophobic.
Why are you gay?
Similar to Neon, Jack, and Snags, though, Cheezer strangely finds himself unable to take even a crumb of accountability when confronted by the literal co-founder of Kick. Instead, he just resorts to pointing out how that clip of him being a dumbass was actually just AI.
Bro, all my life I did not mean what I said. Half of it was AI, and the other one, they cut out before I could even get my context. Like, I'm sorry for what I said.
Bro, how many of these streamers are going to use this defense? Does anyone actually believe it? Am I not understanding how dumb these fans are? I mean, who are you fooling? This video isn't about Cheezer. We're still talking about Snags and his relation to someone with actual equity and kin. See, Aiden figured Snags would be the perfect addition to the influencer boxing match he was in the middle of organizing. And suddenly, Snags found himself right in the middle of a highly publicized event that had the potential to bring his career of harassing strangers and children online to the next level. He fought two people, Big X and Cuff'em, beating both of them in an MMA-style cage match and naturally elevating his status as a member of Aiden's entourage. While a more well-adjusted streamer may have been able to use this time in the spotlight to springboard themselves into more success, Snags was either too dumb or too unappealing to do that. He never signed an official contract with Kick and essentially went back to doing the literal only thing he knew how to do, making an ass out of himself on video chat. But instead of sexually harassing a teenager, this time Snags decided he was going to take aim at the deaf community. Yeah, it's about time someone puts those guys in their place.
Stop speaking sign language. All that silent. You deaf?
I am actually deaf.
No, you're not. No, you do not, bro. Don't be with old. Not I'm going to have. I'm going to have. Yeah, they going.
Of course, some have pointed out that Snags didn't know this girl was deaf until after he had made his remarks, but that doesn't really make it any better because the rest of the clip is just him relentlessly bashing her appearance for no reason whatsoever.
You're not bad enough. Your nose got the beep on you. Look, you look like you stink. Your hair look mad rough. Like comb your hair a little bit. Yeah, you and your lips. You dump. Look, your lips look mad dry. Your hands is mad fat.
Again, very Christian move. This is another clip that happened to make the rounds with Dexerto, Drama Alert, Scuba Ryan, Clout Farms on Twitter, and before long, it even got picked up by the world's youngest flexer herself, Lil Tay. Imagine making fun of someone for something they can't control, all while being a pedophile at the same time. Even including the original clip of Snags with the 8th grader, who in their right mind sets up the camera, starts a stream on Twitch, goes on Monkey, and says this to girls my age.
Can I play with that little 8th grade?
Pretty valid point there, I would have to say. Kind of hard to argue with anyone who might want to label him a pedophile when he's got clips like these floating around. But Snags was pretty quick to respond, defending his good name by going ahead and proving the exact point Lil Tay set out to make.
Come to SD Island, Lil Tay. Let me show you around SD Island.
And how do you expect to meet pedo allegations by telling another 14-year-old you're going to take them to Epstein's Island? And he does not let up.
I got your comment on Kick.
Whatever happened to respecting and not endangering females, Snags? And don't tell me you didn't mean what you wrote in that apology. Snags repeatedly threatens Lil Tay.
World record, hell yeah.
Saying he's gonna woo
Shout out to you, baby.
After he crushes her skull, all while his own chat is spamming things like, she's a minor, she's 16, stop now. Like, how ignorant you have to be, man. Streamer just
I'm gonna
Snacks
go viral by
violates
just
Lil
falling
Tay.
asleep.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the word I would use. He's out here
Mhm.
harassing a child
Just
like a
awake one day and
job
there's like
because
30
it
people in
practically
here. I
is
would
his
shit
job.
myself.
Which I did do some further digging and found this clip of his community raiding Lil Tay's Discord and spamming it with even more threatening messages and reposting it on a fan account as if it's something to brag about. Surprisingly enough, Snags did end up being hit with what was meant to be a 1-month ban, either for the clip with him and the deaf girl, the clip of him threatening the middle schooler, or the clips of him threatening the other middle schoolers. Honestly, it's pretty hard to keep track at a certain point. The bottom line was that Snags had reached an achievement that so few streamers do. Managed to get banned from Kick for a pretty lengthy period of time. And while I'm sure the average person would consider some form of action pretty well deserved considering what he said, not everyone agreed.
I just believe that we gotta just let some certain shit fly, you know, and I really stand for my people, bro, and I stand for this platform. So, you know, I worked out with Eddie. Eddie literally told me, he said, yo, I'm gonna unban Snags. Give me 48 hours, so Snags will be unbanned. And I'm gonna unban some other people that are really looking definitely spend or permanent spending, because I don't believe in that shit, bro.
Aiden Ross wasted no time in assuring his good pal that he had nothing to worry about. He was going to make sure Snags got unbanned in the next 48 hours. Not exactly the most shocking move from Aiden when we consider the type of characters he surrounds himself with who are not named Snags. But as the days and weeks went by, Snags' account remained completely dead, gone, buried. No traces of his clips or VODs could be seen anywhere across Kick, and that made Snags a little upset.
So, man, Eddie, bring you on Kick. I'm going to come to Australia and beat on you. Word of my mother. I'm going to beat on you and your wife. Eddie, your wife now. You got me mad, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm going to say, your wife. Aiden Ross, Issa, I don't care. Get mad, get tight. Leave me for longer, because I told you about shit, bitch. Fuck Issa. That's why Big Expert is all in her mouth. You still kissed her. Oh, my God. Oh my God.
In typical Snags fashion, he decided to bite the hand that feeds him a little bit and slammed both Aiden and Ed Craven for allowing him to be so unjustly deplatformed. I guess Snags has never had to be a mature adult in his life, so this may be a shock to hear, but saying you're going to assault the wife of the owner of the website you are trying to get unbanned from is probably not going to do you many favors. And mind you, this was after Snags tried to come back early with a new account, and the man just can't stay away from the limelight. He's a fiend for the content. But according to Aiden, the bigwigs at Kick are a little more trepidatious about having Snags come anywhere near their platform, especially after countless warnings but completely ignored.
The thing about Snags is he's been warned so many fucking times. He's had like literally like 10 warnings. The issue is the last clip that banned him was that fucking thing. Hopefully we can get him unbanned. I'm working on it, bro. Like they hate him. You know.
And I mean, would you blame them? This is a guy who regularly puts himself in the line of fire, willing to get assassinated by the Mexican cartel if it means getting reposted by Dexerto on Twitter. Which, by the way, just so we're clear, the cartel has been known to lethally target influencers who disrespect them in the past. So this isn't just fake beef for internet points. What Snags is doing comes with real-life consequences. But I doubt he really understands that. I am not exaggerating when I tell you Snags has expressed wanting to crash his car for the sake of going viral.
See somebody walking up right now, I might just smack with the beat, like pedestrian or like I'm just on bad timing. All 2024 summer, you are. Like get the road. Like yo, if I see a lady right here walking with her dog, kid, stroller, I'm hitting that.
He says he wants his first fan meet and greet to get shot up.
I really turned crazy. I really turned little kids crazy, bro. I can't wait till I have my first meet and greet, bro. I'm telling you, it's gonna be like. It's gonna get my meet and greet. Like, I'm the only shooter that hosts a meet and greet that gets up. Like, I can't wait, bro. Y'all gonna start crashing out. Y'all gonna start the crowd. Like, oh my God, I can't wait, buddy. Like,
he's threatened to gun down a gay pride parade himself.
I'll go to the gay parade and shit up. Suck my dick.
In one clip, he even says his next viral moment will be when he shoots 30 people at a public event.
Yo, my next viral clip, I'm gonna be on Fox 5, Channel News, like, just like Snags is massive death, like, oh my God, Snags just killed 30 people, he just shot up a parade, like.
Snags, in my opinion at least, is a disturbed individual. The powers that be woke up his inner demon in his own words, and I'd rather we don't find out what that means.
I need some kids to go through.
Man, you can compare yourself to demons all you want, but at least give up the Christian shtick. I don't know who you're fooling at this point. But to really stand out on Kick, you need to be willing to let go of morality a bit. get a little crazy, stoop pretty low. And it's hard to find someone who will stoop lower than... You probably haven't heard of Derek Graz. Not many people have. And I doubt I have much audience overlap with someone who posts things like, crashing a 4-year-old's birthday party, cops called. This isn't even on Derek's channel, because as I'm typing this now, Derek is battling 2 community guideline strikes on his channel, meaning he's 1 strike away from losing it all permanently, and has taken down all of his videos in order to play it safe. But not to worry, according to his Twitter, he'll be making his much anticipated return before you even know it. In the meantime, we're just gonna have to learn about him through his collabs with Buck, Buke, Bucky, FPS, really piss poor name there, I'm afraid. These guys' idea of quality content in 2022 was to film families and children enjoying themselves at Chuck E. Cheese, despite being repeatedly asked to leave the premises.
Yeah, you guys have to go inside.
That's all right, guys.
We'll cut your deal. We'll cut your deal.
This worker literally tells them right when they get there they're not allowed to film and that they need to get out of the store. Shocker, they don't listen and are told to leave a second time by what looks to be the manager. So what do? They accuse the manager of sexual harassment.
Excuse me? Do not. That is sexual assault. Sexual assault.
They're just trying to say whatever they can to cause the most commotion. Luckily, nobody around them really seems to care, but they do make sure to repeatedly assure the employees that they aren't filming.
It's not recording. It's a camera so you can see it. Yeah. No, he has seizures and stuff. Oh, no, because he's trying to see. He has seizures and stuff, so he can only see through the lens. But sir, you still have no proof that I was recording anything, and you took
in the window with the camera?
That is, I don't know that is that he's recording.
Now, I'm sure you can deduce that by us now watching this footage on YouTube, the camera was in fact on when they lied and said it wasn't. A trend we'll notice with Derek Graz here in a minute. But in the meantime, the cops get called, so they have no choice but to leave.
Then we got kicked out for bullshit, like literally got kicked out for recording, which I don't even know why it was that big of a deal. But I guess we look like creepers. I don't know.
Yeah, man, that's actually exactly why you got kicked out. How are we going to call it a fake reason when you admit you look like absolute creep? But Derek doesn't just look like a creep. He very much is one. And I assure you, that's not hyperbole either. This next part is going to have to be heavily edited. See, apart from Derek's awesome YouTube pranks, he's also built up a pretty illustrious reputation over on Kick. When he's not bothering customers by pretending to work at Walmart.
Dude, I just stare at kids and said, are you recording me? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. She did it. Well, she was rough, like 15. Well, not actually, but she probably was, bro.
He's trying to meet women on Omegle, getting pretty upset when he isn't able to see them naked.
Good. Where are you from? Ukraine? Why the hell from Ukraine? No, bro! Are you serious? Damn, bro! I'm about to look at the teeth!
You may have noticed Derek didn't even ask the age of this woman before firing off the word tits in the chat and panting like a dog. I'm censoring her for this video, but just know she didn't look particularly old to me. And that's just half the problem. Derek asked this random girl to expose herself to his chat without her having any clue that she was on stream in front of 1,000 people on Kick. Thank God it timed out before anything worse could happen, though he sure doesn't hesitate to find the next available campsite to quench his unending thirst.
I'm not paying for this, bro. Look it up, made easy. What is this? Or what is this? Dallas, Cam Master Dallas, top 5 hookups of the Dallas secrets. I'm gonna jerk off a female. I like that one.
What are you talking about? My man is never not horny out of his mind. These Omegle streams really just consist of him spastically clicking through people, pausing occasionally when he sees a girl he's attracted to, and turning the conversation sexual before she even has a chance to say her age.
Like, okay. So what do you mean by not be weird?
They don't try hard.
I'm trying to be myself. Nah, I'm not gonna lie, you got some nice ass lips. Oh, somebody in the back of your phone. Wait, yo, how old are you? How old are you?
Here's a clip of him straight up telling her not to answer that question.
You got nice boxers. Yeah. Wait, how old are you? Don't I didn't answer the question.
How old are you?
I'm 16. How old are you?
Yes.
14. 15. Yeah, perfect. You can stand up. Nah, I'm playing.
I'm sorry, Derek, but 15 is not perfect. When you're an 18, almost 19-year-old man out of high school making girls uncomfortable online. Here you can see Derek thrusting his pelvic region at a girl who he discovers later is 15, only after he spent 30 straight seconds pretending to have sex with her.
Yeah, how old are you? How old are you? How old are you? How old are you?
15.
15! You're in jail.
Yeah, man, you might be. But then again, I don't know why he even bothers. It's not like the pesky age of consent law has ever stopped him from just trying to get nudes in the past.
Okay, why not? I never because I want to just see, I just want to see them. I just see them right now.
How old are you?
I'm 24. How old are you? So can I see him or not?
Or here, where he's ecstatic to find out this young girl is only a short drive away from where he is. Never mind the fact that she's 15. Why should that stop them from meeting up in person?
You're not too. How old are you?
15. Why?
15? What state are you from?
Texas.
Texas?
Yeah.
Wait, we're in Texas. We're in Texas.
Dallas, Texas.
You're in Dallas?
Mm-hmm.
Oh! Wait. Age of consent in Texas. Let me see who's going here. What's that? 17? Like, you're the first person I ever met in Texas, so I'm in Dallas too. Love her so
Get mine in person.
I don't know how else to describe it other than straight up predatory. I mean, you are a danger to the children and just the women in general on these sites.
Your dick is not that big, little boy. Let me see it. Let me see it, because you capped it. Not because you dead ass capped. Let me see it.
It is my cat.
I know. Huh?
It's my room. Yeah, I'm in room too.
I didn't ask for your room, bro. I said, let me see your dick.
Here he is asking an 11-year-old boy extremely sexually charged questions, like if he's ever had sex, ever masturbated, gotten an erection. I mean, he just keeps going.
You get pussy or not?
What?
You get pussy?
No.
Nah?
No.
Okay, wait, so how old are you? Bro, answer. I don't have to answer. Have you jerked off yet?
What?
Have you jerked off yet? You haven't even jerked off yet? Have you ever got a boner yet?
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever had a boner? No, man to man, bro to bro. Have you ever had a boner yet?
Sure.
What? Have you touched it? What?
There are no words for this at all, man. I mean, what do you even expect me to say here? Even this 11-year-old kid is visibly taken aback at how this conversation is going. I cannot even begin to imagine if someone spoke like this to my child, even as a joke. Derek shows absolutely no constraint in any of these streams because he probably thinks it won't leave the small insular bubble that is his community. Some of these VODs only have a couple hundred views and 4 likes. I mean, he probably feels like he can get away with anything. Here's the co-founder of Cake, Trainwreck TV, donating $5,000 to Derek because of how promising of a content creator he is, I guess.
I know.
Trainwreck's donated $5,000. That's a lot of love. Take $5,000 for that level of love, brother.
I'm going to be nice here and give Train the extreme benefit of the doubt and say that he probably didn't know what an absolute freak Derek was at the time this donation was made. But that's why it's incredibly crucial to be aware of who these creators are and what they're doing on your young, up-and-coming platform. So then you don't look bad when the guy you made $5,000 richer turns out to be unironically preying on teenagers. See, Derek also had these little quote-unquote secret streams he liked to do from time to time. Being the silly, goofy prankster he is, Derek devised a brilliant idea to invite Tinder girls over to his apartment and try to have sex with them on camera in front of 1,000 live viewers. And to make it even worse, these girls had no idea they were being filmed. On the 2 occasions he did this, neither one of the girls were told that they they were effectively creating porn for a live audience on Kick. These girls traveled all the way out to spend time alone with a person they thought was genuinely into them, only to have their intimacy exploited for views without their knowledge or consent. Which is why I will not be showing you a lot of the footage from these streams, as to keep this all extremely private as possible. I can't even fathom the trauma that would come from finding out your body had been so grossly used in this way, but I will show you the beginning of the stream so you can get a sense of what Derek had in mind here.
Girls coming over. One of my friends was on my account, on my Tinder account, maybe a Tinder account, and so he basically matched with this girl. I literally have no clue what she looks like. I know who she looks like. She's gonna come over. This is my first time meeting her too.
Watching Derek frantically move around the room in search of the best possible angle for his chat to see him with the victim is so truly grotesque. He even says out loud that he's going to hell.
All right, so we'll be like, should we be like chilling like on the couch, or like the kitty on the couch, or have a thing? She won't notice. I feel like those are. I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell in terms of my like loss is so, bro. Going straight to hell. I don't care. Honestly, it's fine. That's good. That's good enough. Yeah, that's good enough. No, don't really. It's. I'm going straight to hell, Brian.
If you have to say over and over to yourself that you're going to hell as you're preparing to do the thing that will get you in hell, then maybe just don't do the thing. You don't have to do it. You know that, right? That little voice in your head telling you you're going to hell is called a conscience, and it's okay to listen to it sometimes. But of course, he doesn't do that, and would instead prefer to listen to his chat send TTS messages instructing him what to do with the victim.
Set up the camera like a what's it called? Like a hidden camera. I'm gonna have my hoodie up like this, and I'm gonna have a headphone, bro. I'm gonna have the headphones. I'm gonna have the headphones in, and every single donation, like the TTS, it's gonna so you have to say it's gonna do. You know what I'm saying? If she's chopped, I apologize. If she's hot, then it's lit.
He's not exactly hiding any of this. He's pretty upfront about what he's doing, despite that stupid, smug little wink he gives the camera as he tries to say the girls are all in on it and it's all fake.
She's coming. I'm gonna set the camera up. She knows it's a skit. It's a script. It's a script. She does know I'm streaming.
We know it's not fake because no two people would ever be able to pull off such an awkward performance without it being organic. The two are just kind of stiffly sitting on the couch while Derek attempts to goad her into something sexual, asking increasingly charged questions, pulling down its pants at one point, leaning back and expecting her to start giving him head. I mean, it's just awkward, and I'm sure beyond terrifying for the girl. After he asks her to undress for the millionth time, she finally calls an Uber. This sets Derek over the edge as he instantly becomes more aggressive. His voice becomes louder and the questions get more inappropriate.
Uber? Why?
He eventually points the camera away as things become more sexual, but he does make sure to ask her to be louder. Little does she know, he's asking this so his chat can hear better. Then by the time she's gone, he wanders back into frame and pretends to be all shocked that he left his stream running while he was with a girl.
Oh my God, I'm still live! No way, I said... Oh my God! No way, I just fucking was live the whole entire thing!
This bit sucks, man. You deserve jail time.
Ah, not y'all, bro! That was scripted, it was fake! We're good, bro, don't worry, not happening. We're good.
Only that's not what the girl said, telling YouTuber Vinny D in a subsequent interview that she was completely unaware Derek had been streaming the whole entire thing.
Did you know you were being streamed or any of that?
No, I did not know.
She goes on to further detail all the ways he continued to harass her after she left, calling her unprovoked upwards of 4 times right when she got in the Uber, and getting super aggressive after she called him weird. Even saying she wanted to press charges but didn't know exactly how to navigate that.
When I tried to leave, I don't know if you know this, but she called me and screamed at me. Like, she called my phone when I was sitting outside.
And you screamed at you?
He was so mad. He was so mad at me. He was like, why did you leave? I said, because you're fucking weird. Leave me alone. And then he kept calling me, so I answered. And he was like, I'm fucking weird. Well, guess what? And then I hung up and I blocked him.
I remember you telling me that you were gonna like do legal charges, like you didn't know like how to go about that and everything.
Yeah, I did want to. For the first like couple weeks after it happened, I really my intention was to do something, but I didn't really know how.
This was not something this girl signed up for. And there's honestly a pretty good chance that she never would have found out about the stream if it weren't for the clips picking up traction on Twitter. I can't imagine what that realization must have been like. And again, she's not the only girl.
You were like, you're going to ask Mike with the camera? I'll be like, okay, this is a school job. Oh my god, Jack. Oh, this is so dope.
Because Derek saw no repercussions from Kick over this first secret stream, he figured there was nothing stopping him from going forward with the second one. After all, the chat was really loving the first one. Gotta keep those interactions flowing, right? This time, he straight up lies to the girl's face after she asks if the camera in his room is on. She's already worried that he might be filming her, but the idea that he's already streaming their interaction to countless people is something that probably didn't even cross her mind. It's so sinister.
I feel like I'm recording or something. I'm scared. I'm scared. No, you have a camera up there. Oh, it's on.
Derek's able to lie here and calm her nerves at the beginning, which only leads her to a false sense of security. She feels like she can be vulnerable to this man because he's being so personable to her face, but it's all a depraved act, so he can hopefully get a viral moment out of the night. At one point, she even feels safe enough to change clothes in his room, as long as he turns the other way, which tells me that she still had her reservations for being there and couldn't fathom the possibility of hundreds of people watching her change. Derek is kind of covering her up during this part, but if you read the chat, everyone is in there still watching it very carefully to see if anything shows. The whole stream is a nauseating breach of privacy and a complete disregard for laws and morality. I hope this girl is able to sue Derek for everything he's worth. He lied to her about the camera being off. I mean, you can't do that and expect there to be no consequences. Believe it or not, though, Derek did face some mild consequences for these streams eventually, okay? It didn't happen immediately. It took some time, but I guess Kick finally got the memo that, hey, Derek Graz, the guy who recorded those women without their knowledge, yeah, he should probably be banned. So the second his actions had any impact on his bottom line, I guess Derek decided to finally address the situation, which he did recently in a 30-minute video titled "A Kick Streamer Who Has Been Falsely Accused." The streamer in question, of course, being him. He also just ripped this thumbnail straight from the Asher Show, who had called him out for this behavior just a couple weeks prior. Not sure Derek's thought process behind that one. And before we dive into the video itself, I think the description might give you an idea of where this is going. I am a 19-year-old streamer who has been streaming since I was 16. I am not a terrible person. I am young, and most importantly, human. All humans make mistakes, like when you misspell the word all in your YouTube description. On other words, I was painted as an awful human being, which is not the case. There were things in Tanat's video that were not true. He's referring to Asher's video here. The entire video, even starting from the start, paint me as someone I am not. A lot of this was taken completely out of content, which has resulted in a Kick ban. Hashtag free Derek, hashtag Kick streaming, hashtag Kick streamer. So to use Derek's own words, starting from the start here, we're already in excuses territory. Derek is young and he's new to streaming, while simultaneously being a veteran to it. He goes out of his way to explain that he's taking accountability for being a bad person, while also begging for his Kick ban to be lifted because after all, he was, quote, falsely accused. Derek is all over the place here. I only wonder if this video is just as messy and convoluted as its description. Spoiler alert, it is.
I'm a streamer, and I've been streaming for 3 to 4 years now. I started streaming on Twitch when I was around 15 to 16, playing Fortnite, playing video games, and then I slowly got into like IRL and just checking content. And basically, so right now my content consists of Discord calls, playing video games here and there, doing like just challenges,
I shit you not, Derek spent the entire first half of his response just going over his background as a streamer. Like this is some icebreaker activity you're doing at school or something. Man, no one cares what you do for a living. You're being accused of sex crimes. These are not exactly light claims being made against you, Derek. I need you to log in for me and just get to the fucking point. How are you going to defend yourself here?
I hid the camera, and I wore like 2 earpieces in my ears, and I would have, TTS on, and my chat would donate and basically tell me what to do, and tell me how to act. Now, this is not okay in a million years. I was young, I was stupid, I let the views and just my chat kind of get into my head and tell me what to do, and I tried to be the good person by listening to them, but after reflection, I realized that was terrible.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, that was pretty easy, actually. I guess Derek decided in this moment to change his life from, oh, it was all staged, to just admitting to it, which he has to explain is not illegal in a one-party consent state like Texas.
Legal? No. It's not. It's a one state bill consent in Texas, but that doesn't matter.
What this actually tells me is that Derek doesn't know the law, because when we look at Texas Penal Code 21.15, we see that unauthorized recording, photographing, or transmitting visual images of another person without their consent is prohibited when they have a reasonable expectation of privacy. As we witnessed earlier, Derek straight up told one of the girls that the camera was off, leading me to believe that she had a reasonable expectation of privacy when she made out with him, changed clothes in his room, etc. Both of these girls were fully unaware that their privacy was being breached. I'm not sure if Derek understands the potential legal consequences of what he did, but he is admitting here that it was morally wrong for him to do it.
It was truly, it was morally wrong. It was morally wrong and messed up, and I deeply regret doing that. And it was just fully messed up. So again, I'd like to apologize to Kick for bringing that. I'd like to apologize to the girls I have reached out talking about it, and I'd like to apologize to you guys for condoning that stuff. And I'd like to apologize to myself because this action genuinely messed up and ruined a
apologize to myself.
Good aspect in my life.
Of course, he doesn't show this level of self-reflection and remorse when his account wasn't banned, but I digress. This isn't the only thing he's addressing here either. Another reason Derek is making this video is to clear his name of another extremely serious allegation made against him. In his original video, Asher brought the following footage to light. It seemed to depict Derek sitting on a call with his moderator, Silva, who you actually might remember from the Something About Chickens video, calling out Derek's friend, Riot Law. That's right, yeah, they're friends. Riot can be seen here in Derek's chat. If that doesn't tell you the type of guy he is, I don't know what does. The clip Derek is addressing here depicts Silva receiving something from Derek's My Eyes Only album on Snapchat. Both men appear wild with excitement as Silva asks if chat can see this. Silva then makes a proposition. Derek agrees. Silva sends the 10 gifted, and Derek then goes on to send even more explicit material of what seems to be his ex-girlfriend, whose name has been removed here for the sake of privacy. Silva then says he's already resold her nudes for $100.
FLYC0 down. Says you.
How you doing, dog? Welcome. I'm glad to have you here, Fly Code. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. How are you today? How'd you hear about me?
FLYC0 down. Said, can I ask why accounts under your name are constantly spamming at other people's content?
Absolutely. Because I'm trying to make people aware of my stream. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I have more content on YouTube than any person in global history. And I have created robots that automatically spam for me. You can see them right there. It's the biggest event in global history, dog.
Derek repeatedly says things like, I don't give a fuck.
You could actually probably see yourself get spammed live.
They take turns commenting on the
pretty amazing.
Material. Derek says he wants to send them
coolest
even
thing ever.
more after he leaves, before showing the chat that he does in fact have the My Eyes Only tab open. Then playing audio from another one of the videos Derek and Silva were looking at. Concerningly, at one point, Silva asks Derek, is that a 12-year-old?
I hope you think
and
it's as
remarks
cool as I
Derek's
do.
a sicko, as the two
I made it so you
continue
can
to
see it
laugh
better.
and laugh.
It's spamming like a motherfucker, dog. Yo, dog. I hope you love it. I hope you love everything about it. I hope you're like, wow, Rabbi, when I grow up, I hope I can spam like you.
Will you actually think that's okay? I understand.
But Silva may not be the only person involved.
Yeah, hell yeah.
As YouTuber Vinny D discovered these screenshots from Derek's Twitter group chat and Discord of people discussing the nudes and how they can get a hold of it.
I appreciate it. You're very
managed to provide
kind.
this
Hey, I
audio
want you to know I'm not
by
doing
the
it
name
forever
of
just
Jonathan,
until I go
distributing
viral, and then I'm going to make you a trillionaire.
commenting on the
So it's
girl's
kind of
appearance
win-win.
the whole way through.
It's temporary, and It's going to make you rich. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. You should come by every single day and just check up. We can grow up together. I've been streaming 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. You're live on 8 different streams right now. It's the biggest thing in global history. I have a sky cam. Type in Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live, and you can see all my streams. It's freaking huge, dog. You're very kind, Fly Code. Thank you so much for your kind words.
Derek's actually delusional. Like it's actually bad. But he kept saying he was like yo, he was always like definitely cut the yeah. So I was like, Jesus, not that, bro. Send me a video of her working and literally scared both that he's working. So, you know the Minecraft skeleton noises with it or not? Wait, so Max, what would you do for it? What's that? Max, what would you do for it? I guess nothing. He doesn't want to. Yeah, I guess he doesn't want to any. So, like I said, Jonathan, my DMs are wide open.
If this wasn't bad and illegal enough, there is also reason to believe that the ex-girlfriend was underage in the clips being circulated, meaning Derek, Silva, and anyone else with possession of this material could be in serious legal trouble if it ever went all the way to court. Again, I won't be publishing her name, but as the YouTuber Streaming Spotlight reports in his video, she does have a birthday listed online as 2005. She's 18 now and supposedly hasn't had any interaction with Derek since she was at least 16. Still, that hasn't stopped him from trying to sell her possessions over Discord. You can see here he's listed her underwear, necklace, bra, hair, notes, necklace, chains, and bracelets, all for his community to purchase. So that's the second thing Derek is responding to in this video. But unlike the first claim, Derek is going to be denying this one. Let's find out what he has to say.
So basically, about a month ago, I was in Florida, and I had my editor, my filmer, and my friend. And he basically was filming for me, editing my videos, and I took him to Jack Doherty's house, right? And me and Jack Doherty got into a altercation. I was kicked out of Jack Doherty's house, and Jack, told my friend, my cameraman, my editor, that he would give him a job to not leave the house and leave me alone, whatever. So I was left outside. I was just I was like 45 minutes away from home. My phone was at 1%. I was fully embarrassed because this kid just took my friend and my filmer, on stream. So Jack never hired him for the same exact reason that I'm about to tell you. So this filmer and editor was extremely mad at me. He has been constantly harassing me on Twitter, on Discord, on YouTube, on Reddit, trying to frame me for this exact claim. Another account was made, another account was made, another account was made. This claim has been coming through someone who's been harassing me and trying to take me down. He's out for blood for me for no exact reason.
Okay, so to summarize everything he's saying here, he argues that this claim is illegitimate because it came from a former disgruntled editor and ex-friend of his who now works for Jack Doherty, I think, or used to, I don't know. The only thing I care about is whether or not Derek was actually selling nudes of his underage ex. But Derek does eventually explain that the girl in the videos he sent to Silva was actually not his ex-girlfriend at all. He was actually sending an OnlyFans sex tape he made with a different girl by the name of Bella.
I had sent my friend in this very misleading clip was a OnlyFans tape that was supposed to be posted on OnlyFans, right? So if we go back to about right here, and this clip right here, I had sub goals, right? So basically sub goals is when someone subs, it gets like the mark or whatever, like the challenge. So basically at 500 subs, we would release our OnlyFans tape, right? And keep in mind, this girl that was in the tape, she is overage, she is fully consensual of it, and she's fully aware of it. So I don't know why and where this guy even tried to pin me selling my underage ex-girlfriend's explicit photos on something that is just not the case at all. And it was a OnlyFans tape that was fully sensual, fully aware, and fully above age. Taking those two misleading things and putting them into a clip is just genuinely something that's very wrong.
This is why I feel like Derek just hasn't looked at the claims made against him, because in these leaked Discord messages, you can clearly see the name of his ex-girlfriend being talked about in relation to the explicit material he sold. The girl's first initial starts with an E, not a B. Nobody in these leaked messages is even saying the name Bella. They're saying the name of his ex-girlfriend. Not to mention he doesn't show any proof of what he's saying whatsoever. His defense here entirely boils down to just trust me, bro. He hasn't exonerated himself for anything, especially when he's right here in this screenshot selling his ex-girlfriend's underwear. I mean, like, you're a little stupid to pull off these kinds of lies, Derek. I'm sorry. You haven't convinced me, and I don't think you've convinced anyone else. I guess we'll see how stupid your audience is, though, when you make your grand return to content creation pretty soon. Hell, maybe he'll even be back by the time this video is up. In the weeks he's spent away from streaming, he's made sure to give us constant updates on Twitter, reassuring fans that he's got some crazy shit planned whenever that ban lifts. If I were to guess, I'm sure he'll be just fine. After all, he's got the biggest account on Kick looking out for him.
Derek, who should be unbanned. Genuinely, bro. You guys gotta understand, bro.
I'll never understand why the big wigs at Kick waste their time running defense for some of the worst people the platform has to offer, but they sure love doing it. Here's Eddie Boy himself, again, the founder of Kick and Steak, expressing a glowing admiration for our final subject of the night. Join me in discussing one of the absolute worst streamers I have ever had the displeasure of encountering. This last segment is about... Again, Suspendus is someone I don't expect you to know, but by the end of this video, I promise you'll wish you'd stayed ignorant. I can't describe the feeling I get from watching Suspendus other than just pure nausea, which I've kind of felt while researching this entire access of evil, but Suspendus especially. There's not much this guy hasn't done. Let's just put it that way. As a brief introduction, why don't we check out the highlight reel?
Don't touch my shit. Don't touch me. Fuck you, pussy. You want me to turn down my volume? Yeah. That's all you can say. That's all you have to say. Speak English to me. Don't Japanese to us, man.
Okay, bro. I mean, I'd smash a 6-year-old, bro. Why not? Some of them are hot. Like, Japanese ladies, they keep themselves nice and shit.
By the way, when I was an English teacher, I used to have to do Santa. You know Santa? Oh, oh, oh. Christmas. I used to be a very good Santa. Sit on my face, I mean my lap, and tell me what you want for Christmas.
I think you see what I mean. It's like the more you research Suspendus, the more you start to worry about the people who have to endure his presence. But if you're wondering what compelled Eddie to extend those warm wishes I mentioned a second ago, well, Suspendus was at one point arrested in Nepal for asking to marry what was reported to be a 15-year-old girl. And Dad, being the saint that he is, wanted to make sure our boy was safe and sound after such a harrowing incident. I mean, who wouldn't?
The boss over at Kick.com, we let him know he was happy that we're all okay. So thank you to Eddie. I'm okay.
This generosity isn't anything new, though, with Ed gifting Suspendus subs in the past and professing his overall admiration for him as a creator after his wedding, as seen in this Discord message from October 2023. You know, months after footage depicted what looked to be Suspendus assaulting an unconscious woman at a Japanese karaoke bar on Kick.com made headlines. According to this screenshot, it would seem Eddie is happy to help that guy out with anything he may need. How nice. I'm sure Sus could certainly use it. He gets himself in trouble pretty much every other week. Here you can see Suspendus with Slightly Homeless, another streamer whose story I'll save for another day, harassing the locals in other countries. This is kind of what they're known to do, but this clip in particular garnered a high level of infamy when, after they get rejected by a random girl they just walked up to on the streets, they go on to ask if she's for sale.
We like to marry girls at first sight.
Yeah, can I marry you?
No. Why are you so shy? And show us what you're selling. What you selling? Are you for sale?
Now's a good time to mention that Suspendus, he's 40 years old. And this is how he speaks to someone who is clearly a younger person he doesn't even know. Now, while it was reported in the news that this girl was 15, I personally haven't been able to find any clip to verify her age myself. But if you ask me, just as a rule of thumb, you really probably shouldn't be speaking this way to anyone on the street, much less someone who looks as young as this girl does. I'm not going to be showing her face for the sake of maintaining her privacy, but just know I'm not the first person to call out what's going on here. These guys realized pretty quick they had flown too close to the sun when Nepalese authorities showed up and placed them under arrest later that day.
Dude, what are these police doing? What problem? Hello?
Please close.
Close it?
Please, just a minute. Please close.
Please close. I don't know. Should we get out of here?
What do you do?
We're okay?
What do you do? We are here for you.
Helping us out.
The police saw this clip, and Suspendus and Slightly Homeless were promptly charged with child endangerment. Whether or not they meant it as a joke was a moot point in this moment, as a representative from the U.S. Embassy promptly informed the pair that they were facing a maximum of 10 years in prison. Slightly Homeless was quick to admit he probably afraid of the possibility that he was going to jail in Nepal for a decade, but Suspendus has always maintained that he did nothing wrong, and he was detained for no reason.
Oh, so they just let you guys go? No 10 years in jail, nothing?
Yeah, man, I didn't do anything anyway.
Somehow, they ended up slipping out of that one, but the threat of a criminal conviction in a foreign country was enough to prompt Sam Pepper, yes, he hangs out with these guys too, to pack his things and get the fuck out of Nepal.
It was just not worth it, guys. It was not worth it to stick around and end up sharing a jail cell with homeless. Do you know what I'm saying? And they'll probably be out in a day or so. It really isn't worth it.
Suspendus originally dabbled in fashion. He started his own apparel company around 2011, which went by the name of So Fetch Clothing. Somehow, their Facebook is still up, though I probably would have taken it down a long time ago if it had pictures of me looking like this or this. If you were online in 2014, you might recognize Pedo Bear on this particular number. Kind of a weird thing to put on a shirt, but even after all these years, Suspendus stands by his artistic vision wholeheartedly.
As far as the t-shirts, yeah, I designed them. You know what I mean? I thought they were awesome t-shirts back in 1990. The bear was a meme. You know what I mean? I'm older than most of these other streamers, so, you know, they probably don't remember back there, and especially if you're not from America, then you wouldn't understand the meme. It was funny-ish at the time. We live in a world with woke people, triggered people, and things like that. If you're woke and triggered because of a shirt that I designed 15 years ago, then you can stop watching my channel.
Spoken like someone who asks young girls if they're for sale. You may have noticed a second ago that So Fetch Clothing was originally established in Philadelphia, which begs the question, how did a fashion designer from Pennsylvania end up making content all the way in Asia? But as the lore goes, Suspendus fled the United States after being hit with a lawsuit from Paramount Pictures. Turns out you can't trademark a phrase that originated in one of the most iconic films to date. Yeah, Suspendus apparently tried to copyright the phrase So Fetch, which is so fucking stupid. He also has several outstanding warrants spanning from multiple tickets he's refused to pay, as the YouTuber Spree included in his documentary. If you want a more detailed and thorough exploration of Suspendus' entire story, I'd recommend giving it a watch. There aren't a whole lot of people out there chronicling the sad, embarrassing life of Suspendus, so his story can be a little difficult to track, honestly. All I know is there are people who have said he lives in a former crematorium outside of a Japanese cemetery, which, if that's true, he's living like a Tim Burton villain. I mean, crematorium? Now is also a good time to take a little detour and introduce a forum by the name of Alex Addicted, which honestly could be its own video with the amount of weird allegations out there surrounding this thing, but for the sake of time, I'm going to be keeping this segment fairly brief. There's actually already a great video on its history by the YouTuber Marcy that I would recommend you check out if you want all the disturbing details. But what you need to know for now is that according to its own website, Alex Addicted was once the premier online site for alternative modeling, created all the way back in 2005. During the early 2010s especially, Alex Addicted provided a space for scene kids to post pictures of themselves and engage with one another. You can still find remnants of Alex Addicted strewn across YouTube and Facebook, where members would proclaim their commitment to the site and deny any allegations of wrongdoing by the agency's founder, an anonymous user by the name of Alexa, who claimed to be a teenage girl herself, though her true identity remains heavily debated to this day. more on that in a second. About the past decade now, there have been allegations floating around that this Alexa person would ask underage users to post explicit images of themselves to the site. One girl by the name of Chrissy Lynn uploaded a video back in 2013 detailing her experience with Alex Addicted, describing what all she witnessed as a young 14-year-old user of the site. She described Alexa as a domineering force, someone who would abuse and berate the underage girls who made up the website.
I was in this site when I was 14. I'm 17 now. I was 14, and I was just starting out site modeling. I thought it was the coolest thing ever, and Alex Addicted was like the shit, right? Like everyone was always talking about it, and so I thought I'd join, you know? And I saw Alexa asking her models for new photos. And I mean, of course, this threw me, like, I had obviously never had anything to do with the site modeling world. I didn't know if this was normal or not, and it kind of threw me. I was like, oh God, is she going to ask me for some? And I saw a bunch of the girls in there, I'm not going to name names, I saw a bunch of the girls in there posting nude photos. When I left, she immediately started freaking out on me, calling me names, telling me I was fat and ugly, I needed more makeup, that I needed to lose weight, and I would never be good enough for Alex Addicted anyways, even though I was in her site before I left. And she was just horrible to me.
If you were to read the comments on this video, you would find Suspendus's name being brought up dozens of times over the past year. Why is that? Well, Suspendus was in fact a model on Alex Addicted. This is indisputable. We know this thanks to a video uploaded in 2012 depicting old modeling pictures of Suspendus, whose real name is Avram Merlin, along with this description that reads, Avram is a new model with AASM. He is also owner and CEO of SoFetch Clothing. I love his style, love his ambition. I will be promoting SoFetch on all of my channels. Suspendus himself has also discussed his time with Alex Addicted openly on Kick, albeit it's still a bit confusing. He remains pretty vague with what he was actually doing on the site, other than saying he's proud of the pictures he took on there and doesn't care much about it now since it was a quote 15 years ago and there's a statute of limitations on all of that. Okay, not sure why there would need to be a statute of limitations on something if you weren't doing anything wrong. What does that mean?
That was always the most annoying to me. People talking about shit that happened like 15 years ago. I don't give a fuck anymore, man. There's a statute of limitations on private life shit, bro.
He also writes off any questions regarding his time on Alex Addicted as a psyop by the government, whatever that means.
It's a fucking psyops operation by the government, bro. Are you crazy? The only thing that the only word that really will get you anywhere is psyops. If you don't know what psyops is, then I really can't help you. You know what I mean? But basically, it's all just a fucking illusion anyway.
He also mentions he already covered all of this back in 2021, but believe me, I have searched high and low for that video and cannot find it anywhere.
I think in 2021, I went into length about what Alex Addicted was. I mean, I wasn't as big streamer then than I am now, but there's a video out where I talked about it for about an hour. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna go into it again. I've already talked about it. You know, hundreds or thousands of online people wanted to be models, including myself. I don't regret anything. I thought those days I fucking shot wonderful pictures of myself. Very, very happy. So for anybody trying to correlate anything like that, you know, go and do your research for yourself.
I'm trying to, and I just end up with more questions. Ultimately, with such limited information to go off right now, it's impossible for me to repeat the claim that others have made that Suspendus himself is Alexa. That seems to be the narrative a lot of people have ran with, but I can't sit here in good conscience and say for certain that that is the case. Now, that absolutely doesn't mean he's chill and normal around minors. Trust me, he isn't.
They're so hot.
Oh, well, dude. No, bro, oh my God. Never say that to a girl.
You know you've crossed a line when even Ice Poseidon is telling you to knock it off. It's hard to talk about Suspendus, though, without at least briefly touching on his murky connection to Alex Addicted. But with such minimal information regarding that era, I think it's also productive we focus more on what we can very visibly see him doing today on Kick. The things that we know to be true, like how he was the very first cake streamer to be verified, or the handsome salary he once pulled in on a monthly basis due to his contract, or how he was the one to originally inspire Johnny Somali to start IRL streams. You know, Johnny Somali, the dude who makes a living traveling the world and seeing which locals he can piss off the most.
Do I look like someone who's a sexual harass anybody? Okay, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm from America, bitch. Don't touch me. I'm from America, bitch. Don't touch me. I'll slap that ass. I'll grab it too. Y'all know the Trump told me grab it by the p***. Y'all grab that too. Stop playing with me. I'll grab you. I'll grab it by the p*** right here. I don't give a fuck. I'm a different type of journalist.
Here's a look at one of his more avant-garde works called Being Racist on a Train.
You know, you know, why you do this? Pearl Harbor? Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
Yeah, old Johnny Boy is in jail right now for pulling some stunts in Israel, so at least you won't have to worry about him false claiming this video as he likes to do. There's note here, he was apparently released immediately after being detained, which I hadn't seen when I originally wrote this, so if this video goes down, that might be why. But knowing what old Johnny Somali has gotten up to, it's not much of a surprise seeing his mentor Suspendus doing almost the exact same stuff, making locals uncomfortable by, let's go down the list, groping women at the club, throwing vodka bottles out of a moving car,
What the hell?
making out with a 17-year-old Japanese girl on stream.
Yes, I am 17. I'm sorry. What? Wait, that's illegal. I know.
Again, 43-year-old man. And of course, blasting the American national anthem at the Hiroshima Peace Memorial. I swear to God, man, all cake streamers need to be kept 100 yards away from any World War II memorial site, just to be safe.
I can't wait to go to Germany. And then I think me and Tal are going to take one day and go to Auschwitz on stream and like do a tour. We might not be able to stream it though, because we're going to do a video.
And to think with all of this horrendous shit under his belt, Suspendus still has the nerve to call Sam Pepper a liability.
Sam, you're a liability, bruh.
Oh, I'll be the first to say Sam Pepper is a repulsive little cockroach of a person, but he's entirely right when he calls out Suspendus here.
What the fuck are you saying? I'm a liability. Do you know your track record? Do you know the things that you have done on stream?
Yes, I
So how are you saying that I'm a liability, bro?
Everything that I've ever done when I'm streaming only affects me.
That's not true. Like the Japan train incident. You were affecting other people's lives on the train.
True.
But these insidious acts don't stop there. Like I mentioned earlier, Suspendus' depravity knows almost no bounds. It's how he catapulted Kick into their very first controversy all the way back in 2022, before the site was even a week old. How they didn't learn right there that they were beginning to attract some of the most sordid people on the internet is something I really can't understand. He literally shows himself on screen naked and receives no punishment because, again, this is the platform where anything goes, and that's a good thing. Remember, guys, that's a very good thing. At least that's what I'm told. But I wonder how Aiden and others over at Kick feel about Suspendus groping an unconscious woman on stream. This clip is incredibly uncomfortable to sit through for obvious reasons, and I won't be showing it uncensored because what he's doing is a crime. He and his friend, another streamer by the name of Theobsima, were visiting a Japanese karaoke bar with a couple of locals when the incident took place. The two women are becoming visibly more inebriated as the stream continues. They're all drinking, for the record, but if you watch closely, you can see these women repeatedly reject Suspendus' advancements throughout the night. One of them can be seen here physically trying to get away from Suspendus.
No, I have to wait. I can't get one.
Before long, she's laying down on the couch, too drunk to even stand up. I guess that's when the two men decide they've had enough fun, and as they're getting ready to leave the two girls there, which is incredibly irresponsible in itself, Suspendus leans in for a goodbye kiss, forcing himself on top of one of the women as his friend stands idly by and streams the whole thing.
I want to say goodbye. Okay, take your time. Oh my God. Damn. Congratulations, Suspendus.
doesn't step in to prevent it or anything. And if that weren't bad enough, he catches Suspendus again at just a few minutes later, laying on top of the woman a second time.
Oh my God. Damn. Oh man. Oh no, is it too sexy? Suspenders? Can we go? Hey, let's go, man. Hey, that's suspender. Let's go. No, chotomate, please. Can we go, please?
In fact, those who have managed to find the full VOD say he returned at least 4 times to try and take advantage of her. She's not even moving at all in this clip. She's looking too drunk to even comprehend what's going on. It's a disturbing sight, watching these two act like it's no big deal. Yopsuma even implied after the fact that the girl was not really into Suspendus whatsoever.
And he did. You know?
What did he do?
I mean, he did the fucking... Oh, you was there when he was, like, making out with this girl. Do you think that was okay? Like, do you think the girl was into Sus? Do you think the girl liked Sus, the one that was kissing him? Oh, okay, your mouth shut, your mouth sealed. You're sworn to secrecy by Sus, the man, Sus himself, okay?
Not that he even needed to say that. I mean, we all saw the clip. The Suspendus' defense for this whole thing is that he did nothing wrong on the basis that Japanese men are, quote, known to grope, in his words.
I kissed a girl, bro. That upsets a whole entire country. Kissing a girl, do you know how aggressive Japanese dudes are when they're drunk, bro? Japanese dudes are known to grope. I just kissed a girl, bro. I never groped people.
Suspendus isn't taking the situation seriously, probably in part because he knows how hard it is to actually see any repercussions on Kick. But don't take my word for it. He has outwardly acknowledged their leniency in the past.
I pissed on the wall by accident, but I wasn't aiming properly. But that's what Kick's all about. Kick's all about, like, this guy, he didn't mean it. He was a good guy the whole time. He just made a simple mistake.
It's hard to say he was just joking here because despite this incident and that little wardrobe malfunction he had shortly after the launch of the website, Kick hasn't really done anything to push back against Suspendus. I mean, he's still around. And because he saw zero repercussions for what he did in that karaoke bar, Suspendus was able to continue broadcasting his crimes to an audience like the very next month, where he had sex in front of a child on stream. I hate that I had to say those words just now. I will say the clip itself is hard to find because Suspendus has gone out of his way to claim it to be taken down as many places as he can. So I'm really just going to talk over this last part. What you're seeing is Suspendus IRL streaming in the Philippines last April. You can see the door is closed while the woman's child remains jumping around the bed. The pair exchange a few words before Suspendus slides the camera around to face the wall as he explains to the chat he needs to take care of some business.
Okay, so we see the child on the bed with the phone. The door is closed. All right, the door is closed. Okay, so the child was in the room.
Telling his audience he'll see them in a minute before telling the girl, your son is having a good time, or something to that effect.
Your son's having a good time, by the way. You think they're in the bathroom?
Yeah.
Yeah, the kids stayed watching dinosaur cartoons. I saw that. Yeah, James was never in the room. They don't care. Oh, she goes, why are you still streaming? And then he says, they don't care.
The lights go off, and although I'm not sure if they went into the bathroom or not, you can definitely hear what's going on. I won't play it, but if the chat can hear Suspendus moaning, then I'd be willing to bet the kid in the room can. By the end of it, as fellow streamer Slycan was able to translate, the girl informed Suspendus that her son was playing with his dinosaur toy the whole time, before telling him it's time to go.
Okay, they're watching up. I think maybe what I'm guessing was they was probably in the bathroom with the door open and the lights off. So that so that everyone on his chat could hear the sound. So I don't think he was on the bed. But the door was open and he was in the bathroom. Because you didn't hear any door open from the bathroom, so they were already in the bathroom. Says it, like, don't worry, my kid is watching the dinosaur. She says it, like, right after he nutted. Hold him. Baby, let's go. Baby, tara na. Tara na means let's go. And then you could hear the kid, okay. Yeah, he's answering, like, okay.
There is pretty much nothing I can say about this that would adequately capture the level of depravity we're dealing with here. In normal circumstances, this would have resulted in Suspendus getting an immediate permanent ban from Kig, likely followed by a formal investigation, because that is a profoundly inappropriate environment for the child.
They literally have no evidence that ever happened, and yet they say that it happened. Get the fuck out of here. But people act like parents don't have sex in front of their babies anyway. You know what I mean? Yeah, they do. Holy moly, yes they do. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. They definitely do. You think sex stops just because families have babies?
But because this is Kig, Suspendus sought no consequence whatsoever, and was able to continue streaming as if nothing happened, essentially. And look, I don't like to say someone should lose their platform lightly, but a line needs to be drawn somewhere, and committing an actual crime on camera should be that line, in my opinion. I don't think that's a crazy thing for me to say. This shouldn't be a particularly hot take. I'm kind of in shock that anyone out there would willingly watch 14 hours of a middle-aged emo creep stumbling around in public, making drunken remarks to his chat, pausing only to vomit into storm drains. But to each their own. I would have to imagine the majority of Suspendus' audience is only watching because they know what an absolute scumbag he is. They see what a horrible life he leads, and they get to feel a sense of superiority by knowing that despite how bad their lives might be, they're still doing better than this guy.
In what reality do you think that people want to watch you for being a profound streamer? No one has ever said that.
I proclaim myself a profound streamer that is exploring.
Do you want to grow as a streamer, or do you want to just fizzle out?
Dude, by the end of this year, I'll already be enough to... Anyway.
His audience seems mainly comprised of Sam Pepper and Ice Poseidon fans who archive all of Suspendus' most egregious and sensationalist moments on YouTube for the sake of laughing at him. He's constantly reminded of what a piece of shit he is with TTS donations from his own community.
Saying this stupid shit won't change the fact that you sexually assaulted multiple people, including your family. We're gonna always win then.
Don't I have the best crazy fans? I have the most whacked out crazy fans.
My parents donated $3. A 43-year-old with an 18-year-old little girl, 85.
She's not that, so. This is the master bedroom.
And is relentlessly mocked for his relationship with a 20-something-year-old girl named Riri, who he married only 6 months after meeting in Thailand. Believe me, there are entire channels out there devoted to documenting the intricacies of their love life, or lack thereof. Many have speculated that Riri is only with Suspendus for the money and doesn't actually love him, which would otherwise be a pretty bold claim to make about someone over the internet. But then again, if she truly did love him and want to be with him for any non-superficial reason, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't have lied about having a dating app on her phone.
Hold on.
I tell you.
My wife doesn't have Tinder. You have Tinder? Tinder? Yeah, she doesn't have Tinder.
Before I had that, I deleted it.
She had it. Do you have an app on your phone, Tinder?
No, it sound a message cost a month. Why?
Or not?
Yeah, I have, but yeah, I have, but why? I never message people. Why?
I don't care.
But I'm not going to falter for that. I mean, it's Suspendus. There isn't really much of a reason to stand next to this dude if you aren't getting something in return, I'll just be honest. And maybe on some level he knows that, as he's bought her and her family a total of 5 cars at this point, handed out generous wads of cash to her family members at their wedding, and purchased her a $900 phone for nothing more than a light peck on the lips.
I didn't even get a kiss or nothing. Yeah, no, man.
$800.
Yeah. At least I got a kiss. Got the kiss. It was all worth it. It was all worth it. I got the pack, and it only cost me $900.
I'd almost feel bad if this were happening to anyone other than Suspendus. After all, he does seem to treat her like cheating on her all the time.
If I slept, I would never. Because I would want you to get pregnant. Because I would want you to have my baby. The one girl that I was with tonight, I literally would have left my girl for. And I don't care if she's watching this. Maybe if you're watching this, you might think you're all happy. You might say to the girl I just saw. You're lucky that I love you, but your looks don't compare. I'll never trust her again, Chad. Ever again. She punched me in my face. So fuck her. She punched me in my face.
And that's when he isn't making inappropriate passes at her mother, of course.
Y'all wish you had that right there. Y'all wish. You know what I'm saying? Y'all wish you had that right there. Yeah!
So I think you can see why I have trouble sympathizing with Suspendus. He says he loves Riri 1 second, then implies he's going to leave her once she becomes old and unattractive for him the next.
The question of what happens when Riri turns into her mom in 20 years? I will literally be on a beach somewhere with a fishing rod, a beer, and probably, you know, some weed or something. You know what I mean? Like, it was a good life.
He's an absolute dumpster fire of a human being through and through. And I have no choice but to salute Riri's efforts. Get the bag at all costs. By the way, I didn't know where to fit this in, but you should also know that he viciously kicked his cat off his bed for absolutely no reason, because, of course, he abuses animals too. If Suspendus is this callous, irresponsible, predatory, and abusive in front of an audience, I don't want to imagine what he gets up to when the cameras aren't rolling. In a just world, this guy would not have an audience. His grimy little fingers kept far away from a record button. His audience is almost exclusively made up of people who just want to see him fail. Even the girl he married doesn't seem to want anything to do with him. He makes some of the most unwatchable content on all of Kick while inspiring some of the worst streamers the internet has ever seen. I have no idea where he goes from here. For some reason, Edge just continues to keep him around despite all the things we've seen him do on camera. I just hope at the very least that Riri can keep milking him for all he's worth. Don't stop. Drain his pockets and leave him in a ditch. You've got my support. All right, well, I want to say thank you for getting this far into the video. After 2 months of working on this thing, countless hours of editing, and non-stop listening to Jack Doherty's voice, I am also shocked and relieved to finally be at this point. I can't believe this video is over, and I can move on to other topics now. I've tried writing this conclusion a few times and have admittedly been struggling to find the right words to describe my feelings towards Kick as a platform. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. Kick, in its current state, is an absolute cesspit, drawing in some of the most reprehensible streamers the internet has to offer. This video could have been longer, trust me, there is no shortage on deranged Kick streamers out there. And sure, they provide content for the rest of us to laugh at, but I obviously don't want Kick to be like this. I want them to be a viable alternative to more mainstream platforms. I am a proponent of there being competition because it puts the pressure on YouTube and Twitch to start acting like they want to keep us around. And that's exactly why I hate to see them giving freaks like Suspendus a pass, even after he committed multiple crimes on stream. Letting him off the hook so many times is exactly why people are going to continue having their reservations about Kick. I hope it isn't always like this. Seeing that their insane revenue split genuinely has the potential to change lives, Kick could be better, and I hope at some point they start acting better. All I know is if they don't stop ignoring, fostering, and occasionally even encouraging illegal activity, I don't see how anyone's perception of this place is ever going to change. Or maybe Elon could just buy it and make it even worse.
Holy fuck, I hated this goddamn documentary. It's just bullshit. It's just like, hey, there's a bunch of assholes being douches.
Well, we had 6 children.
Dog, no one gives a shit.
Do something good. Tony Hinchcliffe. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna listen to this one 1,000 goddamn times, perhaps.
The Joe
Rogan experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
I got to talk some shit.
You're killing it, man. It's exciting. It's an exciting time for you.
Yeah.
I hope you're enjoying it.
Oh, I'm having a blast.
Is it weird? Does it feel weird?
Kind of, because I wasn't expecting like a big moment or like a different boom, a different outside thing. Because I'm just content here, chilling. I have my Kill Tony stuff and all of our stuff, but yeah, it's awesome.
It's so interesting to watch. It was funny that Brian Simpson said that he was with you at the store, and he said he goes, I watched Tony Hinchcliffe become real famous in real time.
Yeah,
like you could see like the first show when you're warming up, get ready for the roast, then after the roast, people just going crazy.
Yeah, it was weird. I got bumped by another comedian my first night at the store, and then I was the special guest, super treat the rest of the week. Like it was like I was the secret weapon, kind of. So I was unbumpable.
We should be bumped anyway.
Right.
Bumping is horseshit.
Yeah.
Bumping is a thing that it was around the store back in the old days, and they should have got rid of it a long time ago. You know, it's one thing if like some superstar, Dave Chappelle type, Chris Rock character wants to pop in, Louis C.K.'s in town, they want to do 15 minutes. You know, that's all great. But what used to happen at the store is you get these comedians that were just doing it for an ego flex. They were just doing it because they wanted to be able to bump other folks on the roster, and then they would do like a fucking 45-minute set and ruin the timeline of the show. Everybody's supposed to do 15 minutes. There's like fucking 16 people on the show. It's a long-ass show. How many people are on?
16.
Is it 16?
I don't know if it still is. It might be 14 or 12 or something.
Out of
post-pandemic.
Yeah. It's crazy that some people will sit there from show open. They'll sit there from 8 p.m. and they'll be there till 2 a.m. I've seen it.
Oh, yeah. I've seen it many a time.
Some people are just like, especially those tourists, comedy tourists.
Yeah.
They'd come there from Australia and Ireland and shit.
They don't miss it.
We're getting a lot of those at the mothership, man. There's a lot of people from other countries who are telling me they're flying in for this.
All the time.
It's wild. They come in, they do like a weekend, then they go do Kill Tony, and then they'll do like one of our shows. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I always ask now during the commercial break where I get to talk directly to the Kill Tony audience, and I ask how many of you live in Austin, Texas, make some noise. How many of you flew in just for this? And it's always a bigger pop.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
It's like the city's become like a vacation destination for stand-up.
For the arts, I think. I think you can come here and listen to live music, the best, and live comedy. And get to see a lot of fucking freaks.
Yeah, it's just fucking, what a time we're in, man.
Yeah.
Boy, we get lucky. I mean, we just keep getting lucky, dude.
Having Shane here is a death blow
to
the other cities. Took him out on his first boat trip on Sunday, and we drank.
Of course. If you with Shane, you're drinking. Did you drink Bud Lights or did you drink real alcohol?
I drank whiskey cokes. He drank Bud Lights. We always fucking meet.
Yeah, that dude can put them away. We do not fuck around with Shane Gillis. Do not try to drink with Shane Gillis.
We had so much fun. Cracking up, man. Listening to Drake on the river.
That's awesome. He's the best.
Yeah.
It's so nice having him here. And it's so nice having Joey here all the time now. Joey's coming again in a week.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I was just with him in New Jersey.
Yeah.
He was so hilarious. He was so hilarious at the fights. He was out of his mind.
That's what I was telling Lewis, is like even the few people that we, really want that haven't moved here are coming here all the time. Like it's a Vegas residency or something like that.
Yeah, Theo was there too at the fights, and he's coming in July.
Yeah.
So we'll do more stuff with him too. Yeah, it's just, we're lucky shit, dude. I mean, I say it all the time, but it's almost like the universe wanted this to happen this way. It just seems like every light just turned green right when we got up to it.
Unbelievable.
Like, it didn't make sense. Like, this isn't going to work. Green light. This isn't going to work. Green light. It's my word. Green light. Oh, shit, it's happening. Green light. It's wild.
Yeah. And it's a special fucking place.
Yeah.
I love this city with all my heart. I never thought I would leave LA. And then when the shit hit the fan and
riots and governments, and you realize taxes are absolutely insane for what we were getting. And I feel more at home here than I ever did there. And I was there for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
But when the plane's landing and you look out the right side and you see downtown Austin instead of downtown LA, it feels more like, oh, yeah.
It's a better place for comedy, too, in terms of, like, you don't have the traffic. It's not a grind. It's the middle of the country. So if you want to travel to other cities, it's easy to get to. The club situation is amazing. There's so many clubs. There's Cap City. There's Creek in the Cave. There's the Vulcan. There's the Sunset Strip. There's the Mothership. There's what else? The
Black Rabbit.
Black Rabbit.
They're
Velveeta Room.
Shakespeare's.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's an amazing situation. It's like, you know, and you realize, like, you don't have to live like that. You don't have to be stuck in this crazy city of insane traffic and crime.
Right. I can see 5 comedy clubs from my windows and where I live, and I don't even think anybody in New York has that. I don't think you can look down and see 5 comedy clubs from where you're at any given point.
Look, New York has more clubs and more people. And New York's awesome. It's not a contest.
Right.
You know, it's not a contest. It's like that whole, like, New York is the best. I don't know. If you like it, it's the best. Like, it's whatever's great for you. Right. But this is a crazy place right now. And, you know, LA used to be crazy. And now LA's just a fucking steaming pile. It's on fire. It's just Speaking of fire, did you see the sky? You know what that is? In Mexico. Oh, we need to Google this too. Because Mexico has a new president. And I heard that 30 plus presidential candidates were assassinated. Oh, that might be just a TikTok meme. So I have to find out. So let's find out in real time. But the sky, the reason why the sky is so cloudy looking, that's smoke from wildfires in Mexico.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they did a controlled burn and they whoops. Oh, boy. Whoopsies. Whoops. Let's look. 37, excuse me. Claudia Sheinbaum was elected the country's first female president after a bloody election campaign that saw 37 candidates assassinated. And that's our neighbor. We live next to a fucking crack house.
That's on fire.
A crack house on fire run by a Jew. First lady. More than 3 dozen candidates were assassinated, including a local government candidate in Central Puebla State who was killed on Friday, increasing the total number of those killed to 37. Who the fuck would want to run for office in Mexico? Dude, that is so crazy. That's so crazy. Look how few people. Look, 20,000 positions to fill and 70,000 candidates. If you have 20,000 positions in America, how many candidates you have? Probably a lot more because nobody's getting assassinated. That would be one way to start. I mean, how far away? I mean, sounds crazy, right? This is Mexico. It's not America. How far away are we from, like, seeing another JFK type situation?
Man, Jesus. Fuck. Could be close. Seems like there's a candidate that the government really doesn't want.
There's this one guy. What's his
name?
Yeah. One guy who went to the UFC this weekend and got like a 30-second standing ovation.
Yep.
Almost as big as Dave in Ohio, but not quite. Right? Not quite.
They're changing the tone on this. I mean, like, you know, they're doing it. They want to try to make him look like a bad guy, but people just aren't stupid anymore. I mean, there's obviously still like half the country doesn't get it, but
so many rappers. So many rappers are showing support for Trump now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So now he's got a felon.
Right.
I mean, like, now they realize also he's getting trapped by the system, just like everybody's been rapping about. Being trapped by the system. It's a bullshit system. And you watch it happen with him.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just talking about this. It's like I don't think they were counting on the black voter being like, hey, they just fucked that guy. That's what they do to us.
Yeah, that's what they do to everybody, and they pretend they're there for you while they're letting in immigrants. And you know what, man? Here's the problem. Here's the real problem. Republicans won't be the solution either, kids. The problem is people in a position of power. The Republicans seem like they are your solution, but it's just because the people in power right now are the Democrats. whenever the Democrats are out and the Republicans are in, everybody is dying for a Democrat. I remember when Bush was president, after the second term, everyone was like, good Lord, when we get a fucking reasonable Democrat in here before this country goes Christian nationalist and goes crazy and starts every war. And then Obama comes in, like, oh, it's going to be great. But it kind of seems like kind of the same, you know, and the whistleblower protection that he promised, actually, probably like one of the worst on whistleblowers ever. Drone strikes, kind of a shitload of drone strikes.
Yeah.
The whole thing was bonkers. It's just the same structure with a different face. It's Bill Hicks's joke. Bill Hicks's joke about, I think the puppet on the left is to my liking. Well, I'm more aligned with the puppet on the right. Hey, there's one guy, and he's holding both puppets. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with money. We're dealing with money and power. And it does, you know, if you think that's where a person like a Trump character does make a difference, though, because he truly does not give a fuck. And especially now, after all they've done to him, all the things he survived, you gotta think this guy was beloved until he's about 70 years old.
Yeah.
And that's when he starts running for president. Actually, he was a little bit mocked before that, while Obama was in office, because he was one of those people that was a birther.
Yeah.
You know, I'm one of those people that I don't give a fuck where you were born, as long as you're not actually an undercover terrorist. You know, if you're like clearly like a regular person who happened to be born in Nigeria or happened to be born in Saudi Arabia, but now you're here. You went to school here, you got friends here, you got family here, you love it here. America's the shit. You can be president. Like, I don't really think that you have to be born on a certain patch of dirt to run it. That seems like Viking shit. That seems so old.
Yeah.
That seems so dumb.
What about the 35 thing? Is that the age?
Yeah, that's a good age. Up until I was 50, I was retarded. So I don't think that's a bad thing. I think 35 is good just for humans. I think you need a certain amount of life experience. You need a certain amount of trials and tribulations, character testers, a lot of education, a certain amount of like changing your perspective on the world, because we all do that. That's like, as a young man, I was very liberal, super, super liberal. You know, I mean, anything the Democrats believed, I believed, never interested in anything Republicans had to say. All they wanted to do was like shove God down your throat and stop abortions.
Totally.
That's what I was
No,
doing.
I was 100% with you on that.
That's brainwashing too, right?
Yeah. I was super liberal until I got my first paycheck in the state of California. Then everything started changing.
Yeah. People get rich, they get Republican real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's a lot of really rich people that are Democrats, which is interesting, because they got so much money, they can vote Democrat. They got so much money, they don't even try to protect it. California is considering a 30 cents per gallon tax on the miles, or 30 cents per mile, because so many people have electric cars, so the gas tax is losing money. And they want everybody to have an electric car by 2035 or 2030. 3035 would actually be realistic. 2035 is crazy. There's like not enough. We don't have enough stuff. Right. We can't build all those cars. Like, what are you going to do with all the cars that are gas? You know how many cars there are? There's more cars than there are people. There's more cars here than there are people.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, well, a lot more. Well, first of all, there's people like me that have a bunch of them. They throw it off. You know, that throws off the divorce thing, too. You know, people say, 60% of all marriages end in divorce. Right. But a lot of those are people that just get divorced at game times. They go all Jennifer Lopez on the deal. And just like, I'm in forever. Fuck you. Yeah. You new person. I'm in forever. Fuck you. And then
She might have another one on her hands.
Yeah, it looks like she's going down again.
Yeah. Ben, something was up with him at that roast.
He bombed.
Oh, my goodness.
You can't bomb if you're married to Jennifer Lopez. You can't strike out. You can't bomb. You can't fall when you're walking up the flight of stairs, or no pussy.
Right.
This is just how it works. Yeah. You want the Viking queen alpha female? Yeah. If you want,
yeah,
that's what you get, man. She's still that way, and she's like, what, 51? She's crazy hot in 51.
Yeah. Ben was
He hung in there.
Deer in headlights.
He hung in there.
He tried his best. But, yeah, he stood out on that roast.
Maybe it'll be over. I mean, maybe they're turbulent, so maybe they'll get through it this time. They didn't want to do it again. They were together 20 years ago. Just gotta figure out like how to be who you are when you really like each other. Like remember in the beginning? Isn't that fun? You appreciate each other. Figure out how to recapture that. Because that's still the same person. Because people get sick of each other. You ever get sick of a guy you work with and you quit the job and you're like, I fucking miss that dude. You know, they become part of your little community.
That's why I keep working with Red Band.
I love that dude. He's a character. There's only one of those dudes.
Mm-hmm.
You see his new tattoo?
Yeah, he showed everybody. By the end of the night, I was going around going, hey, did you see Red Band's new tattoo? Did you see Red? He was just showing everyone wasted last night. We had another banger of an episode. It's a miracle that I'm awake right now.
Who was the guest?
It was Luis J. Gomez and Sal Volcano.
Oh, nice. Sal was on the podcast last week. He's great.
It was great.
He's a good dude, man. He's fun. Real fucking super nice guy.
Yeah. The bucket was the story that we got some great new comedians out, a new golden ticket winner as of last night.
I haven't seen Luis do stand-up. I haven't seen him in a while. I heard he's killing it. I heard he's doing really well. Duncan saw him at the Creek and said, dude, he was so funny. He was really laughing hard. He goes, I was really impressed.
He had to do
that's
it.
Great.
There was, can't remember who was headlining this weekend, but he was doing a clean set because he's doing a special.
Mike Vecchione.
That's right. And he's doing a clean hour because I don't know why.
Why is Mike doing it, you know?
Yeah, but so he asked Lewis to be clean, and me and Matt were in the green room. And we're like, wait, Lewis is up and he's supposed to be clean. Let's see what he's doing. The first thing we hear is like, nice balls, you shithead, or something like that. We were dying.
This is not going to be clean.
Right.
First of all, you shouldn't ask a guy to be clean. You can't ask a guy to, especially a guy who literally is on a show called Legion of Skanks.
Yeah.
He has a festival every year called Skank Fest.
Yeah.
Skank Fest. Can't ask him to be clean. Also, Vecchione is so fucking funny. It doesn't matter what bombs could go off before his set, and he'll go up there and kill. Yeah. It's not going to affect. People will fall into your rhythm. Yeah, they're grown-ups. But we used to think back in the day that clean people couldn't follow dirty people. That was always the thought. I think that's a dumb thought. Like, Jim Gaffigan can follow anybody. It does not matter. He gets into his rhythm, and then he does his thing, and he puts you in his mind, and then you're off to the races. Like Brian Regan, same deal. That whole thing about, like, clean or dirty, like, who fucking cares? Sebastian, another great example. Who cares? Just be funny. He's just funny. Just if Sebastian started talking about getting his dick sucked, it would be funny too.
It's just funny. That would be fun. Dirty Sebastian special.
Yeah. If like the apocalypse breaks out, there's a few. Sebastian starts doing roids now. He's got a gun. Carries a gun on his hip. If we go like full Mad Max, yeah. That's happening in Mexico, kids. 37 candidates assassinated. That is basically the doorway to Mad Max.
That's crazy.
37 candidates assassinated.
And all the
Imagine that was happening in America.
Well, what's scary is like, what is that lady? That the question becomes, what's the winner gonna do? That the other 37 weren't gonna
do. You're not gonna be a rebel. Rebels don't live.
Right.
You know, that country's run by money, just like this country's run by money. But instead of the military-industrial complex, it's the supplying Americans with drugs. That's what it is. That complex. Yeah. It's not the military-industrial complex and pharmaceutical drug companies. They run this. It's just money. It's the same thing. And in Mexico, they make their own laws because everything's illegal. And so they are running things with selling us drugs. And until we make drugs legal, which nobody wants to do, that's going to continue to happen. Because you're not going to stop people from wanting to do drugs, and you're not going to stop people from selling them drugs. You're not going to, especially if they're from another country, especially if they're running that country. And they've been doing it so long, they've amassed so much resources and money. They have tanks. They have anti-aircraft weaponry. They have everything now. They have fucking hundreds of billions of dollars. Like, who knows how much money they have? Have you added up all the cartels in Mexico?
Well, I bet the Jewish president knows exactly how
I
much
bet
money
she
they have.
knows. I bet she knows. I bet she knows. I bet they know where she sleeps, and I bet she follows the rules. I guess you have to. Like, if you want to be president of Mexico, that is a totally different proposition. They Kennedy 37 people a year. God. They're so crazy.
Unbelievable how close we are to them.
Yeah, you can walk there.
Yeah.
You could walk there. Like, Cam Haines has run, like, longer distances in races. Especially if you're down in South Texas. My friend who lives in South Texas had a guy die on his property.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Probably dehydrated or sick or something. He just couldn't make it. It was in the heat.
I only went to Mexico once. We were in San Diego, and we drove down, and the first thing I saw was a dead body leaning against the rock that's split that says this side's America, this side's Mexico.
Yeah.
And we were high as shit. So, like, we were immediately like, was he kind of going back?
Did
or
he
was
drown?
he coming in? No, he was just dead. He was just a dead old Mexican guy.
Oh, like old age dead.
Well, probably I mean, it could have been anything. Who knows? I have no idea. But
you're not a doctor.
No, he was arms crossed with a thing over his head.
Oh, Jesus.
And
so they had him like
he was
there,
literally
arms crossed,
laid there
like
next to the rock, like a corpse.
Maybe somebody didn't have money for a funeral. Like, hey, Grandpa, take care, love you. Let somebody figure this out.
Yeah, that's.
You know how much money a fucking funeral costs? That's the thing Joey Diaz hit me to. He goes, you know what a fucking scam is? These fucking mortuary homes and the funeral homes and all that shit. You have to do it. You have to do it even if someone wants to be cremated. You have to embalm them. You have to pay for that. And then you have to pay for a coffin. And then they try to upsell you. Don't you want a Cadillac or a coffin for Grampy? Grampy always liked red velvet. He was the king. Dressed Grampy up in his nicest suit in the red velvet look. And it cost you $40,000 for the whole thing. You're like, what am I doing?
My buddies pulled a Big Lebowski. We had a comedian that we all started with named Skeezy, and he passed away. And nobody in his family wanted to claim the ashes, so Benji and Matt Edgar were like, well, we'll put him somewhere. He loved Venice Beach. Let's take him to the beach. So Benji goes to the Venice Beach mortuary or whatever, picks up the urn. They go to the ocean, and Matt's kind of watching Benji, and he goes like waist high in the water, and he dumps out Skeezy's ashes, and it all just starts to compile all around Benji. And Matt's laughing, and fucking Benji's cracking up. And as he gets out, like the ashes are like following him, so they're like all over his body. So he had to go shower in one of those Venice Beach like public showers to get the ashes off him.
From what I heard, someone told, who are they talking to? There was some podcast they were talking about. I kind of wish I could remember so I could give them credit, but there was some podcast where they were talking about what you're really getting when you get Grampy's ashes. It's like, you're getting ash that's just sitting in the bottom of this furnace. It's not necessarily your grandpa. They don't like clean it out perfectly.
Right.
No one's watching. No one gives a shit. Also, what it really looks like when they burn someone, when they burn the body, you have like fragments of bone and shit. There's a lot. See if you can find like images of what it looks like when they actually cremate someone. But the guy was like, you're not getting ashes. And not only that, sometimes they just throw other stuff in there, like cement. You get cement. You're like, they don't give a fuck. Like, it's symbolic. It's just a dumb thing we do. What you're supposed to do is let that body feed life. We're so stingy. We don't even let our bodies feed life. So that's what it really looks like. Look what it looks like. Bones, chips, and shit. Yeah. Oh, maybe it was Theo. Did he say that?
I don't know specifically.
I bet that's exactly what it is. Now I'm thinking about it. I don't know. But either way, someone was saying that a lot of the stuff you're getting in there in disreputable. I'm not saying all of them, of course. I'm sure it's crappy. But the disreputable ones, they don't give a fuck. They'll throw fucking kitty litter in there. Here, go worship the kitty litter. You fucking idiot. They don't care. They're just doing this in and out, in and out. And here's the other thing. Do you know how many guys wind up fucking the female corpses?
No.
Do you know that this has been an issue?
Uh-uh.
No. My friend claims that when he was young, that they went to a funeral home and that the guy came they were ringing the doorbell. The guy wouldn't come. They knocked on the door. It was like for someone in their family that was dead, and the guy was in the back and came out and he was sweaty and out of breath. And they were like, "What the fuck is this guy doing?" He was acting super fucking sketchy, really weird. They think he was back there with one of the corpses.
Oh.
Yeah, he goes, he just felt like he just fucked somebody. I go, really? He goes, when you think about it, it's like these women are hot and they haven't deteriorated and no one's around.
Oh, come on.
Yes.
There's rigor mortis and stuff. It's hard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's gotta be. It's gotta be like.
Reported cases of employees sexually abusing dead bodies are relatively rare. Yeah, if they get caught. Perhaps the most prolific necrophiliac. Do you remember the one that the big Kinnison had? Oh my God. It was how I found out about Kinnison. I found out about it through a girl I worked with. This girl I worked with reenacted Kinnison's bit about homosexual necrophiliacs paying money to morticians to spend a few hours undisturbed with their freshest male corpse. So Kinnison did this bit where, you ever see the bit? Oh, it's a fucking classic, dude. It's a classic. See if you can find the bit. Play it and then we'll just edit it out. Fuck it.
Yeah, they're tricky, man. We gotta fucking play the game.
Listen, they're awesome. They're awesome. They have the best platform. I mean, it's the most accessible. It's so easy to share. The sharing things is huge.
Yeah.
Because you don't really share Netflix movies and stuff. I tell people, here it is.
Wow.
What a bit.
Yeah.
So, this girl that I worked with, this was at the Boston Athletic Club. She got down in the parking lot. And she was lying on her stomach. She was like, oh, my life keeps fucking in the ass even after you're dead. It never ends. She's like doing it, and I'm howling laughing at her doing an impression of Kinnison. That's how I found out about Sam Kinnison.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fucking amazing.
That was before I was even thinking about doing comedy. I was 19. Yeah, I was like, wow, that's crazy. What's he doing?
Yeah.
I just what? I remember watching him for the first time going, oh, that's comedy too? I always loved comedy. I always used to watch The Tonight Show, when Richard Jeni would be on or Seinfeld would be on. I loved The Tonight Show. I loved stand-up, even at the Improv. When I was, I wasn't even 21, I went to see Jerry Seinfeld with this girl I was dating. Just sitting wow, I'm seeing comedy. And I went to it. But I always thought comedy was that. It was the TV comedy, and then there was Richard Pryor, and then there was Eddie Murphy. But I never thought, sick shit could be funny until I saw Kinnison. I was like, oh my God. Yeah. That's a different thing. I didn't know that was comedy too.
Right. No, I'm with you. I was a Jim Carrey guy, and, when I was young, the funny faces and all the silly noises and stuff and everything. And then when he did Man on the Moon, and I saw that darker side of things, and Andy gets fired from the Improv right at the beginning of the movie. And I realized right then that he was making money performing in front of live audiences. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? That's great. So there's a lower level before the Tonight Show and stuff.
Right.
And I started going to libraries and stuff to look up books on Andy Kaufman. I would look up Andy Kaufman and find any book that mentioned him. I went down this crazy dark rabbit hole.
I used to go to Jared's Deli all the time. That place was awesome. It was a great place because it was 24 hours. You could always go there after shows. And they had a photo of Andy Kaufman on the wall. So it's Andy Kaufman when he worked there. So Andy Kaufman, while he was on Taxi, took a job at Jerry's Deli just to wait tables. Just to, be weird.
Yeah.
So people would be getting their fucking tables cleaned up, and they're like, wait, what? Are you is that Latka or whatever his name was?
Yeah.
What was his name?
Latka Gravis.
Yeah.
And that's back when...
Look at him. He's fucking working there. While he was on Taxi.
Yeah, back when there's only 3 channels, so there's not a ton of famous people.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Boy, you had to hang out with famous people back then because nobody understood. Nobody got you. And, Jesus Christ. Actually, I'm a famous person like a John Belushi back then.
Crazy. Too much pressure.
Well, the shows, the amount of people who watch those shows, too. He used to bus tables at a restaurant at the height of his fame on a television show Taxi. Kaufman would stay in character as a humble busboy, always denying that he was Kaufman. Oh, Jerry's went under. The Studio City one went under, too. Oh, God. They closed them all. Are they all done? God damn it.
Yeah, we were stuck going to Norm's when I was there a few weeks ago.
How's Norm's?
It does. If you're hungry enough to go to Norm's at 3 or 4 a.m., then it's just fine.
My favorite is Cantor's.
Yeah,
Cantor's is the shit. Yeah. That is the quintessential Jewish dough.
Yeah.
Like their Reuben, their pastrami Reuben, off the charts.
Yeah.
Off the charts. They have the best pastrami in the city.
Yeah.
As far as I've had. Like Jerry's was really good. Cantor's is one level above it.
Totally.
One level. You feel cholesterol. Right.
Yeah.
It's just the sauerkraut and the fucking Russian dressing and the rye bread. Come on.
God.
Come on.
I've been eating like such shit lately. That spaghetti and meatballs from Boa here fucked me up, dude. Spaghetti with Wagyu meatballs.
Oh, you've been going to that a lot?
I've had it twice since then, and it's like I have to stop because it's literally like heroin. I feel like shit afterwards. I feel like shit the next day. It's like crazy. I don't know what the hell they have in that fucking pasta. It must be 1,000% like Heisenberg level gluten because it is addictive and makes you feel terrible. But it makes you so happy for the 6 minutes that it takes me to eat the entire dish. Just rolling it up.
30 hours.
Yes. Yes. It's the closest thing I'd imagine to heroin that there is. Of course, there's probably a bunch of people on heroin.
But isn't that similar to getting drunk? You know, if you drink a little bit, you feel great while it's happening, and the next day, like, I'm never doing that again.
Yeah, I do that all the time. I did that last night.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I ate with Joey Friday night in New Jersey. Went to his spot, Il Nido. Oh, there is nothing like East Coast Italian food.
Yeah,
it is a different thing.
100%.
It's a different level. It's a different level. That Il Nido place, I would fly in to go to that place.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That was charred clams on this fucking insane toasted bread. That was spicy rigatoni. Dude, it was off the charts. That's the meatballs. Off the charts.
Yeah, whole different level.
The steak was perfect. Everything's perfect. That's bone marrow with potato puffs. Oh, dude, it was so good. And that's, what is that? What's that called? The thin sliced beef. What the fuck is it called? No, ceviche. No, carpaccio.
My crew, we did Cleveland and then a night in Pittsburgh, and Youngstown's dead in between the two. So we stopped off in Youngstown for lunch and got 2 different types of pizza from 2 different places. And everyone's minds are completely blown because you cannot get pizza like that anywhere. You could try to find something in Chicago, but that's Chicago, and New York's New York. There's not that middle, not deep dish, not thin crust. But in Youngstown, there's 20 places, unlike any place anywhere else.
So what's like a hybrid of deep dish?
It's just a normal old fucking like school lunch pizza, but different types. Belleria's famous for their Briar Hill, which is, just plain with shaker cheese and some green peppers, which is diabolical. Because if the sauce is good and the bread is good and the cheese is good, you don't need anything else. It's like a simple.
Yeah, well, that's what Portnoy always gets. He always gets plain cheese pizza. You watch his reviews of cheese pizza?
Sometimes,
place?
Yeah, I love the ones where the people get mad and shit. So
mad. Yeah, if it doesn't meet up to his standards. I mean, the guy's eating everybody's pizza. Like, you got to know what the fuck you're doing. But he says that New Haven, Connecticut is like where some of the best pizza in the world comes from.
That makes sense. I can see that. A lot of those offshoot Italian spots where they hit away, like Youngstown, like that. I guarantee Pittsburgh has decent.
You know what they have in common? Mob activity.
Oh, exactly.
New Haven has a lot of mob activity.
100%.
I used to work at the Joker's Wild. It's a place in New Haven, and the owner was a crazy convict.
Yeah. Just
out of his mind. And I saw the owner beat a guy in the face with a shoe. Took his shoe off and beat a guy in the face with the heel of his shoe. Oh, yeah. He had blood all over him. Oh, fucking disaster.
Those people need pizza.
They figure out how to get the good pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how that's the case, though. If you have, like, a serious Italian neighborhood, oh, my God, a lot of brother mafia influence in there.
Totally. I mean, that's all they know. You got to bet on things. You got to run things. Get a tax here, tax there, protect them.
Imagine owing money to a bookie. How terrifying that would be.
Yeah.
You're on the run. You owe $100,000 to this guy. And you're trying to gamble on other games to make it right.
Yeah.
Like Uncut Gems.
But yeah.
That movie gives me so much anxiety. Watch that movie, like, don't, oh, Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
Dude, I watched the show that gave me more anxiety than any show I've ever watched in my entire fucking life.
What?
Baby Reindeer.
Oh, I've heard. It's insane.
It's the scariest thing ever. It's the scariest show ever. This guy's nice to one person who he doesn't really want to be nice to, gives her a water or a tea or whatever, and she falls in love with him, and it is the scariest show. I think it's supposed to be a comedy. I don't think I laughed once. The comedy part's not funny. He's also trying to be a comedian. None of it's funny at all, but it's literally you're watching for the anxiety. I started it, and then I'm like, I don't want to watch, but I have to. And I just kept going, and it's fucking frightening.
Have you seen the actual lady go on Piers Morgan?
Yeah. And she's literally like how she is in the
She's
thing.
insane.
Oh.
And happy to talk about it.
Yeah.
And claiming she's not insane.
Right.
And not knowing how insane you look.
Yeah. Fucking frightening.
It's wild when people don't know how insane they are. And you watch, you're like, oh, God, they think they're sane. They think they're fine. They think they're going to go on there and make a good argument.
Those are the most insane people. The ones that don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
You been watching the Fauci hearings?
No.
Whoa. Dude, it's wild. It's wild.
What's going on?
Still like, deeply in denial about everything. They're confronting him about emails they got, about deleting emails in preparation of a Freedom of Information Act request. They got emails from people that he worked with saying, that don't worry, Fauci is too smart to talk about this stuff on emails. You'll either have to deliver something to him or meet him in person. There's all this weird deception shit. There's people that said this is clearly leaked from a lab. Look at the fair and cleavage sites. They have to be that's put into the virus to make it more infectious to human beings. They're talking about it in the email, and then that same guy, after talking to Fauci 3 days later, was like, "It's ridiculous to think this came from a lab. This is clearly from a natural order." And they're all talking about discrediting people who are talking about the lab leak theory. What they did was insane, and they did it in front of everybody. And finally, Fauci has to talk about it to people. But he's still in denial about all of it. There's no science that says that masking for children works. There's no science that says that vaccinating children works. That it's good, that it's overall good. And the amount of people that have gotten wrecked by this, they're starting to recognize it in other countries, and they're talking about it in other countries. They haven't quite gone public with it in all the newspapers in the United States yet. But in the UK, they're blaming it. There's the thing about Germany today. There's a front page of a major newspaper. Somebody sent it to me. I'll send it to you, Jamie. But they're finally starting to talk about it. And they're talking about excess deaths in the Philippines. They're talking about the amount of people that are no longer having children. The amount of less children that are born. Because one of the side effects that is claimed is it wrecks women's fertility. Then it wrecks men's fertility too. It's just the baby numbers are down by 1 million. I couldn't tell what newspaper. Yeah, I don't know. I bet if you take the title, but they're talking about it. Analyze data. Just here we go. It says. Researchers from the Netherlands analyzed data from 47 Western countries and discovered there have been more than 3 million excess deaths since 2020, with the trend continuing despite the rollout of vaccines and containment measures. Experts said the unprecedented figures raised serious concerns and called on governments to fully investigate the underlying causes, including possible vaccine harms. This is wild stuff, man. because, now that we're getting an understanding of how much deception was involved, like trying to blame it on a natural origin when they clearly knew it was a lab leak. And they still don't say it's a lab leak. It was clearly a lab leak. It's clearly, obviously I'm not a doctor, but in my eyes, it looks like a fucking lab leak. And most people that are educated think it's a fucking lab leak. And this guy still is denying it, and was denying that it's even gain of function, that they even funded that research. But they changed the definition of gain of function for this particular vaccine.
What did they change it to?
The definition of gain of function on the NIH website was changed, was updated. The Telegraph. COVID vaccines may have helped fuel the rise in excess deaths. The excess deaths have to be discussed, and no one wants to, because that's the real thing. The all-cause mortality deaths, the big uptick in cancer, and what they're calling turbo cancer. Obviously, again, I don't understand any of this stuff, but Peter McCullough was talking about what the mechanism behind this rise in cancer would be and how it could be tied into it. He was explaining it like from a medical perspective. The whole thing's so nuts. Like, when are we going to learn? When are we going to learn?
Yeah, it's crazy. Being back in LA, they rehired the people that they fired for not being vaccinated. Like, Rose is like running the joint, kind of. Yeah,
they got someone
assistant
brain.
Yeah, assistant GM, and I don't know. It just brought me great joy to see things like that, at least
sort of back to normal.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just
that part was the part where I'm like, gotta go to Texas. It's time. They're forcing people to get a shot of something to work at a dirty night comedy club.
And to fly and to do everything, and they're lying about whether or not it's going to stop the virus. They lied about it. They said it's going to stop it in its tracks. It was all bullshit. There was no data that showed that it stopped it in its tracks. Even one of the people in the vaccine study got COVID.
I mean,
one
literally.
of the people died from COVID. Did you know that? Yeah.
So many people that got the shot got it immediately. It was, it's crazy. They're literally like, I've had COVID 4 times. I got 2 shots. I got 3 boosters. I've had it 5 times. Like, it's like so contrary to what the whole thing was supposed to do. I mean,
I'm just hoping that people wake up and realize that we have this idealistic perspective that they're looking out for the best interest. But whenever there's enormous amounts of money to be made, they will distort the facts, even if something is beneficial. I mean, let's just pretend that there's no excess deaths. Let's pretend that it just causes a bunch of neurological issues and autoimmune issues, which it seems to do. Let's pretend it's just that. Even that, they're not going to tell you about. They're not going to tell you about it till it's already there's problems. They've shown that with the Vioxx problem. When they had that Vioxx scandal, they knew. They had emails saying we're going to have problems, but I think that we'll do well with this. Talking about financially. Because you got money people, man. Money people aren't medicine people. But medicine is medicine, and medicine is to help people. But it's run by money people. So you have the scientists that create the awesome medicine, and then you have the money people who figure out a way to fucking sell this to people, force people to take it. And that when you watch videos of all the different things, and during this thing, one of the things is that Fauci was claiming that he didn't coerce anybody to take the vaccine, but there's this whole recorded conversation of him talking about if you keep people from working, you keep people, like if Amazon says they're not going to hire people at big corporations, you have to be vaccinated to fly. He goes, it's shown that people will drop their ideological bullshit and get vaccinated. You can imagine. Just imagine that's from a public health official who knows that it doesn't stop infection. He has to know what the data is. He has to know. It was all just to get people to take it. And they made so much money. And the government, this is the weird thing. There's $710 million was earned. And Fauci's claiming that he never made any money. 0. He said he got $0 from it. He said he got like $122 from a monoclonal antibody patent that he has. It's crazy that they work for the American people with taxpayers' money, and they create something that they put a patent on, and then that makes them hundreds of millions of dollars. $710 million. Like, where'd that go? You didn't get any of it? But the other thing they showed was that Fauci's income, his net worth went up to $11 million. So he made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Maybe sold a book. Yeah. Maybe it was legit.
Yeah, I saw something of him on my Twitter feed, him just playing victim.
You see that the guy behind him? This is a fucking amazing video. This guy behind him, when Fauci's talking about the death threats, you guys like, yeah, you guys making this face. Have you seen it, Jamie? I'll send it to you. It's hilarious. The dude's hilarious.
But anytime anybody does that, in my mind, the stuff that
playing victim,
yeah, the stuff that I've been through, like and seen, because I had a lot of death threats during quite a few phases of my my jokes being out there. That's hilarious.
That's it. Give me the volume.
I mean, it's such a joke. You probably
two individuals. Incredible death threats mean someone who clearly was on their way to kill me, and it's required by having protective services essentially all the time. It is very troublesome to me. It is much more troublesome because they involve my wife and my 3 daughters.
At these moments, how do you feel? Keep your mic on.
Terrible.
Do you continue to receive threats today?
Yes, I do. Every time someone gets up.
Yeah, well, that was the other thing. They blame podcasters.
Right.
They blame podcasters, and they said that we're responsible for 200 to 300,000 deaths.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Hey, man, you made it.
Yeah.
First of all, don't blame us. First of all, you made it.
Said, "You Rabbi,
You
I'm
fucking
sorry I haven't
made
been
it.
in
You
here.
funded
I've been bad busy."
You were a part of the research.
Andy was the main salesman on the air every day when we were watching the news because there was nothing else. We wanted updates. We wanted to see when things were going to open, if any positive news was there. And we had him.
The richest thing of all is Chris Cuomo's now taking ivermectin.
Oh my God. Dave Smith bodying him is one of the greatest all time. I mean,
I said this before, and it was that. I said it was going to be Mike Tyson versus Marvis Frazier. Like, what have I got myself into? And that's what it was.
Oh, yeah.
But he did it to himself. He did it to himself. I mean, Dave did it to him, for sure, but Chris did it to himself. He just has this bizarre way of trying to, like, lawyer it up and twist the words and turn it into something that's okay. I didn't say that. Where's the clips? And then they show the clip.
Yeah.
And he's still trying to pretend that
And
they
there was-
weren't mocking people for taking horse dewormer.
And there was more than that. These clips, they do a funny thing over at CNN. I think we were talking about this the other day because of a joke that I do in the headlines. They do a funny thing where they can change the headlines after a certain amount of time.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they can change they can delete videos, they can copyright strike them. They have control over what they've done. And they went on and on and on. There was a whole thing with it. I was obsessed with CNN because I find propaganda to be very, very interesting. I want to know what everyone else is seeing. I want to know what the audiences are seeing.
Especially the people that aren't really paying attention.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't have friends that know what's really going on. They don't know the whole history behind everything.
And I know it's not real. I look at CNN like most people look at pro wrestling. And I look at pro wrestling like it's pro wrestling. Like it's real. No. But, I mean...
Yeah, it is like pro wrestling.
Especially during that time, I was studying that so hard because I knew that I knew something was fucking rotten going on.
They don't know what to do about Israel and Palestine. They're just like trapped. They're trapped in the middle. Did you see in Philly where the gay pride parade ran into the Free Palestine parade? They wouldn't let them pass.
Yeah.
Like, no, our thing's more important.
Right.
Than you guys fucking each other.
Yeah. Crazy.
It's just woke eating woke. It's the left eating the left.
Yep.
But that's what they've always done. They eat themselves. By the way, the right does it too. The right does it too. They do it all the time. It's a human characteristic that we can't really just say one side does because it's not true.
The gay parade and the Palestine parade meeting up in the middle is like the time Kid Rock shot a bunch of Bud Light.
No, because nothing's gonna die. No business is gonna get crushed by it.
It's like, no, you guys don't want to fight each other.
Look at this. Look at the Free Palestine. The gay pride is a standoff. It's a fucking flat out standoff.
Hit jobs versus blowjobs over here.
No pride in genocide. So they're stopping the pride parade. No, you can't have your parade. Our parade's more important. I love the masks. I just love them. Look at all these people with masks on. It is the liberals' MAGA hat. It is. I've said it a million times, but that's what it is. It's a fucking MAGA hat. Oh my God. These dorks. How many of them had fucking masks on, man? It's crazy. They don't even work. I mean, they work as well as that lady's visor that's turned backwards.
Yeah. And they definitely don't work against AIDS. So wearing one at a gay pride parade is completely pointless.
Imagine you think the mask. This is not productive.
Yeah, they're wearing a mask outside, and meanwhile they butt fuck strangers in glory holes and stuff. So it's like,
I honestly think it's more of the Free Palestine people that were wearing the masks.
You think anybody's ever worn a mask out of glory hole?
What's that? They don't want to be identified in photos. That's true too, right? You think most of it?
Yeah, retaliation. Yeah.
I don't think it should be legal to wear a mask in public.
I agree with that.
I just think it's too creepy. You could rob someone.
Yeah.
I mean, in New York City, if someone had a mask on, in the past, you'd be like really wary. Oh my God, this guy's got a ski mask on. Fuck. Yeah. It was scary. It means they were going to rob you and you couldn't identify them.
Right.
Why are we allowing that? It doesn't work. The data's in, kids. Doesn't work. It never made sense. Even in the early days of the pandemic, there was this famous doctor that went viral because he was doing vape hits and he would put a mask on and the vape smoke would blow straight through the mask. And he was explaining, like, these vapor particles are bigger than COVID particles. Like, it's going right through that mask. It's not stopping jack shit, and you're going to get it. Right? You're going to get it. And, you know, they said, oh, the masks work at the margins. Like, if you fuck with the numbers, because here's the thing. How many people wear masks all the time are also super fucking paranoid? Right? So they're avoiding crowds, they're not going out. How many people who won't wear a mask are a little loose? They're just like, fuck it. If I get sick, I get sick. I already got COVID. Fuck it. You know, they just go out. So you can't, it's hard to know when you have a large group of, when something as weird as the pandemic happens. And even then, they can't show, it's not like all the people with masks showed 80% of them didn't get COVID. No, they all got COVID. Everybody got COVID.
Yeah.
And then there's this thing where they want to say it protects you from hospitalization and death. No, that's not true either. Because I know a lot of people who are vaccinated who got COVID who got to the fucking hospital. And I know a couple that died. How many people do you know that died from COVID?
I confirmed actually don't know anybody, I don't think. I mean, it's kind of debatable. Like Jeff Scott, I mean, I don't know.
You know, Jeff Scott died alone, like just went out to get COVID.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I know some people that died during that period, but really nobody.
Jeff Scott was HIV positive too.
Yeah, for a long time.
I wonder if maybe he couldn't get his meds.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because that was an issue during the pandemic as well. That's when we realized that China makes all our medicine. Like, what? China makes a lot of things, man. It's crazy how much we rely on them for manufacturing stuff.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, they're trying to mitigate some of that now. Samsung is actually putting in a chip factory in Austin. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, we got to do something. We got to get businesses back over here and stuff.
Yeah, we definitely shouldn't rely on a foreign country that is not our ally for our fucking medicine. That's so kooky. That is such a kooky thought.
We live in the craziest times.
It's so weird, man. It's every day it's weirder and weirder, and every day AI gets stronger and stronger. And every day I wonder, like, are these the last days of just being a regular person? These are the last days of us just driving around, getting on a plane, going to places, telling jokes. Are these just the last days of that? Like, are we going to be living in a world in 5 years that's unrecognizable? Because I think we are, dude.
I hope not. I don't know. The AI stuff still, I'm not completely mesmerized or convinced. I hear you and Duncan talking about it a lot in the green room, and I'm just always like, I don't know. I haven't bought in yet. It all just seems like a fancy Alexa to me.
Well, have you actually seen what it can do? Have you ever seen what it can do, like as far as coding?
No.
It can code so much faster than people. Like it can solve problems faster than people. It can do all of these things already better than people can. Like no one in the future is going to need to hire a coder. Like a person who sits in front of a terminal for 16 hours a day and just fucking Adderalls out and just like lines of code. That's done. That's done. You can do that if you want to, but the computer's going to bang it out quick. It would be stupid for you to do that when the computer can do it in 2 seconds. You're going to spend 16 hours and you might fuck up a few lines and you got to go back and check it. Why? Why are you doing it manually? The computer's just going to do it. You know? Why? What, are you going to stand there with one of those old-timey photographs and everybody has to stand still? No. You have a phone now. It takes a better picture. It's going to be like that with everything. It's going to be in control of airplanes. It's going to be in control of all the automobiles. The problem is you're going to have to get like permission to go places. It's going to get fucking weird, dude. It's going to get really, really weird.
Yeah, I just hope we can.
Well, think about the amount of change that we have now in comparison to just our parents. Just our parents. The best transportation back then was an airplane. The best way to get the news was the television or a newspaper, and you didn't know what to do with your life. You had to go to college, then you go to college, or you go to trade school, or you get an apprenticeship, and you get a job, and then you get a kid, and you don't know what the fuck is going on in the world. There's this like surface level understanding of what's going on in the world, and now everybody knows what's going on in the world. Now the amount we knew about the Iraq invasion in 92, 93, whatever it was, when the Iraq invaded Kuwait and Desert Storm, the amount we knew was like minuscule.
Yeah.
Minuscule. There was no like YouTube shows where you could see someone breaking it down. Oh, they're actually trying to get away from the American dollar, and we're trying to do this and that. There's none of that. No one knew the hustle.
It's crazy that these wars are still happening. I don't know why we're giving them our money. We need I don't know.
That's not going to change.
Yeah.
I mean that might shift if Trump becomes president. I mean, maybe he can get away with some stuff. Maybe he can do some things. He wants to stop the wars. He's like the only one that's like saying he can stop the wars and wants to stop the wars.
He's the only one that did before. He did it.
What can he do though? What can he do different? Like let's pretend it's November of 2024. Trump wins. January he gets in office. What can he do?
Well, it seems like he has a way to.
Jesus Christ! Trump is planning to send kill teams to Mexico to take out cartel leaders. Donald Trump has told allies about his plans to covertly send special forces to Mexico to assassinate drug kingpins. Sources tell Rolling Stone. Well, Rolling Stone, you have lied to me before. You lied to me a lot. And you've lied to me about the fucking people overdosing on horse dewormer. Remember that? That was Rolling Stone. They had a line of people outside waiting to get to the hospital because so many people were in there for horse dewormer overdoses that gunshot victims couldn't get in. They're so dumb, they used a photograph. This was in like August in Oklahoma. They used a photograph of people wearing coats because they were lining up for a flu shot. It was a different shot, different photo. It wasn't what they really were there for. It was bullshit. What is that article, Jim? Same thing?
Yeah, same thing. The source was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, if he was doing that, someone's a rat. So shut the fuck up.
Seems like the type of article that you would put out if you want the person assassinated and you want to make it look like someone else is going to assassinate them.
That's worded a little different. One source recalled him saying it in the past, earlier this year, that he would just
They should create a kill list of drug lords consisting of most notorious heads of drug cartels that a special ops team would be tasked with killing or capturing. You know, the problem with that is you create a power vacuum, and then what happens is someone else rises to the new spot. You're not going to stop the demand, so you're not going to stop the supply. You can try, but unless you're in an all-out everyday war with the cartel, you're probably not going to do that. Even if you kidnap and capture leaders, you're going to disrupt the organization. But my guess, my uneducated guess, would be someone was going to come in to fill that void.
Yeah.
They got to make drugs legal. As horrible as that sounds, but that's the only way. They just make them legal, tax the shit out of them, and use the money for treatment centers and education
and testing.
Yeah, and testing.
You know that it's illegal to have it's illegal to have or to give away fentanyl test strips in the state of Texas.
It's illegal.
Illegal.
Can you sell them?
Me and my buddy are starting a water company. Here's how I know about this. Canned water, right? And the plan was to get them into all the bars in the city. Our idea was to literally just attach a 30-cent, fentanyl test strip. And then we found out we can't do that. You can't give away fentanyl test strips. You can't even order them in Texas.
Can you sell them?
If you go to Amazon, you can get fentanyl test strips in specific states.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Why would they stop test strips?
I don't know.
You think is it encouraging people to do coke? Is that what that is?
I have no idea.
That doesn't make any sense.
I know. It's very bizarre.
There's so many dumbass fucking laws. Yeah, because there's so many goofy people on both the left and the right. Texas House passes bill decriminalizing fentanyl test strips. I think you have one, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Bill would take fentanyl test strips off the state's drug paraphernalia list, meaning it would no longer be a crime to carry them. Yeah, maybe you just can't give them out.
Just crazy.
Why don't you Google, is it legal to give out fentanyl test strips in Texas? I did that. Did it give any articles other than that?
It probably says below that.
How much time can you get for selling fentanyl in Texas? How much time? 20 years. For 200 to 400 grams, you're looking at 5 to 99 years or even life in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. Life imprisonment, the most severe punishment for having more than 400 grams. Wow.
They also only do like the state bill stuff. In other states, it's only like 6 months out of the year, the other half. Like they're out of session. They just wait till next year before they start.
Dog. What in the fuck are you saying to me over here?
There's no, they can't have a good reason.
Yo, Rabbi, I'm sorry I haven't been around.
There's an epidemic.
I've been mad.
There's 100,000
Oh, that's cool,
in
Herpy
this
Pug.
country.
Shit happens, dog. I get it. I'm fortunate that I've had an opportunity to be here. And if you're seeing this,
Legislation comes after
perhaps you're fortunate as well.
Texas Congress.
And if you're not, you're lost.
Legislation comes after, but died in the Senate despite support. Whatever I vote for is after that. So they're trying to bring it back. Who the fuck is opposing that?
Isn't that crazy?
Who the fuck would oppose fentanyl test strips?
I want to know.
Yeah, name their names.
It's just
That's a crazy thing to
inexcusable.
oppose.
Yeah.
It's a crazy thing to oppose, kids. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Because if we can figure out who that is and where they're getting their money from, then we can start to solve a lot of problems here. Because that's an actual serious problem. They wanted to make COVID a big deal.
That's where we get the money from the cartel.
Right? I mean,
maybe.
Who could it be?
Who could it be? Who the fuck would want you to not
else?
have fentanyl test strips?
It doesn't say they voted against it. It says it died. Like they didn't vote on it.
But the Senate declined to take action in the regular session.
Oh, it just never got voted on. Like that's sort of the same thing. Though, like they're avoiding it maybe on purpose or someone doesn't want to vote on it. But
By the way, this is like, some people look at it like, oh, well, those people are doing cocaine anyway or whatever. So maybe it's not we're not losing the best people, but it could be anybody doing anything. Could be somebody trying to do, fucking
Dog quit sucking
Molly, or I don't know, any more fun, like an actual like goofy psychedelic drug or something like that. Could be in any type of pill.
I wonder if the
Live there.
logic behind
It was on that
not
fucking.
wanting it to be legal or sticking your neck out saying that it should be legal is if people want to then attach you to promoting drug use, and then you would possibly like have an opponent that could turn it against you and say, my opponent promotes drug use. You could have that kind of a deal happen.
Yeah, but there's a problem.
But that was the gay marriage thing. That was a lot of things. There was a lot of things that people wanted to pretend that they were against. I mean, until I think 2013, Hillary Clinton was saying that marriage should be between a man and a woman. Barack Obama said that. They don't say that because they believe it. His opinions changed that much as a grown man. Like, what did you do? Mushrooms? What did you do? Did you smoke DMT? Like, what did you do? Tell me what you did. Where now you have this complete change of heart. Anything, it's just be two people who are grown adults who love each other. They should be able to get married. Like, what happened? You tell me. Or you're full of shit. One of these things is going on. Either you're doing this political thing, which is like, God, it's so gross. When they're calculated with what they say just so they can win. Like,
They realize the gays can vote.
So also they realized that public support for gay marriage was way higher because the stigma of being gay all sort of, not that long ago, it was way more stigmatized. Like so many people were in the closet in Hollywood, because they kind of had to be. And then to this day, the one open kind of homophobia you have in Hollywood is that gay men never play straight men in movies if they're out. They never play like the leading romantic interest in a movie if everyone knows they're gay.
That's why I'm not in any movies. But also, making gay marriage legal didn't cost them vast sums of money. I bet if we did an online poll where every American had to vote, had to log in, and you polled them, do you think we should be giving money to foreign wars? I can't imagine the number being lower than 90% for no.
Yeah, I think I saw a recent Twitter poll where they tried to do that. The majority of people was like, no.
Yeah. I mean, if we force people to vote on an actual issue.
Well, it's also, you have so many people that are hawkish, and they think that, we can break Russia, or that we need to support Israel, or, whatever their position is, where they're real hawkish on. And they have a limited amount of information about it when you talk to them. So many people, when you talk to them about it, you're like, well, why do you think that we need to keep sending money to Ukraine? Is it working? Like, are these people being used as cannon fodder, or are they gaining ground? Like, you tell me what you think. Well, I just think what Putin did was, like, do you support a guy, like, storming into a country, taking over? I'm like, no, I definitely don't.
God damn it, you motherfucking record.
But that doesn't mean
Here we
that
go.
you should spend hundreds of billions of dollars to prolong what seems like
Did it
some
work?
horrible bloody
No one
conflict.
knows.
It's just,
No one will ever know.
Russia? Like, how are they gonna win?
Everyone
Russia out?
fucking
Russia's
hates
gonna win?
this.
They're never going to do it
And
again.
it sucks.
NATO can move in. Everything's going to be fine.
Everything sucks.
Are you sure?
Especially
Nuclear
when
weapons aren't
assholes
on the
change
table?
their
Are
shit.
you fucking positive? Is it good
Hey,
that
what's going on,
China and
Captain
Russia
C?
are cuddled up together now?
All right, we're gonna
They're
save
all
this
buddy-buddy?
motherfucker.
And they're fucking
Let's see
shaking
this
their hands,
bitch work.
smiling and taking pictures.
Ah,
Is that good?
I am programming one of my fucking robots
Seems not good.
and kind of doing that impression.
Us. Like,
I
that's
forget. I think his
useful.
name's Carl from fucking Caddyshack.
Right. And what is the fucking
How are you?
solution could Trump possibly do? Like, when he says he could stop it, like, how do you stop it? How do you stop it?
I think Trump just puts the fear of God into these people a little bit. I think he puts the fear of
the guy's not going to play by the rules.
Right. They read our news.
Oh, dude.
If they glance
Okay,
at our
so
news,
I
it looks like we have a crazy
watched
president.
this documentary
Like, let's wait a bit. I honestly
on these kick assholes, and I don't know. That shit's not cool. Wait, that's another thing. Holy fucking shit! Get to the point, dog. Dog, I watched the whole thing and hated it. It was like, dude, I don't need to be in these fucking people's DMs. I get it. They fucking hate each other. Move on. I would have honestly, I mean, I know this isn't what it was about, so that's cool. But a cool one would be just if they did a feature, I'm not saying including anything about me, just on the real platform of like 5 minutes on each of their people. It would be really good for them. But instead, they just have like the degenerates on there. But I finally found out how all these assholes got famous. Like, Jack Doherty was on fucking Dr. Phil, and like Neon, I don't know. They've been doing this for like a long fucking time, like 10 years. And honestly, it's, as someone who's been doing it 3 years, it's a trade-off. I mean, well, hold on. They are rich and famous, and I am the opposite. But honestly, I really am going to pull a quick one on the world with these robots. These robots are doing something. There are people chatting in my chat organically. Like, these aren't robots that are in my chat. What I'm having to have people do is like social media jump, which is very, very difficult. I'm basically saying, look, I know you like this platform. It's cool. Hey, come check me out over here. You may not have an account. You may not know anyone. You may hate this platform. You may have been banned from this platform, but come check me out over here. That's a big ask. And so I understand. So what I've also done is I just was like, you know what? I'm going to get in the biggest fucking influencers Discords and just sit there and just fucking turn my camera on and just absorb everything. So I'm in Neon. Do you know who Neon is? He's like N3ON. That guy's. I'm in who's that guy? Aiden Ross's. I'm in my man Orlando Jet. I didn't know this. Orlando Jet is not his name, or well, it could be. I don't know. But there's like a famous trader who like went to jail or was indicted. I don't know. Some shit happened to this guy from like the 80s, and now he's like a public speaker. Anyway, that's where this guy gets his name, and I have to ask him like the origin of it. And then I'm live in Chief or King Chief. I think King Chief, somehow I'm going to go viral with King Chief. I could be wrong, but I have a feeling it's going to be somebody in Australia, and then it goes to India. I still have to hook up with my man, what is his name? Shakti G. But the thing is, I've asked to be unbanned from his Discord, and like, I don't do anything bad on camera, and I don't really do anything bad, period. I curse. That's the one thing I do. Or I cuss. I've cussed like a fucking sailor. And in fact, sailors are going to say, we want to learn how to cuss like a rabbi. And the thing is, I don't want people to ever be able to tell me what I can and cannot say. The First Amendment is very, very important to me. And like, I'm a First Amendment absolutist, I should say. So, meaning like, if it's a theater and it's on fire, and you want to yell fire in a crowded theater, that's cool. Do it. And you should if the theater is on fire. But if the theater's not on fire, then everybody's just going to think you're an asshole. But I want to stand by your right to be able to say it. Now, I'm never going to get that law changed. But it's from that law that a lot of First Amendment issues arose. And I don't think that the First Amendment should be infringed in any case. Now, that doesn't mean like actions can always be like, like burning a flag. Like, that's not the same. I mean the shit that comes out of your mouth. That's like speech. And I think you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. So anyway, I don't give a shit what anyone says. I'll say whatever the fuck I want. All right. What's next on the agenda? Surprisingly, the guys from Aiden Ross, now it's early, but they haven't thrown me out yet. And that's cool. Caspian C, did you drop for a second? Dog, you didn't hear any of that fucking poetry? It's cool. Shit happens, dog. Alright, so who's a big streamer? Do you know any? Oh, dog. Dude, I'm gonna fucking stream in the Twitch Discord. Join to create. What the fuck is that? Join to create. Dog. VCs. Karaoke. Dude, I'll do karaoke. I'll just fucking sitting here. The hell is this shit? No. Why do they assume that you will not show your camera in karaoke? No one knows. Alright. I bet no one comes into this bitch, but it has 200,000 people, but no one's in here. Like, what in the fuck? Twitch's Discord has 200,000 people who have joined it and no one interacting. Like, that is fucking weird. Am I wrong? I think it's weird. Like, something's fucked up. Like, are you guys... Is it a dead Discord? Or why don't you promote anything on it? It seems like a huge missed opportunity. Anyway, we'll see if somebody comes in this bitch. Caspian C, can you hear me? Oh, okay, cool. Get this. Get this. Okay. Oh, I'm also live in the Kick Discord, and I'm live in the Twitch Discord. The Kick Discord has people in it. The Twitch Discord does not. And that's confusing to me because there are 200,000. 200,000 people is a pretty big city. And for no one to be interacting in it is just strange. Like, is it all bots? Is it? I don't know. I'm looking.
Plug said, "What's good? I said hi on like 5 other channels, but I didn't get a response, so I'm trying on this one."
Oh, hell yeah, you found the right one, baby. Yeah, great job.
Orlando.
Dog, I want you to know that Orlando's my man. Orlando Jet. I'm live in his fucking Discord right now. I was just talking about him. How are you, Herpy Plug? Orlando's amazing. We're going to make Orlando a trillionaire. We're making you, Herpy Plug, a trillionaire. I'm always live. You can always check in whenever you want, 24/7, 365. I am live in Aiden Ross's Discord, Neon's Discord, the official Kick Discord, the official Twitch Discord, the Orlando's Discord, and King Chief's Discord. Do you know any of those people? Because they're all pretty nice to let me stream in there for right now. You're feeling amazing. That's amazing to hear. Dog, I want you to know that I am stoked because you are feeling amazing.
Said, "I'm feeling amazing."
Tell me the etymology of your name, Herpy Plug. How did you get that? Did friends give it to you? Was it gifted to you by a parent? Is it a family name? Did you have like a, grandmother Herpy Plug? Please, do tell. We'd love to know. In the meantime, you found what I'm doing is cool. So you're going to start your first ever stream today. That's amazing.
What you're doing is cool, so I'm going to start my first ever stream today.
Dog, okay. Well,
Plug said, "I'm Orlando Jets editor."
Dog, Orlando Jets editor is going to be a fucking trillionaire. Okay, so get this. If you want some inside knowledge, I will just stake my claim that I am the best person on the internet to be able to do this for a newbie. All right, so how do you start? If you want to start with just no money, I do all of this on no money, meaning I don't pay for any software. I can get you that route, which is probably the best route for someone who's just starting out. Okay, so there are a couple platforms out there that like YouTube and Twitch and Kick and perhaps Rumble and perhaps D Live. But then there are some other ones out there that are like you've never heard of them. Perhaps like Billy from China, Africa.tv, that's from South Korea. And so there are some that you may want to multi-stream. I multi-stream on a lot of different platforms, more than I can name right now, like nono.live, nemu.com, just like random.
Herpy Plug said, basically we learned about herpes and shit in 7th grade and I thought it would be funny like Herpy Plug, like I just be giving herpes to people lol. Not literally though, rolling on the floor laughing tears of joy.
That's an amazing username origin story. I loved it. So if you didn't hear, Herpy Plug got that name basically because they learned about herpes and shit in 7th grade, and they thought it would be funny like Herpy Plug, like I just be giving herpes to people, LOL. Not literally though. Smiley face, laughing face, cat. Excellent. Okay, so Herpy Plug, if you can listen to me, I'm just give you the lowdown on the best ways to stream. In my opinion, if you want to do it for free, the best thing you want to do is, I mean, you probably know this if you're Orlando Jets editor, but OBS is great, and you can use some softwares interchangeably. I personally like a platform called Rumble Studio. It's amazing because it's free. All of the other ones are going to make you pay to multi-stream, or they're going to limit how many you can multi-stream.
Said, okay, my ears are